Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Welcome one and all to the final day of the International Symposium on Educational Pedagogies and Technology for Sustainable Development, EPTS 2022, organized by Amrita's UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development in Amrita School for Sustainable Development. Today's keynote sessions will be chaired by Dr. Sudha Arlikati. She joined Amrita University this year as a professor of sustainable development. She has degrees in architecture, planning, and urban and regional sciences with an emphasis in environmental planning and hazard management. Her research interests include risk communication and protective action decision-making in multi-ethnic communities responding to tsunamis, floods, earthquakes, hurricanes, and biological threats, disaster sheltering and housing recovery, and individual and organizational resilience. I would now like to invite Dr. Sudha to take over as the chair for the following keynote sessions.
Thank you, Hari. Good afternoon. It is my honor and privilege to be chairing this first session on the last day of our conference, titled Educational Pedagogies and Technologies for Sustainable Development, hosted by Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Today, we have a lineup of 10 distinguished keynote speakers and participants connecting from different parts of the world, including Australia, Norway, India, Switzerland, the United Kingdom, and the United States of America. I thank each and every one of you for your interest, time, and patience. Now, for some ground rules. Each speaker will have 20 minutes to present and 5 minutes for the Q&A session. My assistant chair, doctoral student, Mr. Amritesh, will help me keep time so that I can inform you when 5 minutes are left for the end of your presentation. I request the attendees to post their questions in the Q&A chat box so that I may be ready with them. If I do not get through all the questions, you may ask them during the panel discussion. After the first 3 presentations, we will have a short 5-minute break, then the next 4 presentations and a 5-minute break, and finish off with the last 3 presentations by 7:15 p.m. Indian Standard Time. We will then have the panel discussion, which has been very fruitful and enlightening the past few days and promises to be the same today as well. So stay on for it. So let us begin. Our first speaker is our very own Dr. Bhavani Rao, Professor and Director of Amachi Labs, which hosts the UNESCO Chair on Women Empowerment and Gender Equality at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham here at Amritapuri. She is a principal investigator for several projects funded by the United Nations Democracy Fund and the Ministry of Human Resources, Government of India. A central focus of her work has been to explore the use of skill development as the baseline strategy and women empowerment as the underlying vision. Under her leadership, Amachi Labs has spearheaded several women empowerment initiatives and programs all over India, including a rural toilet builder and community sanitation project, and computerized vocational education and training program, and life enrichment education programs for women with low levels of illiteracy. Her research and work consistently demonstrate her passion and commitment to help mitigate the challenges of gender inequality in India. Professor Bhavani Rao, I invite you to begin your presentation and share your valuable experiences through your Amachi Labs programs and projects in India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sudha. Nice seeing you after a really long time. So I'm going to present today a lot is based on the experience at the grassroots level, like Dr. Sudha mentioned. We've been working since 2009 with rural populations, but also in technology towards a sustainable future. And so this is a consolidation of things that we have learned from the grassroots level. I mentioned some of these things yesterday during the panel discussion, but I'm trying to kind of put them in a kind of in a sort of a framework, so it is easy to apply it across different. It's easy to take away. It's kind of a distilling of some of those ideas.
May I request you to put it on the display mode?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. So that's why I kind of call this session from intervention to education. And hopefully that what we have learned, I'm able to share with you meaningfully in the next 20 minutes. Kept the presentation really short to keep it a little bit more open for questions. I will show a quick video of the work that we do so that if there's anyone who doesn't have an idea of the scope of work we do, and again, reminding you that the lessons we have learned is kind of from the work that we have done. It gives you a sample of it. Please let me know if you can see the video and hear the video.
Yes, we can.
Machi Lab is the most creative way of empowering women of all of the projects which the UN funds around the world. This is the one dearest to our heart. It's the one we're most proud of, and it's the one that we intend to take to the rest of the world so that they can learn from what you have achieved.
The one critical way to survive in a changing environment is to make sure that you have the skills to survive in a changing environment. So we need to either continuously update our skills or acquire new skills to survive in this kind of an environment. We are a multidisciplinary group of close to 100 people. We have engineers, artists, artisans, videographers, social scientists, field workers, volunteers, and exchange students from around the globe, and all working to understand India's complex social problems and together build solutions. With vocational skills training, there's a huge component that you have to do with your hands. So how do you teach something with your hands by using technology?
Our methodology is the Seaweed Methodology. It stands for Computerized Vocational Education and Training. It's a blended learning approach for vocational and life skills. Till date, we have developed over 15 vocational courses and 20 life skills courses, and we have used it to train rural women and children across 21 states of India.
You can't throw technology at difficult social situations and expect it to get better. You have to take it there. You have to work very sensitively to see how it's going to fit into people's lives.
They spend their time in the villages along with our end users to really understand their issues from a place of empathy and of connection. We have had a lot of firsts. We have trained India's first women plumbers. We have built the first haptic simulator in the country. We have had tribal women launch Kickstarter campaigns to fund their businesses. We taught women to build and maintain their own toilet, mobilized the community towards ending open defecation. Some now earn a living by building toilets for others in the village.
आपने शौचालय के निर्माण के लिए जो बहनों को मिस्त्री का काम सिखाने का अभियान चलाया है, वो सचमुच में ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट, स्किल डेवलपमेंट का एक बहुत बड़ा काम है। बहनें और बेटियां स्वच्छता की दूत तो पहले से ही थे, अब आपने स्किल और सशक्तिकरण को भी इससे जोड़ा है।
All this could not have happened were it not for the guidance, the vision, and the opportunity given by our Chancellor, Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi.
So it gives you an idea of the kind of work we do. Of course, that particular video only talks about the work that is done by Amachi Labs. We have a sister center, which is the Center for Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality, that focuses a little bit more on the aspects of...
Bhavani, could you be a little more louder?
Is this loud enough?
It's better.
Yeah.
Maybe slightly more. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so like I was saying, we have a sister center that focuses a lot more on women's issues and women empowerment issues. I'm sure that through the course of these 3 days, you have an idea and a sense of Amrita and the university and what drives the university, its vision, its mission. And I think two of the most important facets of Amrita is, one is education for life and education for living. And the second is compassion-driven research, which mandates that all research that is done at Amrita has a social impact and is implemented at the grassroots level. And so when we talk about compassion-driven research, the word compassion and the value of compassion, the theme of compassion is something that is really very deep-rooted within the Amrita approach. And so in terms of education and pedagogy, I would say that one of the most important things that you need to consider over here is is education towards empowerment. So when you're working with communities, sustainable development, ultimately you want to empower communities to be able to take care of their own issues, and that is one of the fundamental aspects of sustainable development, is that the capacity building within the communities, but it's also the capacity building within us as students and faculty that is interacting with these communities. So we have I propose a very a generic approach to both the interventions as well as the education system, is that all kinds of interaction with the field are based on three important aspects. One is the intention that is there behind the action. And this is something that is very critical, because the intention is the first step forward. And when this first step forward goes even a little bit out of alignment, where you want to go and where you set out to go becomes a very different path altogether, because you'd have gone off in a different tangent. So the first step forward is the intention. And as our Chancellor advises us, the first step forward and the root of your intention should be compassion. You could have several intentions. Your intention could be research. Your intention could be personal, writing papers. It could be personal gain because of ambition, and these are subtle intention. But the driving force of these, and the one that actually can is the best and the most powerful of intentions, is that of compassion. And as much as possible, our actions should be motivated and by compassion. And therefore, we'll start with that. Informing compassion is knowledge. To have compassion alone is not sufficient. You have to be able to inform that compassion, that intention, with knowledge. And I will get into what exactly knowledge, and that knowledge needs to translate into action.
I think Professor Bhavani is having some technical issues. Yeah, okay. Hello. You're on mute, Dr. Bhavani?
Sorry, I have this Zoom that insists on kicking me out very frequently, so I'm not quite sure what is happening.
Okay.
But okay, so let me go back into full screen. I apologize for the break. Yeah, so while it's loading, I can sort of, yeah. So this goes into the kind of knowledge, and this knowledge becomes the basis. And so I'm focusing on what our education should be if you're going to actually train students and faculty in interventions around sustainable development. What is the kind of knowledge that one needs to pick up? The most important and the most basic, and the first thing that actually comes from this compassion, the intention of compassion, is an empathetic understanding of what the needs of the communities that you're serving is. And to some extent, empathetic understanding is something that is internal and what you cultivate, and to some extent you can be trained in this to have this empathetic knowledge. One of the things that really facilitates this empathetic knowledge is immersion. And Amrita, through the Live in Labs program, has a beautiful way where actually you can immerse students in the communities. And so through that immersion, there is an empathetic understanding by living with the people, by actually being there with the people, you are able to understand things that are unsaid. And of course, you have social science approaches, which are participatory methods that help you elicit deeper understanding of a particular community, something that is not available in the books or in the data. And definitely participatory methods help, but over and above participatory methods, there should be this level of empathy and connection that happens. And what facilitates the empathetic understanding is, of course, the intention, which is compassion. This is, I think, one of the most fundamental parts in this approach. And that first immersion and the first understanding and the first drawing of that information inside is what I'm trying to encapsulate into this empathetic understanding. The second kind of knowledge that you really need to have is facts and evidence-based. So we need to train our students, faculty, ourselves in robust scientific methods and root our knowledge in hard science. So what do you have evidence for? What does the data tell you? And so very strong approach, that should be a very strong skill set that we should have, and an approach. And the third is to develop the skills to actually act on this understanding and this information that you have gained. One is the understanding, second is the information, and third is the capacity to actually put this into something that is meaningful, to design something meaningful and actually implement it. And so your skills are not necessarily you'll be able to pick up every skill, but maybe the skills based on your aptitude, and of course the proficiency in those skills to be able to translate it into meaningful action. These all form the core of what we should be teaching ourselves, what we should be teaching our students and our faculty before we go into the field. And so that any kind of design of curriculum should have these three components. I know we have so many different approaches in terms of curriculum design. We have competency matrices and stuff, and this is yet another way of looking at the very same content. Another way, and I'm just going to show you a little bit from our work in the field. So a lot of times our approach is when we go, and this is true for across Amrita, it's very unlike regular NGO work and even other internships that you may do in the field. I think one of the hallmark differences in the way Amrita approaches is the students actually live in the villages with the villagers. It's not like you find a comfortable hotel nearby and you go back and you stay in your hotel and you visit the villages by the day and then go back to your place by the night. It's usually not like that. It's usually that you live in the villages, you eat the same food that they're eating, you use the same infrastructure and facilities that they have available. And this is the kind of immersion that I'm talking about. And this helps you, there are so many levels of knowledge and understanding that you gain by actually making this extra effort. And this is something that is very unique to Amrita's approach. Second is, of course, the knowledge, the science behind it.
So you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
I have 5 minutes. Okay, then I will just skip. I just wanted to talk about the skills. I was going to give some examples. I'll skip that. The second way of actually looking at the design of the curriculum is to have 3 aspects to it. Of course, like I mentioned, the scientific basis of it, we should have a very strong foundation in the sciences. And since we are working on sustainable development, of course, it's for the benefit of society and benefit of humanity and the environment at large. The third aspect in any curriculum design is to have a creativity element to it, something that brings about beauty and perfection. This is something that we found gives a sticky factor to any kind of education, whether it is at the college level or it's in the grassroots level when we're working with women in the field. If you bring in an element of, it's school children, when you bring in an element of creativity, there is a joy that comes into learning that is palpable and unmistakable. So I'll just give you a couple of I don't know if I have time to go into the details. Like, for example, the way we would design certain things. You had a robotic workshop or a workshop where you taught them different skills. At the end of it, they would have to come up with a problem that they have identified in their community, design a solution, but build a solution, and beautify the solution. So there was always the aspect of science, there was always an aspect of social good, and there was always an aspect of creativity that came into anything that, like, for that's example for school children. Then you have, of course, the last part of it is the power of action. So we cover the power of intention, the power of knowledge, and the power of action. Power of action has to be participatory, you're inclusive of thing. It's not like a group of students will go in and do something for somebody. It is you work along with the communities, you build capacity in the community, you design with the community. So it has to be participative. Most important of all, the power of action, it has to be altruistic. Again, stemming from compassion, we kind of close the loop on it. Altruism basically means that you do not expect to be rewarded for the work that you do. And this is very, very important, especially if you're working in communities that are not your own community. Even if you work within your community, what keeps you going is only if you actually start building some altruism into your this thing. So it's the compassion also that gives you the altruism. And again, just building on these 2 frameworks that I just presented. And I can close over there.
Thank you, Dr. Bhavani. That was, sorry, let me put my video on. You touched upon so many points, root in compassion and the foundation in sciences, and end with altruism. So there's a question here. You said that the students live in the villages, they don't stay in hotels. Mm-hmm. So what do you do for their safety? And do parents get to you and say, are our kids going to be safe? Are there any issues of safety at all?
Yeah, we definitely have like a scouting group that goes first, and the thing is we've had long-term engagements with in these villages. So before we send the students, we have already built community relationships with them. So either the faculty or the people who are working on a project would have gone there, or the NGO, the parent NGO, has already built those inroads. So we don't send any students or even faculty out blind. So we've already made sure, and there is usually a field staff that ensures the safety and security of the accommodation, the food, and the preparation of the food and things like that. So yeah, so we take those things into consideration. Parents, of course, our MSW students, they go to field work. Actually, it's very interesting. Even we have students who have gone out during the COVID, the 1 year 2021, we weren't able to send any students into the field, but come 21, we've been this earlier, just last month, we sent I think close to 60 students to different villages And we got the break in between the two pandemics, like between Delta and Omicron, we were able to send the students out and come back with no untoward incidents. So yeah, we do take the necessary precautions. And yeah, anything else that I may have missed in what you asked?
No, that you do go and do a reconnaissance before going, and the students are kept safe. So any other questions from the audience? There was a question whether we would be able to get your presentation and watch it a bit slowly, maybe. So if it would be shared with one of the speakers who's coming after you, she is very interested in your work. And so I believe that we will be able to do that. So thank you very much, Professor, and I hope to meet you in person soon and work with you in this.
Likewise.
Your certificate of appreciation is on the screen. Thank you. So we'll move on to our next speaker. This is Dr. Letitia Jachuri. She is a professor in the Department of Computer Science at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology. Her research is on software engineering for societies, specifically at the intersection of gender, children, and health issues. She has served as the General Chair of the International Federation for Information Processing Conference, which serves as a venue for researchers and professionals working in the field of computing to conduct research, develop standards, and promote information sharing. She's also served as chair at the Association for Computing Machinery conferences and participated in several Horizon 2020 projects. She's the action chair of Cost Action 19122 European Network for Gender Balance in Informatics, EU GAIN. Professor Jachuri is passionate about dissemination of computer science and research to the general public and contribute to recruiting female students to computer science and research. The title of her presentation today is Gender Issues in Computer Science Research, Education and Society. Professor Letitia Jachuri, I invite you to begin your presentation, please.
Thank you very much. I hope that you can hear me and see my screen.
Yes, we can.
And
thank you.
As I told you in the chat, I was so interested about the previous presentation that now I forget what I had planned to say. But let's
why we have our PowerPoints, so to guide us.
Yes, it was very, very inspiring to see the previous presentation. Anyway, I will try my best now. And I have been working for many years since I graduated for my master thesis in Italy in late 80s. So it has been a long journey, and that I have enjoyed very much, and I still enjoy. And without listing all the things that I have been doing, not because I am so clever, but because, again, I have worked more than 30 years, I see back and I see that I have enjoyed to work in industry. I have enjoyed to write very much. I love to write. And I have enjoyed, and I enjoy more and more, to work with gender and diversity. And I see myself not only as a teacher and a researcher, but also an activist for my values of gender, art, and social innovation. So let's go more formally to see what I have done and what I am doing. I supervise PhD students, and I teach, and I supervise master students, and I try to get projects both at national and international level so that they can support the people who work with me. And so projects like the UGAIN that I will tell you about, that is about building an European network in gender balance. While I was listening to the previous presentation, I was thinking, and also the presentations that I listened a bit day 1 and day 2, I was thinking, okay, my work is very much oriented toward Europe. So it has been really a opening to participate to this conference and see the wonderful work you are doing in India. And I see that already I have to change and to target more the world and not only Norway and Europe, but I will tell you what we are doing here in Norway and in Europe. So I told you that I love to write, and when I look back at the whole career, what I have tried to do, what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to understand the relationship between life and software. And maybe after the previous presentation, I should say I try to understand the relation between empathy and software. And this is an example of a project. It's called Kodeløypa, that in Norwegian means the path to coding. This is an example of project that we are doing at my university. I initiated it like 6-7 years ago. We invite each week students from the primary school age approximately 13 who come to our department and learn to program by using some artistic robot that we have built and that we continuously renew and rebuild. This is to attract to computer science people that traditionally would not be attracted by some textual classical programming languages. We have been documenting a lot about this experience. If you go on my Google Scholar and you look for programming and children, you will find a lot of papers that we have written on this topic, and I am very interested in receiving your feedback and maybe cooperating with you. I see that many of you are doing these activities for teaching children how to program and how to include girls and diversity. So I have also worked more generally on several UN goals than gender and education. For example, this project that you see here, we were trying to help a Norwegian explorer who was setting up an expedition to South Pole by ski by making games and artistic installation that should produce awareness about water. And yes, but mainly I work, and I and my students, we work toward goal 5, gender equality. And we try to understand how software, how digitalization can have positive impact on gender equality, but also we try to reflect about the negative impact that digitalization can have on gender equality. In my research field, what I teach is software engineering. And when I tell to my student why gender is important in software engineering, I explain in a very simple way, I hope. I say in software engineering, people play an important role. People decide the requirement, people develop the system, and people interact with the system. So who decides the requirement and for which people? It is clear, I tell to my Norwegian student, if only Norwegian men over 40 years decide which software system we shall use and test the software system that we produce. So for sure, these systems will not serve the whole population. And I have learned that when software engineering meet AI, and this meeting is happening more and more for each day, it is even more important that we consider gender and diversity in software engineering and AI, because when AI meets software, is not only that people decide the requirements, but people decide how the system will learn. So you know better than me that if we let the system learn on data sets that are gender biased, the system will serve more and more the people on which the data set was trained. Another question that is very important, in my opinion, in our experience when dealing with research and gender, that is important to be aware of which subjects we select in our research experiment. If I test my bike only with Norwegian boys that are 190 meter high, so probably the bike will not work very well with the Italian woman like me who is 160 centimeter high. So which subjects do we use in our research experiment is also an important issue. So in my project, we work with research and gender, but we also keep a overview of the numbers. I have, I think, a good overviews about the numbers in Europe that I am willing to share with those of you who are interested. In Europe, approximately the per percent of female and male in education at bachelor, master and PhD level is 20%. 20% female, 80% men. There are countries that do better, like Bulgaria, Romania, Estonia, and Turkey. They are doing a bit better at PhD level, but in general, the distribution is 20 to 80. In industry, the situation is even worse because in Europe, it's strange, but it's still like that women take less than 15% of the full professor position. In Europe, 83% of the ICT specialists employed are men, and the good argument that we can use when we talk to companies in Europe is to say, look, you say that you lack talent. 53% of the European employers state they have difficulties in finding the right people. So if you help us to produce more talents from the whole population, not only from the 50% of the population, you will get more talents to employ. At my university, we have this year the 25th anniversary of the Girl Project ADA. It's a project that you can see the website that is here, ntnu.edu/girls, is a project that has the goal of recruiting more girls from school to university and to contribute. So these girls will have a good time, will be connected to industry, will be connected to role models, so they will not drop out. And we are proud to say that this project changed the landscape from, I have numbers from 24 to now, but the gap from 2004 and 2019 is we went from 7% to 36%. And something that is very special for our project, that from the beginning, we were building connections to the big companies who are both sponsoring our project, but also hosting when we do visits in the companies with the girls who are bachelor and master students, so that the girls see what is possible to do when they are ready, they get motivated, and we prevent dropout. So in around 2013, 14, something like this, when we started seeing that things were going much better at student level, I had this idea to look at PhD professor level. And what I and my cooperator found out, that at professor level for our STEM faculty, the percent of female professor was 14%. You will not believe it because you think that Scandinavia is the paradise for gender equality, but it was like this. So you see, unfortunately, some names are in Norwegian, but you see that in 15, we had 12% female professor, in 16, still 12, then it went to 13, and 13 and 14. So it's growing very, very slow. So we set up a new project by getting sponsors from the Research Council of Norway and the university. It's called Idun because this woman, Idun Reiten, was the first female professor at our faculty. And this project it's still running, it's in its final semester. I lead this project since 2019, and this project has the specific goal of increasing the number of female from PhD to professors. And our main measure in our project was to employ mentors from other universities. In Norway, we have the possibility to employ people in 20% position, so that we extend the number of role models that the young PhD and the young postdoc are exposed to and can guide them toward a career in academia. The project is still going on. We were, as many other projects, targeted, not targeted, but impacted by the pandemic. So these persons were not able to travel to Norway. Almost everything had to happen digitally. And we are luckily able to show some improvement so that we are at 16%. Of course, these experiments are not experiments that we can demonstrate that the increase comes only from our project, because each time we have with many human beings to do, this increase maybe has happened also for other reasons, but it's promising that we have this increase from 14 to 16%. Other things that we do, we run an ACM women chapter, and this is very useful because we get a lot of information, a lot of resources for free from the ACM, and we connect to the rest of the world. And also that I lead this network that is called EU Gain, to which 38 European countries participate, and we organize winter schools about research in gender equality and software. There is possibility for applying for grant and short-term scientific mission. This is mainly for European participants, but we can find way to extend our network outside Europe. And we are in Europe, we have this ACM celebration of women in computing that probably we are in the final negotiation with ACM. Probably we will host in Norway in 23. And yes, the last thing that I want to tell you, that in EU Gain, that is our European network, we divide the work in 5 working groups. And I find this division quite useful. For example, when people ask me for advice what to do for gender equality, because we cannot solve all the problems at the same time. You can, for example, focus on the transition from school to university. This is what our working group 1 does. Or from the transition from bachelor, master to PhD, or PhD to professor, as our EDUN project is doing. Or you can focus on the cooperation with industry and society. This is something more orthogonal that each one should look. And the last one is about strategy and dissemination. So when I know that people don't do what I say, especially my students don't do what I say, and this is how it should be. People should work from their intention. But if anybody asks me for advice, I say, know your numbers and set your goals. Keep and empower the women you have. Be open when you look at the diversity. Don't think so binary about women and men. The world is changing. Look at diversity in a broader way. Look for funds, connections, projects, and celebrate your success and document what you are doing. And not least, everything is research. So we are doing this project. Something is very successful, something is not successful, and then we should dare to share not only our success, but also our challenges, as we do in research. With this, I want to thank you for your attention. And if there are questions, I will be very happy to answer your questions.
That was perfect timing, and we have a little more time for questions. So we have one of our attendees, Madhumita Iyer, who has her hand up. And Madhumita, if you would like to turn your video on and ask Professor the question. If you want to, or you can just ask the question. Okay. She's not, she had her hand up, but is not chat. Would you like to type your question? While she's doing that, I would like to ask a question to you. Let me just say that I did think that Scandinavia is a paradise for gender equality and mentoring. So I'm actually confused, and I'm not sure that I'm happy to hear that it isn't. But I really love the work that you and your team are doing for bringing, and the numbers that you were showing, that from 7% to 36% increase in the benefits through mentoring and even at the university level. That's really good. One of the things that came to my mind that you spoke, and which I had never heard of, is that you can train the AI system to be more gender, to not be gender biased. So even for somebody at my level of education, this was something that I didn't know about. So do you all go into the communities and try to kind of bring this information to people and share about how computer science is changing the world, but it also needs to do away with this gender bias?
Yes, in fact, we have a project that is going on right now. We have papers that are submitted, not published yet, that I can share offline with you as draft paper, that look exactly into this relationship, gender and AI. We have looked for studies, and there are studies that indicate that AI is beneficial for gender equality, and other studies that say that AI is not beneficial. And we have divided, we use the targets, the sub-targets in UN Goal 5 to make a structure about these studies. We have done it for AI and also for IT in general. So this is very fresh research that we are trying to publish right now, and I can share as draft document if anybody send me an email.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Bhavani Rao just had to sign off. She said she loved your presentation and would love to participate because she has another meeting she had to leave. Maybe you can collaborate with her team on furthering your research. That's what we are looking for at the end of this conference. And so is there anybody else? Am I missing a question? I'm really not very good at looking at questions and talking and paying attention to the speaker. So if anyone has a question, please ask. And my question to you was, I just want to know how you made it happen. Like, you are so well published, and is it because of that passion you have for publishing that you were able to become a professor where you are, or were there challenges that you faced, and now that you're teaching your students how to overcome them? So a little bit about your own life.
Thank you for asking. This is the kind of question that you give different answers during your life, right?
Yeah,
I think
true.
I was very lucky that I went to very good schools when I was young. And even if I was not like the best student, because I was interested in many things, but I went to very good schools and have very good friends. So most of my friends were very clever, and I was always inspired by clever people. So I always get motivation in working with clever people. And I think if I have to say something that I have been doing well, that I understood early that research was not only about one single hero, but more about making group and bridging, and not be afraid of the clever people. So this is my recommendation to other.
Such a beautiful answer. That's what our chancellor says. She is so much interested, and she tells us to be interested in research, but collaborative research. That's where the world is going. So thank you very much for your presentation, Professor Leticia. And please maybe have her recognition up. And it will be set. This is our certificate of recognition for your presentation. Thank you so much, and hope to keep in touch with you so that you can come here to India and collaborate with us.
Yes, and
through Amachi Labs and Divin Labs and so on.
Yes, and you should come to Norway.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So may we have the next speaker's page, please? So this our next speaker is Dr. Nava Subramanyam, who is a professor of accounting in the School of Accounting, Information Systems and Supply Chain at the Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, RMIT in Australia. She is an internationally recognized researcher in the areas of corporate sustainability and governance, sustainable development goals, management controls and assurance, and the accounting profession. She holds several prestigious grants from the Australian Research Council and accounting professionals bodies, one of which relates to carbon emissions, risk management strategies. Her research specializes in the design of sustainable management controls and technologies that help inform financial and human resource mechanisms. Her recent study on Australian business disclosures of SDGs and the localization of SDGs has attracted industry funding and invitations to professional development webinars and workshops, such as ours. Her research work has been published in numerous high-ranked journals, such as Management Accounting Research, Journal of Accounting and Public Policy, AAAJ, International Journal of Accounting, Accounting and Finance, Ethics, etc. She's a certified practicing accountant and a member of the editorial boards of at least 5 journals, top journals in her field. Professor Nava has held research directorships at RMIT University, Deakin University, and Griffith University. And she's also an adjunct professor at Amrita University, India. So we welcome her. The presentation of her title, the title of her presentation, sorry, is Education for Sustainable Development, Integrating SDGs. Professor Nava, I invite you to begin your presentation, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sudha. I will first share. Can you?
Yes, we can. Maybe just have it at the...
Yeah. Okay, if you can see my screen, that's great.
Yes.
So, Om Amriteshwariye Namaha. Welcome to all who are present here today, and my heartfelt pranams to Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, Amma, and also thank you to Amrita University, and in particular, Dr. Manisha, for yet again including me in a very exciting symposium.
Professor, sorry to interrupt. Would you put yours as a display, like a PowerPoint display screen, please?
It is on display on mine. Let me see.
Maybe.
Okay, I'm just gonna share
the slide mode. Yeah.
And okay, sorry. I didn't expect technical problems so early.
No, many people have had this problem. I don't know what it is.
Today seems to be particularly, one of those days, I think. Okay, so here I am in my slide. Can you see that now? Am I sharing as yet?
Not yet.
So I've got it on reuse slideshow here. Can you see now as a slideshow? Because on my screen it's full.
No, we can't.
Could you reshare once again, unshare and then reshare?
Yeah. Okay, I'll have to just go to another screen. I'm sorry, didn't expect this.
No, no problem. We are in good time.
Okay, so I'm going to try this away. Or alternatively, I've sent my slides to Ranjit. Could Ranjit share the slides and move them as I ask him to?
We can do
Ranjit?
that. I'm not sure if he's there.
Because I am having some trouble with my connection here today. I had to actually turn off and come back again. Okay, on my screen, it is changing. So
No, now what happened is that sharing has gone. You may have to share the screen in Zoom.
okay, I'll try again. Share screen.
Yeah, it's coming. Now if you can put the presentation mode.
That's what I did. The presentation mode is a little bit. Can you see now?
We can see it, but it's not in presentation mode. It's okay. We'll go with this. It's this.
I'm clicking on that little slideshow. And it comes up as slideshow.
Okay, it's come now.
It's come now?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So right now, let me see if I can go back. And I think I was about to, can you see the first opening page?
Yes, we can.
No? Okay, thank you, sorry. All right, so I think I was about to thank Dr. Manisha for her kind invitation yet again. And very interested in this topic. I will admit that I'm not the greatest expert in educational technologies, although I have done a little bit of research around education technologies in the accounting area. Nevertheless, SDGs, or the Sustainable Development Goals, is a topic that's very close to my heart and in my recent research endeavors. So the title is Education for Sustainable Development. And I think this concept, we've been talking about it over the last couple of days. And it's definitely a concept that has been around for some time. But I believe that in recent years, this concept has taken a new vibe about it. And in particular, when I say the new vibe, I'm thinking about the SDGs, because after all, what is sustainable development? So much has been talked about sustainable development in this symposium in particular, but the interpretation of what is sustainable development can vastly differ across communities, across nations, across individuals. So in this particular presentation today, what I'd like to focus on is actually integrating the SDGs, or the Sustainable Development Goals, within the umbrella of education for sustainable development. So I love this rainbow, and as many of you would know, that the Sustainable Development Goals encompasses 17. There are 17 goals, and these are agreed to by the 193 member nation states of the United Nations, and that it represents a blueprint for a world that puts the well-being of people, the planet, and also prosperity, along with prosperity, to be prioritized, and also founded on the principles of peace and partnerships. So I won't go into every one of these SDGs, but my aim for this evening is to share why the ongoing discussion about education for sustainable development needs to consider the SDGs. SDGs are very much integral, if you like, for the development of this area. So let me share with you a few, the ideas and thinking from a few people, particularly Irina Bokova, Director General of UNESCO. UNESCO stated that education can and must contribute to a new vision of sustainable global development, and that it is key for achieving the SDGs, and that it is a fundamental change is needed in the way we think about education's role in global development, because it has a catalytic impact on the well-being of individuals and the future of our planet. And Irina also goes on to say, now more than ever, education has a responsibility to be in gear with the 21st century challenges and aspirations, and foster the right types of values and skills that would lead to sustainable and inclusive growth and peaceful living together. So this very much encapsulates why trying to achieve the SDGs is also premised on having a high quality plan for education for sustainable development. The other point I'd like to bring to everyone's attention is that we have had COVID-19 pandemic globally. We have, as a global community, gone through this, or still going through this terrible experience together. So this is absolutely life-changing. What are some of the lessons? One of it is that, and this is Professor Jeff Scott, who's an emeritus professor of higher education sustainability in Western Sydney University. And he's got a very good paper out where they discuss how the pandemic has actually revealed the interconnections between SDGs, and they need to be also addressed concurrently. So, for example, what I'm saying here is that what started out as a health crisis rapidly became an economic one, and then it led to various levels of upheavals in the areas of social interactions, work, travel, political, and environmental consequences. Basically, in short, life itself. So when we talk about sustainable development, we in a sense are talking about life and linking it to a time horizon, right? So when we talk about sustainable development, the SDGs need to be, and this is my if you like, recent sort of every venue I get to, every event or speaking event, I'm constantly, banging on about how the SDGs are not well understood. Everybody says what I've said about 17 SDGs, they're interconnected, but really the interconnections, how we deal with the interconnection in SDGs are going to be really critical as to how they contribute to both education and the practice of sustainable development. So addressing the SDGs is now a key moral imperative for our higher education institutions. And later on I will share a few of my own experiences in my present university, RMIT University, how sometimes higher education can use SDGs and sustainable development in a very superficial, they address it in a very superficial manner, rather than really going deep into the processes that are needed to embed SDGs and the values and the capabilities to pass on through education, the capabilities and competencies for our graduates to deal with sustainable development. And now more than ever, is the time really to change higher education. And I would say that Amrita University, not because I'm just an adjunct professor at the university, but Amrita University is absolutely up there. Cutting edge transformational initiatives are happening, and it is very heartwarming to see that. Now, just very quickly, so as I say, education for sustainable development is not a new idea. You know, just to walk through history, even in 1992, Education for Sustainable Development concept was introduced at the Earth Summit in Rio. You know, it emphasized the critical roles education, training, and public awareness can play in sustainable development. 2005, there's the start of the UN Decade of Education for Sustainable Development. A whole heap of initiatives were undertaken. In 2014, the launch of the Global Action Program happened, and for ESD and UNESCO, it is still doing or undertaking a lot of leadership in this area, and it's really good to see the momentum carrying on. And in 2015, we had the Incheon Declaration of Education for 2030, where towards very inclusive, equitable, quality education, lifelong learning for all. And so what we have learned, why I have put up this kind of a walkthrough history slide is to come to this summation that this thinking that we've been having has led to some learnings. And these learnings actually, when I look at the different presentations I've attended in this symposium, it's come to a point now, I think, where it's consolidating. We are hearing the same things again and again. You know how they say, like in research, you do interviews and you come to a saturation point where you're hearing the same, sort of things, ideas. Well, I think we're getting to a point in the symposium where we all agree that the key transformative features that's needed for sustainable development education in general, and in this case for SDG integration into that sustainable development education platform or agenda, is to shift from teaching to learning, to be action-oriented, transformative, pedagogy, self-directed learning, participation and collaboration is critical. There's a lot of talk, number of people also spoke about transformative learning or frameworks, and I'll share one in a moment, which I think, captures the processes, the critical features needed for understanding how transformation can happen. There's also problem orientation and interdisciplinarity approach that's been advocated for sustainable development education, linking formal and informal learning. We haven't actually heard much about this, but I think personally that's really important, because if you watch children learn more through informal learning, observing parents, observing adults, observing their teachers, more than just what's been given to them as homework. So you have experiential and transformative approaches, really critical for, I believe, for SDG to be integrated in the main, if you like, agenda of education for sustainable development. And I want to also talk a little bit about why I believe the Live-in Labs, particularly the Live-in Labs program that Amrita University runs, is absolutely an excellent way to integrate SDGs in for education in sustainable development. I really love this what do you say, that this from Amrita University. I hope Manisha, you don't mind me, picking a few things from Amrita University. But this particular one that says Live-in Labs experience is the final evidence for knowing. That truly resonates with where we need to go in the future. I think Live-in Labs is cutting edge, and it requires the educator and the learner, if you like, and it could be, in a social learning setting that can happen in groups or individuals, but the educator and the learner both have to experience the phenomena or the problem, so that the problem can get solved. And so the Live-in Labs is a fantastic approach to holistic learning, which is really important, needed to understand the SDGs. Now, there is a wonderful document, which I don't know if anyone's mentioned it as yet. Maybe I missed a few presentations, but the UNESCO has a document on education for sustainable development for the SDGs. That's the link. And what I really like about and learned from this document is that the education for sustainable development can produce specific cognitive, socio-emotional, and behavioral learning outcomes that enable individuals to deal with the particular challenges of each SDG, thus facilitating its achievement. So what do I mean by that? In this document, in the UNESCO produced guidelines, what they're saying is that, for instance, if you're going to look at SDG 2, zero hunger, if you want to, excuse the term, I feel a little bit uncomfortable when I use the term educate, but if you want to educate or share knowledge around zero hunger, if you want to solve the problem of zero hunger, then the educational framework needs to be designed in such a way it takes into consideration the cognitive learning objectives, the socio-emotional learning objectives, and behavioral learning objectives. So what do I mean by cognitive? Well, cognitive learning objectives relates to knowledge and thinking skills necessary to better understand the SDG. So in this case, if it is SDG 2, zero hunger, the cognitive learning objectives should be the learner needs to know about hunger and malnutrition and their main physical and psychological effects on human life, and about specific vulnerable groups. So this is a bit like what Bhavani earlier on talked about knowledge, having the knowledge. And so you need knowledge about zero hunger. The learner needs to know the main drivers and root causes for hunger at the individual, local, national, and global level. So if you are designing a study program, a course around zero hunger, you need to ensure that the cognitive learning objectives are there, and then the tasks related to meeting those objectives are also included in the design of the course or the program. Then the second bit is socio.
Professor, you have 5 minutes.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Socio-emotional learning objectives is about communicating, and we've talked a lot about empathy. And so the guidelines say that the learner needs to be able to communicate on the issues of zero hunger and connections between combating hunger and promoting sustainable agriculture and improved nutrition, for instance. The learner should also have this socio-emotional ability to collaborate with others, to like NGOs and local communities, to develop programs to combat hunger and to promote sustainable agriculture per se. So, and then the behavioral learning objectives is just as important. Here, the learner needs to be able to evaluate and implement actions personally and locally to combat hunger and promote sustainable agriculture. So in other words, you don't, to design a good educational program, you need the knowledge and you need this empathy, and then you also need to have the ability to action or competency, really, in another form. I don't think I'm going to get through all my slides, but I will go to here. Okay. So this is a combined processual view of how I believe that the concept of living lab and SDGs together can be embedded in a higher education curricula. Now, my current employer, RMIT University, is ranked 3rd globally in 2021 in impact rankings, and RMIT also ranks 2nd globally in reducing inequalities and 3rd in partnership for the goals. So the university has I won't say come a long way, but it had invested in a number of knowledge experts to be able to get to, in rankings, it's a bit of a rankings game, right? But in the rankings, we have done very well. But personally, I would say as a senior professor in the university, this couldn't have happened just like that. It needed so many push and pulls. And I personally was involved in a number of committees. So to actually, truly speaking, to take action on education for sustainable development, and to use cutting edge technologies or pedagogies like living labs, and then to also embed SDGs in the design of those courses, you need a very holistic, systematic thinking approach to things. So the SDG leadership and whole of institution policy, absolutely critical. You need the top, the vice from the vice chancellor to the deputy vice chancellors, all the leaders up on top, and whole of institution policies to come together and drive and get the right knowledge experts, external and internal, and to create that awareness and buy-in. One of the greatest difficulties in higher education is that a lot of our so-called academics or the educators or teachers, they are not aware. And even if they are aware, they're not interested because there's so many other things are competing for their time in a day. But getting that awareness.
Professor, so sorry, but
important.
Please wrap up in 1 minute. Thank you.
Oh, okay, I will. And so basically, the process of embedding this SDGs in sustainable development education, you need the translation and support structures, the incentives for academics to work through, and also the student engagement and industry advocacy as well. All these need to come together to support the integration of SDGs in higher education. Okay, so that's it for me for this evening.
I'm so sorry to have interrupted you.
No, that's okay.
This is not the job that I like when I love the subject I'm listening to. But thank you very much for your very enlightening presentation. I especially was heartened to hear what you said in your last slide about the importance of institutional support right from the top, which is what Amrita University has, and it cannot. And the fact that you mentioned as a senior faculty member, having been there for so many years, you've seen the whole process going. So it's not something that happens overnight. And so many, the buy-in has to come in from so many different quarters. So that's really important. I'll just ask one question and move on to other people. But my question is, you mentioned something about linking formal and informal learning. How could we even formalize something, or do you think it's not required to formalize this process?
No, I don't think informal learning will always be informal learning. That's why it's called informal learning. But I think you need the emotional intelligence when you are, for instance, in a living lab setting. You need that emotional intelligence to learn,
recognize,
subtly and recognize.
Yeah, that's what I mean, when I asked the question, I meant like, do you think you want to tell people that there's value for that informal learning? So bring that as well, because I'm so much interested in disaster research, and we always tell people that you cannot forget what your forefathers knew. And that only comes from storytelling and informal learning. So is that what you're talking about?
Yes,
okay.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. So are there any questions for Professor Nava from the audience? I see a hand from Dr. Ashok Kumar, but I don't see a question typed. Sometimes this is, sorry.
Yes, ma'am, do I audible?
Yes.
Yes, I'm Sunil from Nepal. Thank you very much, Dr. Subramanyam, for enlightening, because I'm being the student of Sustainable Development Goal from Kathmandu University, Nepal. My single question is for you is that, do we all accept 17 sustainable goal poorer country like Nepal? One, and other thing is that, does this cognitive education methodology always work to link with job market to the student or not?
Okay. So your first question, sorry, do you mind repeating that?
Yes.
First question.
Yes. Do I audible?
Whether SDGs apply to Nepal, was that the question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I'm not offhand clear whether Nepal has a SDG framework, and whether but there is a national, the SDGs are expressed at the national level goals, and the goals are for every country is unique. So a country could choose which goals it wants to focus on and get better at over time, right? The targets, those goals come with targets and indicators. And so I think Nepal government would be able to fit its needs and demands in relation to the SDGs that it'll focus on and report on. Okay, so I hope you understand.
Yes,
that part, so it's not like, if there's only one set of SDGs with one set of targets and goals thrown at everybody. Every country is able to commit to its own selected, there is a bit of reporting to do on each goal, but the emphasis, based on country. The second question you asked was, sorry, you have to remind me again.
Okay. My second question is, how do we link education to job market? Because after getting education, they have to link with job market. Until and unless they are not able to go to job market, means there is no use of education. Like whatever you have focused in goal 4, SDG goal 4. How do you link?
Yeah, well, you can see that the job market in relation to competencies in sustainable development or sustainability has actually grown tremendously. There is a lot more, I think, both employers and graduates who are wanting commitment by the organization to sustainable development. And likewise, the organizations or companies that they're going to work for are asking graduates, do you understand gender equality or reduced inequalities? Do you understand issues around climate action? Do you understand, so many organizations these days are looking at going carbon neutral. The social license to operate requires organizations to become socially responsible. So I think that you will find that more and more countries, and as we move forward, it'll be part of the job description. That's it's definitely here in Australia. We can definitely see in the job market, the types of jobs that are coming up is asking for sustainability. Many organizations are starting to actually appoint chief sustainability officer. I tell you, when I heard about that, it was like music to my ears. Eh? So, yes,
so the last question, thank you so much, Mr. Sunil, for your question. The last question is from Dr. Ashok Kumar. He says, how do you correlate with different types of learning for sustainable development amongst different cultural diversities? How do you correlate different type of learning in sustainable development among different cultural diversities?
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that when you say different cultural diversities, I mean, it's a very broad concept. It could mean different countries, immediately you can see different countries with different cultural backgrounds, the way they, education is formalized, can be different. But I mean, I would think that if you take a student from Iran and you take a student from Africa, and then you take a student from Australia, when we talk about climate action, for instance, as a topic, they all are going to be like equally interested because climate is changing globally. So some of those problems are so global that it transcends, I think, cultural barriers and, cultural issues. But on the other hand, I can think about cultural impacts around, well, the most obvious one would be women. In some cultures, women get to have better education or access to education than others.
Yeah, very well said. I think it goes with your answer to the first question, where each country and each community prioritizes which one matters to them more than the other. Thank you so much, Professor Nava. Now we have may we have her certificate for appreciation displayed. Thanks. Thank you very much. Now we have a 5-minute break. And I request all of you all to come back for the next panel, which is we have 4 presenters. Thank you, Dr. Nava. See you soon.
So much.
See you soon. Bye. Bye-bye.
Human settlements in rural areas have always enjoyed a direct link with the surrounding natural environment. However, with rapidly depleting resources, many villages in India have entered into sustained poverty. In 2013, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, guided by its Chancellor, Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, launched the Living Labs program.
We have made this program in such a manner that it has closely knitted the interdisciplinary domains together to bring in the solution. We give the students an opportunity to see the rural community, be in that environment, in the rural community, along with them, live with them. So automatically, compassion will be generated in their heart, which provides them an opportunity to to find out what are the challenges they are facing and how their technical knowledge can be used to provide it as a solution.
The Live in Labs program continuously strives to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals by fostering self-reliant communities. Bachelor's, master's, and PhD students from all over the world can spend 2 weeks to 6 months working with Amrita faculty and students at one of the program sites. After a comprehensive orientation session and team formation, program participants will live in and explore the village to identify challenges and co-design a proposed solution. Implementation, evaluation, and making improvements will happen after testing the solution in the university's labs.
For any technological solution to be viable, to be sustained, you need to be with the community in designing the solution. That is one of the major things we train them in the whole process, where they work with them in coming up with the design. They look into it, what is their needs, so that they can come up with affordable, adaptable, sustainable solution, which will make sure that the technological solutions will become a success.
The program draws on principles of human-centered design for the development and deployment of sustainable solutions in the areas of energy and environment. By developing pathways to access renewable electrical energy, utilizing smart energy technology, and encouraging sustainable practices to protect the environment and conserve natural resources. Water and sanitation. By designing micro-water distribution and management systems, implementing water filtration systems, and fostering water-wise communities. These are joined by initiatives in rural sanitation, which develop sustainable models for toilet construction fostered through democratic participation. Health and hygiene. By implementing hygiene awareness programs to increase community health and well-being, developing low-cost technologies, diagnosis units, micro-healthcare management devices, a rural health management system, and epidemic management and detection programs.
Welcome back, everybody. The next session will be chaired by Dr. P.K. Vishwanathan. He serves as a professor of economics with specialized interests in the economics of natural resource management and sustainability. He has a PhD in economics from the Institute of Social and Economic Change, Bangalore, Mysore University. His research interests include biodiversity and ecosystems, sustainable energy policy, plantation, agriculture and commodity trade, agrarian transformations, analysis of sustainable livelihoods, climate change and conservation of natural resources, among many others. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar, Vishwanath sir, we can start the session. Sir, please unmute yours. Sir, you are not audible, sir. Sir, could you please remove the headset, sir? I think there is no mic. All due to a technical issue, so I will be coming back soon. Sorry for the inconvenience caused. Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Namaskar, sir, it's audible, sir.
Are we starting now?
Yes, we can start.
Okay. Namaskar. Good evening, all of you. We are going to have the next interesting session, which is probably the last one, the second last, before we have the concluding session after this. So we have 4 speakers in this panel to share their thoughts and insights on the topic of the changing pedagogies in the context of sustainability. So let me first of all the International Digital Health and AI Research Collaborative based at the Graduate Institute of International and Development Studies, Geneva. He holds a PhD from King's College London and a BTech from Punjab University, Chandigarh, India. Previously, he was the Executive Director and co-lead of the United Nations Secretary General's high-level panel on digital cooperation. He was India's ambassador and permanent representative to the Conference on Disarmament in Geneva and served in various capacities at the Ministry of External Affairs, New Delhi, with postings in Tehran, Colombo, and visiting scholar role at Stanford University. His select affiliations basically include membership of the UNESCO ad hoc expert group for the ethics of artificial intelligence in 2020, co-chair Global Future Council of the World Economic Forum on Values, Ethics and Innovation during 2018 and 19, and member of India's task force on artificial intelligence Professor Gill has also published very much, and he's also a non-poet and has written a book on the history of the Nuclear Security Summit. So without much delay, I invite Professor Amandeep Singh Gill to talk upon the topic digital technologies for development with a focus on health and education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vishwanathan, for the kind introduction, and thank you to Amrita University for this opportunity to share some reflections today on the role of digital technologies in the future with regard to sustainable development. And given the content of the last 2 days of discussions, I would also like to focus a little bit on education and capacity development. First of all, before I begin my talk, greetings to everyone in India and Indians abroad on the Republic Day today. I want to start my talk with a little story. It's a story of two worlds. And these two worlds are not hypothetical, although they are not yet fully realized. So it's in our hands to determine which type of a world we'll end up living. Perhaps you've heard of the gaming industry, and you've heard of some recent developments related to the development of what's called the metaverse. But most people do not know that the gaming industry today is close to $200 billion in revenue. So it outclasses the movie industry, the streaming music industry, and several other entertainment industries. Throw in the NFL in the US, the Olympics, and so on, and still you do not reach the level of the revenues generated through gaming in 2021, which were close to 180 billion. Most people also don't know that over the last 15 years, the number of gamers across the world have gone from 200 million to more than 2.7 billion today, literally a third of the world's population. And these gamers spend on the average 5 to 7 hours in the gaming universe. Half the number of gamers are in the Asia Pacific region. So this is something that's growing rapidly across Asia, and more is happening on mobile platforms. Recently, two big tech companies announced mega plans for the future. One of them is Facebook, now called Meta. Facebook announced that it would spend $10 billion every year over the next decade to build what it terms the metaverse, a virtual reality world which we will inhabit increasingly. So in a sense, it's an extension what you see with the gaming trends into this vision of the online future. Another company, Microsoft, finished acquiring one of the biggest game companies, Activision, for $75 billion. This adds about 400 million monthly subscribers to the existing set of subscribers that Microsoft has, close to 25 million, and creates, in a sense, a competition across Meta, Microsoft, Sony, and Tencent, which are both based in Asia. So this is the trend that you see in the marketplace. Just to bring home to you this point about what this world looks like, I want to play a small video. It's less than a minute, so allow me to share my screen. There it goes. And so
or pants,
there it goes.
or people telling you not to fly an airplane while drinking your.
Let's start from the beginning.
Beyond our world, there's another world. And it's right here on my face. Welcome. This is Horizon, Think of me as your guide / self-appointed spokes avatar, here to show you around. You know, Horizon is filled with possibilities. You can play stuff, make stuff, fly stuff. Wow. Really love the stash, Stuart.
What up, Stuart?
Wait, I want a mustache. Horizon isn't about rules or limits or pants or people telling you not to fly an airplane while drinking your fresh ground, fair trade, French press morning coffee through a curly straw. Isn't that right, Debbie? Mm-hmm. It's about getting out there, trying new things, making your mark, making friends with an Australian named Mark.
Oh, actually, I'm from New Zealand.
And you can even build a world of your own, like laser tag moon landing. Or this islandy place with these cutie patooties. In Horizon, the world is your lobster.
Isn't it oyster?
That too. So come, join us. A never-ending, ever-changing world beyond your world is waiting. Debbie gets it.
Wow. There's your future world, according to one vision into which a lot of money is going. Now, fast forward this, let's say trends that we see now continue for a while. What are we going to end up with? A few years back, an author took a stab at imagining this world, and Steven Spielberg turned it into a movie. So I just want to show another clip that will bring home the point about what is the kind of world we are landing into. So there goes, and get out of this, and I get you into this.
My name's Wade Watts. My dad picked that name because it sounded like a superhero's alter ego, like Peter Parker or Bruce Banner. But he died when I was a kid, my mom too. And I ended up here, sitting here in my tiny corner of nowhere. There's nowhere left to go. Nowhere. Except the oasis. A whole virtual universe.
So you see the real world around this young adult. It shows signs of neglect, to say the least. Therefore, obviously, this young adult wants to escape and wants to live in a fantasy world, which these big companies are going to create for us. Now, over the past 3 days, we've had some assumptions about the Sustainable Development Goals, about education pedagogies. And just to make 2 or 3 of those assumptions explicit, one is that people would still spend time in the real world. And that's when they will get to do something about real world problems. And 2, that they will be interested in these live-in labs or the other wonderful initiatives that have been described. So they would be interested in tackling those problems and not escaping from them and living in a fantasy land. And the third assumption we are making, especially when it comes to looking at technology-enabled progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, an area that I'm familiar with given my current responsibilities, we're making an assumption that the ecosystem, the technology, research and development ecosystem would be available for us to reinforce that problem solving in the analog world. What if all these 3 assumptions were on shaky grounds and we end up with this kind of a future? So this is one world, a little perhaps exaggerated, that I'm describing to you, but I think there is increasingly elements of reality, given the money that's pouring into it, given the talent, for instance, Facebook has 10,000 people working on this. I'm a little concerned that this world will become a greater part of our reality. So this is one vision of the future. Now, on a more optimistic note, what if there is an alternative vision? And this vision involves living in the real world, not escaping from it, of course, tackling some of its greatest challenges: hunger, food insecurity, pandemics, lack of quality healthcare, lack of productivity in agriculture, and diminishing rural incomes. What if this world involved creating a new ecosystem where the enabling technologies are developed through greater engagement? I'm not saying let's not work with the private sector, but through SMEs, startups, younger innovators, especially from the emerging geographies of innovation in the global south. And what if this technology work is enabled by local data sets, local capacity? Then perhaps we would see greater progress on the sustainable development goals, on the agenda that we have collectively committed to as the international community for 2030. Let's not be blind to the effects of the pandemic. That progress is now threatened. So unless there are greater public investments, there are greater public-private partnerships of the kind I described, unless we embrace technologies more responsibly to accelerate progress on the SDGs, we are going to miss those targets, because governments have had to spend on the pandemic challenge. Their economies have taken a hit. Livelihoods have been turned precarious. So this is not something that we can just sit back and allow market forces or the usual processes in multilateral organizations, in philanthropic foundations to take care of. This would require a big effort of the kind that the tech companies are talking about. Essentially, I'm talking about a race between these two visions, a competition between these two visions. Do we want to live in that kind of a world, or we want to live in a different world where individual health, planetary health is taken care of, where there's less inequity and there are analog places which we can inhabit in human dignity and not be like that protagonist in Ready Player One that you saw with this little video clip. So I want to conclude my remarks with just an example of how this is being brought together, this vision. So this is a huge vision. One organization cannot do this alone, but we picked an area which is digital health and AI in health to illustrate that you can apply technologies responsibly for sustainable development, that you can do an end-to-end enabling, you can lower the entry barriers for researchers and innovators from the global south. You can create capacity, human capacity, infrastructural capacity that allows you to leverage local data sets and use cases, and you can make a dent in the SDGs goals. So I'm not sure how much time I have left, so maybe just a few minutes perhaps to quickly show you a few slides. I do hope you can see the slide.
Sir, you have 5 more minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you for that indication. So I'll be quick in concluding my presentation. So the virtual world, and here is the real world where we have this ongoing pandemic, where we've seen some digital enabling of the response, but essentially not.
Sir, sorry for the interruption. Could you please put into full screen mode?
No worries. There it goes. And while we're still handling this pandemic, there are other pandemics, antimicrobial resistance, for example, that kills 1.2 million people every year. So how do we harness the power of digital and AI to solve these real world problems? Two examples that I've given. And obviously, just letting connectivity grow and everyone being connected to the internet and enjoying the services that the private sector would put on the table is not going to cut it. So we would need new digital commons for driving the SDGs agenda. We would need new combinations of digital public goods to create the common rails to accelerate innovation of inclusive digital products and services, and also guardrails to ensure that personal privacy is protected, human rights are not violated. So this combination of common rails and guardrails is what we would need to achieve. And in a sense, we would need collaborative development of these goods. So literally like a distributed CERN for artificial intelligence, where researchers work across countries and across disciplines, not just computer scientists, but also social scientists, ethicists, and others, tackling problems which the private sector has no interest in tackling or has insufficient incentives to tackle. So this is the vision that's driving our work at the International Digital Health and AI Research Collaborative, and catalyzing human capacity in digital health infrastructures is very much part of that. We are building ourselves up by actually getting our hands dirty, in a sense, working on the ground. So it's a practice-driven agenda that we have from a global research map of what kind of research is being done into digital health and AI, what kind of inequities are there, and conversely, what kind of collaboration opportunities are there, to developing an end-to-end pandemic surveillance and response schema, and looking at R&D building blocks that allow developing countries in particular to address the various phases of pandemic at lower cost and with more effect and more better communication with the public. And then within this, capacity reigns supreme. So there is no denying the importance of access to basic infrastructure. There have been attempts in the past, successful ones, like the Raspberry Pi Foundation's work to help developing countries access computing, make computing accessible for everybody. So likewise, we are building a federated architecture for researchers and innovators to be able to use AI to solve SDGs related problems, particularly in the area of health. This infrastructure alone is not enough. So we need to accompany this with human capacity building at the system level, at the tools level, at the individual levels, work with clear competencies in mind, and bring it all together so that there is a growing community, a transdisciplinary community, a global community of cutting-edge researchers and innovators devoted to the SDG agenda and working to solve concrete challenges, not just their local problems, but participating in solving global challenges. So I thank you very much for your attention and look forward to any questions or comments.
Thank you very much, Professor Singh. Before opening up, I just wanted to throw one point, basically, which you have very interestingly highlighted, and also, I mean, which is basically a thought-provoking kind of a point that you mentioned, the kind of conflicts that are emerging in the context, emerging scenario, with respect to particularly the three assumptions that you have posed are actually the ones where the university systems have to take it in a very serious manner. So how do we basically understand the real world situations in the context of this problem that you have already highlighted? And I also see one more problem which is actually augmenting the whole process is the kind of drugs also getting into the whole lots of problem. So these two combined actually making the situations much more worse in the emerging scenario. So how do you basically understand the real world problem, and if at all the younger generation that we are going to target them, whether they would be interested? And finally, and again, how we create a kind of an ecosystem for research and development on these three important questions, on all the important conflict that is that you have highlighted. I just open up for this for discussion, and also maybe you can also throw your insights on this, because I also see when we look at there is a huge divide also between the developed world as well as the developing world. And as you mentioned, the developed world is actually seeing the developing world as the market for all these the emerging tendencies basically. So we need to actually prepare our particularly in the developing world, the younger generations to make a big behavioral change, in order to say no, or to limit limiting the kind of the encroachment that is really happening. So maybe you can probably throw some lights on this. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
No, thank you. Those are great questions. So I'll try and be brief. I think starting with the younger generation, I think they would be our greatest asset going forward. We need to give a purpose to their life. I teach students as well, so I interact with the younger generation. There's a lot of talent, but I think there is perhaps that purpose is missing. So our responsibility, and we are responsible for creating some of the mess, in the previous generation, is to give purpose so that there is less escapism, and give concrete opportunities for them to take leadership on solving these problems. So they are in the lead, they have the opportunities to take leadership. And the third thing we can do for them is provide them with the enablers, training, human capacity, and the investments that are needed. So those enablers are on the role of research institutions and universities. I think we have a problem here, which is of the mindsets around research. So it's very competitive. It's driven by certain metrics, publication, recognition. There is a competition for funding, etc. So we need more examples such as the ones that have been highlighted by our colleagues over the past 2 days to go beyond that paradigm. So those are just a couple of thoughts to get our discussion going.
Can we take a few questions?
Vishwanathan, sir, can I go?
Yes, please, sir. Madam.
Thank you, sir, for the valuable, insightful talk, sir. One of the major things which I was feeling was also during this scenario of COVID. Did you come across any of the cases where they have used these digital technologies for enhancing the community empowerment, or any of the universities which has take forward, which can be quoted as an example for us to also get motivated, the whole participants to get motivated and look in that direction?
I think that's a great question, Dr. Manisha. So the COVID experience tells us that there were a few areas where these technologies worked. One was, for instance, in Greece, they used artificial intelligence to prioritize limited testing resources. Greece is dependent on tourism, so they couldn't test each and everyone crossing the borders or landing at their airports. So they used AI to prioritize, and they've done trials, and there is evidence that AI really helped them optimize their resources. Another example is the prediction of variants of concern using artificial intelligence. So there is evidence now that these predictions based on AI have come in earlier than our traditional predictions about, and they've been mostly correct. A third example is around it's not strictly AI, but the sharing of the genomic sequences on the GZ platform allowed us to develop vaccines faster. So it's a good example of collaboration and transparency and sharing as well. But many others didn't work that well. Contact tracing apps have by and large not worked well. And some of the promise of AI in terms of modeling the spread of the pandemic, that in so many days, in India also we saw that we missed the second wave, properly predicting the extent of the second wave. So there is a lot of sobering lessons out there. I think we need to be careful about taking one view or the other. We need to reduce the hype around AI and digital and focus more on the foundations, which is human capacity, data poverty. The quality data that we need for AI to work is not yet there. There is a focus more on quantity. And the third thing that's missing is transdisciplinarity. Computer scientists going ahead and developing AI on their own and just asking doctors and clinicians for some data, that's not going to cut it. So we need to work across disciplines. So these are the three big lessons from the COVID experience.
So I also feel like, it also becomes with respect to the context. So most of the scenarios which Sir was also talking was, how do you handle a situation or a scenario when it is arose? But whereas when we want to, train a student with particular capacity, that's where, I was listening to Dr. Nava's talk also, where she was talking about a lot of informal learning, which is happening when we are in a community, or when we are, especially she was giving the example of small children, you teach them something, but other thing is they basically learn from the environment. I think that is something which has to be carefully chosen and integrated into the digital world,
Yes, and I'm particularly cautious about the use of AI technologies in education. I think we have to be very, very careful. I've seen some really, let me not mince words, stupid uses of AI in education. Unfortunately, we get carried away with some of these issues, like, using emotion recognition to target learning. So there is nothing like a good teacher and a good classroom for learning. There's nothing like shared learning, children working together, students working together. So we have to be careful about where we use. The wisdom lies in choosing the right context and the right technology intervention. We shouldn't start with the technology, we should start with the problem. So.
Professor, we had a question from the audience. It's from Divya. She said AI for social good versus AI for games and entertainment conflict exists. So how do you ensure that one can use AI tools to empower people and not make them a slave to the dream world? And I think you just answered it a little earlier, but if you would like to reiterate, how do you empower people not to make them to a slave of the dream world?
This is going to be very, very tough. It's going to require our education system to wake up to this and do more with the head, hand, and the heart with children as they're growing up. It's going to require us to be a little more muscular with private companies. There are some limits they should not cross, in particular when it comes to children's data, addiction, and the opportunity cost around this. Lack of sleep, for example, deep sleep, which allows our brain to make the right connections, etc. So we would need all of that. And I think a little bit of inward work, this is Maya. It's delusion. It's reinforcing some of the weaknesses we have in the human mind. So the spiritual work, the work around ethics and values, that would be equally important. So it's a philosophical challenge as well for humanity.
So
thank you, sir.
So let us conclude the session by thanking Professor Singh. So thank you very much for the very wonderful, very insightful deliberation and talk on the on the topic. Thank you very much, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Let's move on to the next presentation by Dr. Amareshwar Gala. Let me introduce Dr. Amareshwar Gala, who is a UNESCO Chair on Inclusive Museum and Sustainable Heritage Development, Anand International University, India. He was an alumnus of the Center for Historical Studies, the Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, with PhD from the Faculty of Asian Studies, the Australian National University, Canberra. Professor Gala is currently a Professor of Inclusive Cultural Leadership and Founding Director of the International Center for Inclusive Cultural Leadership and Dean of Faculty Development and Leadership at the Anand National University, Ahmedabad, India. He is the founding executive director, International Institute for Inclusive Museum, Australia, India, and the USA. Until recently, he was a visiting professor at the School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada, a national institution of importance, Ministry of Human Resource Development, India. He lived in and worked as the chief curator in Amaravati Heritage Town and its Amaravati Heritage Center and Museum. He was the editor and producer of the flagship project and publication to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the 1972 UNESCO World Heritage Convention launched in Kyoto, Japan in 2012. Dr. Amareshwar Gala will be talking on the topic Indigeneity, Inclusion and Sustainability. I welcome you, Professor Amaresh.
Thank you, Professor Vishwanathan. That's very kind of you. And Professor Manisha and the wonderful people at Amrita, thank you for remembering me. Actually, listening to Professor Gill, I realized that I belong to almost a totally different generation, even from him. I did my PhD on a rusting IBM Golf ball typewriter at the end of 1970s. And now I'm sitting in a village overlooking the forest and part rice fields 4 hours north of Chennai in a village and talking and sharing with you. How much the world has changed. I've never imagined it when I finished my PhD, but the world has and it'll continue to. But given the theme on educational pedagogies and technologies for sustainable development, I thought I'll focus on indigeneity, inclusion, and sustainability and travel, the journey of 43 years, which is what it took me to come back to India. I was mostly in Australia. I'm an Australian. And then in Denmark and Netherlands and South Africa, and was working in Afghanistan before I moved back to India. If there's one way I could summarize my thoughts, it's about modes and modalities, or models and modalities of collaborative learning and teaching that have changed over the years. I think the thing is, whether we're talking about analog or digital world or whatever, I think that collaborative learning and teaching is it's cyclical in a way, because it used to be that way for Indigenous people. And we're going back to that kind of collaborative learning framework once again, albeit in the digital domain. In the mid-80s, when I was the National Director of Affirmative Action in Australia for Indigenous people in museums, galleries, libraries, archives, national parks, and World Heritage sites, it took me nearly 19 months to go around Australia with the guidance of an all-Indigenous committee and to sit down in bush meetings, urban neighborhood meetings, and learn as to how to construct not only appropriate curricula, but also how to scope appropriate pedagogy. This is long before some of these words like curricular design pedagogy were used. They were already being used in Indigenous languages. And as part of it in 1985, 86, we ran a one-year program for 32 Indigenous people, Gagaju from Kakadu National Park, and which is a World Heritage Site, working with Indigenous people, but mainly sourcing indigenous knowledge. And the focus was on fire management regimes, which, as you know, Australia has huge issues with their fire management. But indigenous people have been saying for a long time, why we burn the bush, how we manage the bush is something you white fellows have to learn, but white fellows have been very slow in learning. So that certificate program actually led to the management plan of Kakadu National Park being changed to include indigenous fire management regimes. And so that Kakadu is now one of the most sustainable environments that you would come across. So from there onwards, kind of, I would go to 1992 Rio Summit. I don't know if any of you are as old as I am to be there, but it's the first, it was a seminal summit. Yes, it was based on Brundtland Commission report, but a lot of us argued that culture has been left out, was focused on environmental sustainability, but the nature-culture dichotomy is a colonial dichotomy of the colonizers. Like, for example, I often challenge Indian students, is Bhumata natural or cultural? If you decolonize your discourse, you would think of it as a holistic, framework. Now, that's something that Indigenous people advocated very strongly at Rio Summit, but it took a long time for it to be mainstream. So 10 years later, in Rio Plus 10 in Johannesburg, at the World Summit on Sustainable Development 10 years on, which Thabo Mbeki chaired, and the former President Nelson Mandela was the patron. African countries, as well as many Asian countries, including India, advocated very strongly that culture should be dealt with as the fourth pillar of sustainable development. And we went through, we've just come out. I worked for 5 years in South Africa during the time of Madiba, the first president of South Africa. I was the sole international technical advisor for the transformation of apartheid parks into democratic parks. And what we did was, what colonialism did was separate nature and culture. So we brought it together by establishing a fifth division of the South African National Park System called social ecology as a means to bring people and their environment together, because they were fragmented. And the transformation of South African national parks was based on this. And to this day, based on people's support by income generation, is the only park system in the world that is self-sufficient. Every other park system gets government subsidies. And Kenya is close second to South Africa. And why is that? And the answer is very simple. Under Mandela's presidency and subsequently, under the notion of concept of African Renaissance, culture was put at the center as the fourth pillar of sustainability. Culture, social, economic, and environmental sustainability as the four pillars. So soon after, I launched one of the largest research networks on sustainability, the holistic approaches to sustainability. If you go to onsustainability.com, you'll get the entire knowledge community. In fact, right now, they're meeting in Spain as we speak. And but why, a lot of these things we tend to forget because we struggle with cultural amnesia. It's only now we're talking about recognizing indigenous knowledge systems. And why is that? So how do we deal with cultural amnesia? How do we deal with knowledge amnesia that we have? There's layers of knowledge. All layers are important, but how do we balance what we learn without, wiping out what was learned earlier and thinking knowledge, reinventing everything in the digital domain. And so that's a challenge. And if you come to 2012, we had the review of Millennium Development Goals in Rio. Ban Ki-moon himself, categorically said, we failed to deliver Millennium Development Goals. And he said, more of the same will not do. And what went wrong was that with the MDGs, we had the Global North assisting the Global South. It was only addressing Global South. So most of the resources I can tell you, having been, oversighting, some of the developments, that most of the resources for the Global South and its sustainable or Millennium Development Goals were consumed by consultants who I very often call parachute consultants. And some of them very good, but the majority of them were basically corporate. It's about cash flow, what they were dealing with. So we didn't deliver. One of the few countries, in fact, the only one that stands out is Vietnam for delivering, anticipated outcomes for the Millennium Development Goals. And why is that? Vietnam really decolonized its environmental discourse. Vietnam really decolonized the way they did things, from coloniality to genuine post-coloniality, not just talk about in academic circles. And if you take example of Halong Bay World Heritage Area, it's one of the most beautiful bays in the world, massive. They used it as a demonstration project. I lived there for 2 years, worked with the Vietnamese, and we took an eco-museum approach, is how to bring people and their cultural and environmental heritage together through demonstration projects. And then Vietnamese use the principle of multiplier effect for the rest of Vietnam. So everything Vietnamese did under MDGs was a demonstration project with multiplier effect. And I think that's one of the things that we can still learn from the experience of Vietnamese. But unfortunately, in the country where I now live as an Australian, everybody rushes off to Europe, as that Europe has the answer. And I keep saying you should look at countries like Vietnam. And people think, oh, what do we have got to learn from Vietnam? Because we still have that colonial paradigm of learning from the former masters, the Anglophone world, and so on, unfortunately. So what about learning? So I ran 13 Vietnam field schools for people from all over the world. It was very simple. It's about environmental sustainability, all the 4 pillars, but focusing on fingers in the dirt, first-hand experience. To reflect, reveal, and confront where people are coming from, but to find solutions back in their own education institutions, but their own cultural systems. And so as we go on to SDGs, we're almost halfway to 2030. There are certain issues we're confronting once again. And this takes me back in some ways to the World Commission on Culture and Development, which some of you might not have heard, but it's a complementary commission to Brundtland Commission. And Perez de Cuave, the former UN Secretary General, chaired it. And in that, there's an analysis 20 years ago, where are the fastest growth of digital technologies? Of course, in the Global South, but where is most of the content coming from? 7 countries in the West. So when we talk about curricular pedagogy, where are the models coming from? Are they really being hybrid, blended? Because we need the best of the world, but also best of our own cultural systems. And so I think that this is really, really important, to think about. I recently was examining a PhD thesis from Australia on sustainable development goals and how do we teach sustainability in the university system. And the candidate took a brilliant approach. She said most of the focus has been on raising awareness, but really until the first year, entry first year undergraduate courses, all the curricula, it doesn't matter whether you're talking about neuroscience, whether you're talking about cultural geography, whether you're talking about art history, they all must address the question of sustainability from their own discipline point of view in an interdisciplinary framework. Only then it would really, go upwards into the university system. And I'm trying to get it published, and hopefully you'll all be able to access this thesis, which I thought is brilliant. But why are we talking about all these things now, 2022? I'm stranded. I haven't been back to Australia for 3 years. Thanks to pandemic, 2 years, I've not been able to go back to see my family. Yes, we are at a triangulation of the pandemic, climate crisis. I don't say climate change anymore, even though 2009, I convened the world's largest climate conference on the cultural dimension of climate change in frustration that most people were addressing climate change as a scientific issue, but forgetting that it's the cultural dimension of it. People from 160 countries came together in Brisbane, Australia, at the University of Queensland. And so now I say only use the word climate crisis. It's no more climate change. So the triangulation of pandemic and climate crisis and Black Lives Matter. What amazes me is a lot of people think Black Lives Matter is to do with the US. Hello, it's to do with the whole world, because the pandemic has also shown the gross inequities in the world. So a popular webinar that I run called Heritage Matters, which has people from 135 countries participating, over 6,000. I deliberately did a webinar called Dalit Lives Matter. While all the other webinars had 50-50, 50% from India, 50% internationally, Dalit Lives Matter hardly attracted people from India. Why is that? And then when we started analyzing, then we find that Indian education system, Indian system of change is very much middle class, urban. And you got, 73% of Indians live in rural communities, villages. Mahatma Gandhi's rural India, village India has been forgotten. And yet the people who control the curricula, the learning, the teaching are from middle class urban contexts with the big cities, but they are dealing with the whole of India. Now, I'm not saying India is alone. I could say the same thing about Denmark, because I've lived in Denmark for 4.5 years. They face the same challenges, and when they had 2025 green Denmark and Copenhagen, yes, the green city of Europe in a few years ago was Copenhagen. But what about Northern Jutland? Now, there are a whole range of issues globally that we have to think about. And so the triangulation of climate crisis, pandemic, and Black Lives Matter, are the challenge for us if we want to deal with appropriate curricular design, appropriate pedagogy as we deal with sustainability and inclusion and indigeneity and local knowledge systems and indigenous knowledge systems. And Arundhati Roy, one of the, the only campus that I know of Amrita is in Kerala, and she's from Kerala, who won the Booker Prize, God of Small Things. Arundhati Roy said that with this triangulation, we could go through the portal. The pandemic is the portal. We can go through the portal, dragging through all our prejudices, all our legacies, all our inheritances, or we can shed some of them and try to visualize a new ways of moving forward. And she's so true, but so many people are still trying to drag through the portal, post-pandemic, what scenarios post-pandemic, still reinventing the wheel. Very few people are reflecting, revealing, and confronting about their past legacies. I want to conclude by saying that India launched, after 36 years, I think, a new national education policy about a year, 2 years ago almost now, 1.5 years ago. It had all the elements for us to deal with when we want to talk about new pedagogies, and if you want to talk about new curricular design. First of all, it talks about interdisciplinary, right? And because in India, like many other countries, in many other countries, if you will, people talk about interdisciplinary, but what they mean is multidisciplinary. We still have the disciplines. We might take an elective from here and there, but there's no intellectual engagement interdisciplinary. So that's something that's really critical if you want to deal with sustainability. Indic or indigenous knowledge systems. I'm not just talking about Indian, but also the indigenous people of India, indigenous people of the world. Australia is making considerable progress in trying to benefit from indigenous knowledge systems in all the scientific disciplines, in health, well-being, you name it. I think that's something we need to do. And when it comes to gender, believe me, I was one of the 10 people who worked on the UNESCO gender policy a few years back. Gender comes up very quickly, but few people realize that in fact, they're still continuing the patriarchy, the androcentricness by using certain jargon and almost political correctness, if you will. And some people say, oh, but we got women directors. Jane Elliott, who did the Blue-Eyed Cross-Cultural Awareness programs in the 90s, always used to say, oh, you can be a woman, but you can change your sex in the boardroom. Just like you can be an Indian, colored Indian, but you can change your color in the boardroom and try to be more white than the white people, more British than the British. And so what does it mean? When we talk about, SDG 5, are we really articulating it across the board? I know Amrita is doing seminal work, amazing leadership Amrita is providing, but what about elsewhere? Not only in India, but elsewhere in the world. Another point is that, people are still teaching hard disciplines like architecture, engineering, design, without softening the edges with humanities. There's no social context for engineering in India. In my experience, I've dealt with many national projects, reviewing, evaluating. The hard edges of architecture, design, and especially engineering are not softened in India. If you don't soften them, with humanities and social science engagement, you're not going to be able to be responsive to SDGs when most of the money that's spent is project managed by engineers in a country like India. And tourism, take for example, it was the world's fastest growth industry for 18 years before the pandemic. It'll soon rebound, but tourism is still very much based on tourism management and planning, not content development. Where are the SDGs in tourism planning? This is something critical. And, we really need to address, while we are still struggling with coming out of the pandemic, to reflect on industries that generate the income for transformation projects. And participatory democracy. So easily rolls off the tongue, participatory democracy, community engagement. But what are the ethics of community engagement? Who deals with the ethics of community engagement? Well, people still have us and them. We go there, we study, like the old anthropological model. We go there, we study them, we come back to our university, we publish, we copyright, we never go back and share what we found out. This is very much the case with all the disciplines in many countries, not just India. So we need, if you're going to talk about future educational pedagogies, you really need to think about, negotiated ethics of community engagement, negotiated, not parachuted, but negotiated framework. And for this, you need the first voice of people. It's no longer the arrogance that we academics know the best. It's no longer arrogance that we go with our tape recorders or digital recorders, record people's voices, and we use it in our lecture rooms and so on, thinking that's enough. But how do we bring in the first voice? In 1985-86, in collaborative learning and teaching, I was paying Aboriginal elders to take the classes, simply because it cannot be translated except through the first voice. What works and why it worked for thousands of years for Indigenous people of Australia in looking after the landscape. The environmental sustainability through the first voice of Indigenous people is extremely critical. So these are some of the reflections that I just want to share with you, and I think I'll stop there in case there are any questions. But you can find what I do, this substantial knowledge and knowledge communities with thousands of research articles. You just have to go to inclusive museums, plural. If you go to singular, it's been hijacked, so don't go there. inclusivemuseums.org. They're all there, the journals, they have all the material that I've been working on with fantastic teams from all over the world, supported by Common Ground research networks from Urbana-Champaign. Thank you very much, Professor Vishwanathan. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. We have a couple of questions typed in the chat box. So let me read out them for you to reflect upon, sir. The first one was, no name was tagged there. The question is, will the Gurukul method of education suit for sustainable development models? If so, why not government take initiatives in this direction? That's number one question.
You want me to answer now? Very simple. Yeah, very simple answer. Yes, the Gurukul tradition is the intangible heritage of India. Aboriginal people also had that sit down talk in the bush, from elders to younger generation. but often through what they call high school or initiation ceremonies. But this is the intangible heritage. This is the living heritage of India, Gurukul tradition. But it's not frozen in time. It's not frozen in time. No culture is frozen in time in the world. That's the biggest mistake we make. Every culture is evolving, changing. Every culture is dynamic. So that Gurukul tradition has certain ethic. And I think that what we need to look at is knowledge sharing, respect for knowledge, and some of those core values that were there in the Gurukul tradition. But also we need to be very careful that the Gurukul tradition was very, very androcentric, very male, very patriarchal. So if you're talking about SDG 5, how do we deal with it? There's nothing wrong with the Gurukul tradition. It's a question of what we learn, how do we contemporize it, how we don't freeze our traditions, our intangible heritage into an anthropological past. Yeah, that's my answer. Thank you, Dr. Professor Vishwanathan. Second question.
Yeah, the next question is from Ranjit Mohan. He asked the question that we already had this MDGs, Millennium Development Goals, which was actually replaced by the SDGs in 2015. So he is concerned that when we take stock of the SDGs at the end of 2030, will we be actually seeing the results that we have not achieved much in the SDG goals as well? That is the concern he's showing. He's asking you to reflect upon this.
But by the way, going back to the last answer, I just want to assure you what I'm saying. I am wearing a UNESCO trainer hat. I'm under the 2003 UNESCO Convention on Safeguarding Intangible Heritage. I'm accredited by UNESCO as a mentor. So no culture is frozen in time. Okay, coming back to this. The second question. Yes, good question. I mean, are we making the same mistakes? I think in many ways we are. The only change is that MDGs was only about the global south. SDGs include both the global south and north. People still haven't woken up that, that climate crisis means that the ice caps melting in global north is leading to disappearance of Kiribati, Tuvalu, some of the Pacific Island countries. The whole world is integrated. The whole world is together. And yet, people, have to advocate for the Pacific Island countries. Why don't people understand that global warming is, it's not just countries that are disappearing, the whole cultural systems. It's a cultural genocide, if you will. And yeah. There's another, I hope I answered your question. I think that there are a lot of issues. Have we really learned from the way we failed to deliver the MDGs? Unfortunately, we have not. What we have done is, people have done is they took some good models and they stick to that. We learn more. I always use with my students models that don't work because they learn far more from those scenarios that have not worked. The good ones are also important. And so we also got to look at models where MDGs did not work if you want to make SDGs work. No point in 2030, once again, saying more of the same did not work. Now, somebody asked the question, why I use the word museums in my webpage. Inclusivemuseums.org. Well, I'm so glad somebody asked that question. I worked for 5 years when Mandela was the president. And, when he was committed for treason in the early 60s, Reviona trials, he finished off his interview by saying, South Africa is for all South Africans. On the 10th of May, 1994, when he was inaugurated as the president of Democratic South Africa in the Union Square in Pretoria, he finished off by saying, let there be water, let there be land, let there be salt for all people of South Africa. So based on that, I founded a movement called the Inclusive Museum Movement, saying that museums are not about frozen in time objects. They're about our living cultures. We must bring people and their environment, their social, cultural, and environmental economic sustainability together as if we are dealing with living museums. So that's why it's called inclusivemuseums.org. I was inspired by Mandela's speeches. It was wonderful listening to him talk some common sense. And I tell you, and give you a wonderful example. because a lot of people in the West, especially now in India, they struggle with terms like multiculturalism, cultural diversity, and all this. I still remember it was the 21st of February 1996, in a meeting, one of the advisors, I was one of the advisors, and one of the advisors said to Mandela, Madiba, we are not going to use the word multicultural because it's an apartheid term. He got very serious. He said, why are you saying this? What is wrong with the word multiculturalism? In the past, it was used to separate people. Now we must use it to bring people together. So I think that whatever terminology we use, let's not keep on changing the goalposts in the terminology. Let's listen to the wisdom of those that have gone before us and try to learn and try to, balance. I mean, I know I'm on a panel this evening, so I don't want to comment on the digital, pedagogy in the digital, but we are not finding the balance in our curricular planning, in our pedagogies. We're not finding the balance. We need to find the balance with the contemporary, but also informed by the wisdom of the previous generations. Only then, I think that we will have indicators that we can be proud of for sustainable outcomes. Remember, all the 17 SDGs have got a whole lot of indicators. People often refer to the SDGs, they don't think of the indicators.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. So due to paucity of time, we have to conclude this session now. So thank you very much for your wonderful session on the topic. I also had some questions. I will raise the questions to you, later. I just sent an email and get my clarifications. Yeah. Thank you very much. Let us have the certifications as a token of appreciation.
Wow,
Thank
I
you.
got a certificate for speaking. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
At my age, I'm older than all of you in this symposium, much older. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Moving on, the next speaker for the evening is Dr. Prema Nedungadi. I just wanted to introduce Madam to the gathering today. Dr. Prema Nedungadi is the Principal School of Computer Science, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Dr. Prema is a founding director at the Amrita Create, an award-winning educational and health technology for societal benefit initiative of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham with more than $4 million research project with funding along with 2 patents and over 54 publications to her credit. Dr. Prema is also recipient of the Digital India Award from the Honorable Minister of MITI, which is the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, in the category Digital Empowerment in the year 2015. Other awards include Best Journal Paper and IEEE Transactions in Education in 2014, Best Exhibit, Kerala Science Congress 2012, IT Excellence Award for E-Learning and Education, Computer Society of India in 2013. The topic of Madam's talk today is the digital learning ecology framework as applied in the Amrita Learning for the X Prize competition. I welcome you, Madam. Floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Om Amriteshwariye Namaha. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, madam. Yes.
Okay. All right. This research is about the digital learning ecology framework as applied in the design of the Amrita Learning app, which was a finalist and in the top 4 winner in the X Prize Adult Literacy Competition. So just a bit of background about our work. We have been building technologies for education, some of which have scaled nationwide, from K-12, higher education, medical, and now Ayurveda education. Another major area for us has been technology-enhanced education in Amrita's rural education centers, which is not formal education. And our current projects include research technologies for the disabled, such as AI-based sign language for the deaf, and for dyslexia and Malayalam language. And we are also started work in VR and AR solutions for rural health education. So the background of this project is during a visit to the US, our Chancellor Amma was informed about the state of low literacy in the US and about this competition. And at that time, Amma instructed us to build a solution for this. Now, Amrita did have a strong background in adult literacy in India. It also received the UNESCO National Literacy Award for the work in the Shivakashi tribal area in 2008. And we had worked in rural villages, but this was very different because the audience was unknown to us from a different culture. Anyway, the competition was very valuable for all of us, I believe. It showed that sitting in another country, we could build a solution for the US. And so we built the app and we monitored the data and the learners. XPRIZE scientifically designed the field tests and evaluated it in the US. What were the gaps and the motivation for this project? Over 36 million adults in the US lack English literacy, of which 35% are Black adults and 43% are Hispanic. And only about 10% of them received literacy services. So lack of community support, insufficient availability of relevant literacy solutions, lack of persistence among adult learners, and the lack of scalable solutions are some of the examples. And this was actually identified by XPRIZE. Potential for mobile technologies for adult learners is what we were looking for. And so what the key objectives of our research when we worked on this project was to propose a theoretical digital learning ecology framework based on existing theories that integrate elements from learning ecology, language learning, multimedia design principles, but then adapt it to address the needs of low literate adults. They're not just low literate, they're also low digitally literate. So they are not very proficient even at using simple Android apps. And then we discussed the design of the Amrita Learning app, which is a digital solution designed based on the principles of the DLE framework. There were 3 dimensions that we came up with. The first was the design, then the context, and the motivation. Primarily, it encompasses the design of scaffolded formal and informal language learning. It supports and expands the physical and virtual contexts, and that's where we think of it as expanding the digital ecology. And it also fuels motivation through scaffolded incremental success using digital activities designed to be compatible with students' contexts. So there are external and internal contextual factors that assist or create barriers to learning. And learners interact in a range of relevant contexts that provide diverse learning opportunities. As somebody said, learning doesn't just happen in the classroom, it happens in interactions with family, colleagues, communities, extended support, or at work. And so, especially for English as a second language. And also, adult learners possess abilities, needs, and interests which differ from those of children. What we saw is many of the solutions that were available had originally been designed for students and children, and then they were adapted for adults. Design. Context and motivation must guide the design of solutions in DLE. Mobile solutions are designed to adapt to the learner's specific context. And we also applied, I guess everybody's heard of the zone of proximal development, but we also applied another theory by Lukin, the zone of available assistance and the zone of proximal adjustment. Only we applied it, we modified it and applied it in the digital context. And so what that says is that there is affordances and objects that offer interaction and signifiers. They're all available there. So there's this whole set of assistance that is available. But what is relevant to the learning at hand, that is in the zone of proximal adjustment, and that is displayed or available to the learner, at the moment. So what is more relevant is in the zone of proximal adjustment. Motivation represents a dynamic which includes the past, present, and potential motivation for the learner. Though motivation can include all forms of intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. So we need to remember that low literate adults may suffer from lack of motivation induced by repeated learning failures. Not just learning failures, many of them may not be coming from good socioeconomic backgrounds. And we also understand from the literature that a larger percentage of learning difficulties are found in low literates, especially native speakers. So this could be one reason why they are low literate. And so highly accessible curriculum and good game design to support learning are additional design features which could help stoke motivation. And then the next objective was based on this DLE framework. How do we apply it to the Amrita Learning Reading app that was developed? So you see this table. This is an example of the digital learning ecology of our framework, the principle behind it, and what is the cognitive principle behind it, and what did Amrita Learning app do, and what were the advantages. So for example, if you look at the first row, we are looking at affordances and signifiers. So these are interactive elements that are meant to serve a purpose. And an example of that would be the color coding and the audio supported picture menu to navigate. So what we found is when we first built the first version of the app, we used the standard Google Play menu buttons. And it was something they could not understand. So we had to color code it, and then we gave it audio support in not only English, but also in Spanish because of their low literacy and their low digital literacy. And motivation, I think games we all know, it's all very proven. The only difference was we had to make it so easy to use. And also, when you look at the game, we had a lot of games. The games could be used standalone, or it would be available within the context of a lesson or a module and support that lesson. So that is what we mean by support being available where it is needed and easily found. And all text was supported by optional voice audio. We never used Google Play, Google Audio or any of those translations. And even every character we had was hand-drawn. A little bit of psychology was used in that we would make the characters resemble a sports hero or somebody that they could relate to. So context in the Amrita Learning app, we had two storylines. One was for the African American background, and one was for the Spanish Hispanic backgrounds. And these storylines included familiar life contexts, and we had both real characters, real heroes, and we also had fictional characters. And these would be in similar environments. They would actually be going through challenges, We would also look at their heritage. For example, for the African American, we had the jazz series, and the jazz, they're really good at that. That's a heritage for them. And so we brought that up, so that's something they can be proud about. And digitally safe learning environment is created. So, they don't have to worry about who else is looking at it and whether they are succeeding or failing. Games were also used in a similar environment, in that many of the games and activities were used to assess them. So they did not always have to go through those, the official tests and the certificates. But most of the time they could just work on the games.
Madam, sorry to interrupt. Can you finish in another 5 minutes?
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
And text-to-self connections made in comprehension passages of accessible text. And so here what we do is, what a learner would go through in the real life context, that's what we would mimic and extend. And I would say this story series that we had really had a huge influence of the Amrita, because we brought in the Amrita values and getting in the mental strength and the compassion and all of that in these stories. So again, it was highly scaffolded with learning games, Amrita-inspired content, life skills, pride in one's own culture. So we had very relevant scenarios that they could connect to. And then we also had a library where there was content from all over the world, so they learned to respect other cultures too. And design, of course, designed to optimize personalization that improve learning outcomes. Digitally low literate was the motto and the guiding light. The UI had to be designed, much easier than the normal standards that we have, and multiple forms of support. So these are some examples of the DLE elements in a diverse story series, Spanish support, science lessons. So it was not just language learning, we brought in other things, series with the jazz heritage, audio supported picture menu, game activities, etc. And the performance was evaluated based on an initial assessment. So there were two separate evaluations that was done. One was done by XPRIZE, independent of us. So they had their own pre and post assessments of all the apps. And they independently found that the learners had made a minimum of 1 grade level improvement in both the categories, native English speakers and ESL with English as the first. And so this was the field test of the Amrita Learning app. The objective again was to have scalable solutions. So we were one of the 8 semi-finalist apps, and what they had was, when they recruited their learners, they had an initial assessment, and then they randomly assigned each learner. That app would randomly assign each learner to one of the 8 semi-finalists. So it was a very controlled study by them. And so what all we had is the results of our log data, and we had their Gmail IDs, but really we didn't know what their age is. We didn't know what they did. We didn't even we didn't even know if they were educated or not. So but every single action that they did, we had log records of that. And we also had a system by which we would be automatically providing them notifications on using, or you have not used it enough, or you're doing really well. So all that was set up. And what we found is that in addition to what XPRIZE said, that yes, they had got an average gain that exceeded the minimum benchmark, we also had learners who progressed by 2, 3, and 4 grade levels. Actually, more than that, we don't know, because we didn't go to higher levels ourselves. So To summarize it, this is a model that integrates context, motivation, design factors, and brings in that positive, making them move in that positive direction. California Common Core standards were employed, grade levels were used as standard, because the lowest levels of adult basic education do not teach the alphabet. But in our case, we had to, for some of the learners, we had to start from that low level. And so our implications for practice are these elements from learning ecology, learning language learning, multimedia design principles can be effectively used in a self-learning mode, because these learners did not have a teacher, did not go to any learning centers. In fact, if they did, they were removed from the competition if they were found to be going. And so these were all self-learners. So the idea was, will they be able to benefit in that environment? So that's all I had. Mostly our presentations are about our work in India, but I wanted to share this with you, and the link to the publication is here. Also, the app is also available on Google Play.
Thank you, madam, very much. I don't see any questions in the chat box. So can I just have one simple question? You mentioned about the external as well as internal factors. While we move ahead, how we can overcome these factors, these challenges, when we try to scale up the usage of the app, that adoption of the same across, let us say, talk about the villages adopted by Amma, how we can actually scale up this, and while doing that, how we can overcome these challenges, these external as well as internal kind of factors. Thank you.
Okay, so the answers to the, this for the US and for India are quite different. Scaling up in the US in this scenario primarily requires collaborations with NGOs and agencies that are directly working with them. And in India, I would say we have been working since 2013. And while we have had a lot of success, really it is something that we feel should come out as a policy from the government also. So a lot more support is required in terms of providing mobile technology, because the technology is never there. Other computers, etc., cannot be supported. Teacher training is a very important aspect. The quality of the teachers that we find, especially for pedagogy. Monitoring is very important, because what we have found in the past is that many times even the teachers may not be even coming to class. So we had a system where we were initially using WhatsApp groups, but later on we have apps where every single day the attendance and the work done, all of that is provided. And more than all of that, it's just really not about education alone. We do have to consider their health. We do have to consider, it has to go beyond the 1 meals a day. That is important. So even that, monitoring that is very important. I think that monitoring part is a little bit missing. And this holistic approach where you take care of their health, you do the training. I really believe that technology can also be used. What we have found during COVID is either through the common service centers, or when it is Amrita, it is easy because we go and do it. We are committed to doing it in our villages. But if you want to expand it, then there is a lot of support required. NGOs, I believe, companies, government, tribal ministry, everybody needs to come together under that education umbrella. And we also need a path where, an easy path where they can move from education to vocational skills, because many of them, that's what they do. So many of them cannot choose science because science labs are not available in those schools. Our success primarily is with either getting them into the Navodaya Vidyalayas or working with the government to make sure, for example, in Gujarat, there was no school that went all the way to high school. And we found that girls were not finishing high school because they were not being sent to villages outside. So while we started educating these girls, we also worked with the government to to increase that school and make it go up to 10th and then up to 12th. Because there are government policies, there are government rules that there should be a school within some distance, within some kilometer radius. But how do you make sure that all those are getting implemented? So awareness is another thing we feel is very important. Awareness and support to get these government policies in. And last but not the least is disabilities. So children with disabilities, I would say not only in rural area, but even in regular schools, the support, the training for the teachers, the policies around it, all of that needs to take off. So in some sense, we have, for example, for the deaf, a couple of years back, Indian Sign Language has become a formal language. And so now we are working, it has been standardized also. So the whole country uses one sign language, even though there are various dialects, so as to say. And so because now the government took that initiative and said they need to learn it, and they've put it in the NEP 2020, so there is a big push for everybody to do it. And so really it's everybody, collaboration between government, NGO, even companies, everybody has academia, of course, with the research, all of that has to come together. And at Amrita, E for Life is a very good example of how it can be done by other universities.
Thank you very much, madam. For paucity of time, shall we wind up now? So let's have the certificate for madam's session. Thank you very much, madam. I'm sure.
Ma'am, could you please stop screen sharing so I can share the certificate? Nusha ma'am? Nusha Prema ma'am, could you please?
Yes, I thought I had stopped. Okay, I have not. All right.
Thank you so much, madam, once again. Let's move on to the next presentation, which is the last one in this session. The speaker is Professor Kamal Bijlani. Let me introduce Professor Bijlani now. Yeah, Professor Kamal Bijlani is the director of Amrita e-learning research lab since 2006. He leads several ICT-based large educational pedagogy projects such as the AView and AMPLE. His research and development areas include personalized learning framework, outcome-based and competency-based learning, technology innovations for in-class assessments and attendance, exam proctoring systems, etc. AView, which is one of the brainchild of Professor Bijlani, he's the principal investigator of that platform and chief architect of that platform developed by Amrita, and also it's very specifically designed for delivering interactive online training with multimedia content to huge numbers of learners simultaneously. AVU is a major national project supported by the NMEICT, Ministry of Human Resources Development. It has been installed at over 11,000 institutions in India. In 2014, AVU received recognition from Cisco as one of the best internet innovations in the world. Institutions like IIT Mumbai, IIT Kharagpur, as well as IIT Chennai, they all have used this platform and quite successfully. And the next one is about which Professor Bijlani is going to talk is the Ample, which is an online skill-based personalized learning portal. It contains courses, videos, multimedia rich content, question bank, assessments, and games. Reports and dashboards are also provided at various levels. The Ample portal works in rural areas without the internet. Ample is being used by the Ministry of Skill Development and also schools in Chhattisgarh, Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, Omnex, and many others. So today, Professor Bijlani is going to talk about the pedagogies aligned with the national education policies, which is a very recent policy using the Ample Frame platform. Thank you. I invite Professor Bijlani. Sir, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. I had given a 4-line introduction. I think you got the long one somewhere. Anyway, thank you, Dr. Vishwanathan. So can you hear me clearly and see my video and see my screen, which I will share in a second? Okay.
Yes,
can you?
sir. Yes, sir.
Can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Good. Good evening, everyone. So we are very, very glad that that Amrita has taken this initiative on having pedagogies and to talk about experiential pedagogies and other pedagogies which are all needed. Here with national education policy becoming important. So I have earlier, at on AICTE, given a talk for national education policy pedagogies. This was September 2020, about a year and a half back. So, we have been studying the national education policy as to what facets and attributes it contains and how it relates to Amrita. And some of the main, pedagogy points we have summarized here. So one of the main things, as you know, here is, it's multidisciplinary. We need outcome-based education, Washington Accord, learning objectives, blended learning, various bridge courses, are needed. In evaluation, today we'll talk about personalized learning, how this briefly done in GMAT, and also look at how a platform is needed. So, the whole thing, the national education policy, the pedagogy, and the platform, all one finally, and they all need to be working very closely together. So for multidisciplinary education, when our students go out, some of them need to be job ready because they are job focused. And you will notice that some, will have a passion for innovation. So for the job ready ones, here we list things like soft skills, technical problem solving, humanities, vocational, and also for innovation, we also need, more critical thinking and imagination. So some of the broad pedagogies that we listed here for goal awareness are like outcome-based education, competency-based training. For learning on a regular basis, you need pedagogies such as flipped classroom and blended learning. And then finally, for assessment, you need personalized learning and various types of assessments. For innovation, we have our own experiential live-in labs, which is, Amrita's flagship project product and getting bigger and bigger. But, also like Atal has their, innovation labs, tinkering labs, vocational training, all aspects of project-based learning are very important. For a job readiness, if you look from a college point of view, they need content in a variety of subjects in order to fulfill national education policy. And that includes soft skills, humanities, vocation, and value-based. So as an example, we at Amrita, we created around 250 vocational courses along with Ammachi Labs, and we took the courses from National Skill Development Corporation and converted them. And these courses are in 7 different languages, and they are available free of charge on the skill portal of India. They are also using our Amrita's ample platform, the Skill Ministry. And here you can see some, how lakhs of learners are evaluated across all of India. So some of the inbuilt pedagogies in AMPLE include the OBE, the competency, experiential learning, learning objectives, and blended learning. Here we see a screenshot of students from Amrita, and this is from Coimbatore. This particular screen here takes, let's take a sample course where we have a set of topics. And then these topics with their CO, on the right you see objective, CO, and PO, all this can be mapped into the platform on the left here. And that way the whole outcome-based education is inbuilt in the platform. Now, based on personalized learning, now, remember, personalized learning is very important. In fact, research shows that sometimes, a student in a typical 1-hour classroom, most students are only able to pay attention for 20 minutes, 20 to 30. And after that, they zone out, they phase out, most of them. But if there is active learning in the classroom and there are quizzes in the classroom, so we strongly recommend that, in the classroom, there is digital means to hold quizzes in the classroom in this way, through a mobile, through a laptop, and then the students are much more awake and alert during their class. And this graph here shows you that for certain concepts, purple is excellent, green is good, and so on. You see how for different topics or different concepts, different number of students are competent or not competent. So at a glance, the teacher and the students all know in which topics they are doing well and in which they are not doing well. And let's say this topic on the left side, if everyone is not doing well, then the teacher and the department needs to see what is going wrong. So these are more screens of electrical engineering at Amrita in outcome-based education. And this gives you the final reports of outcome-based education. And this is also for a whole program, BTech in electrical engineering, outcome-based education. And by the way, these reports are necessary by NBA. So for accreditation, these are absolutely required. And not only are these reports required for accreditation, it's also very beneficial for the students, teacher, and the program to improve its quality. Here is a competency library and a course library picture. What this is showing you is that certain competencies, let's say speaking English or doing sums in math or anything else, finally everything, or programming in C or programming in something else, each thing can be seen as a competency, and a competency library can be built. And when you are going to teach a particular course, you can take those competencies and just drag and drop them into that course, thereby creating your own course in a very quick fashion. So a course builder is available for building a new course based on existing competencies. And here you see a student point of view of the platform. And again, here you see that how the student has performed, in 3 different concepts, learning objectives. And that in that way, the student is always aware, how am I doing in a particular concept or learning objective? Thereby, they are able to spend their time more on things which they do not know, rather than revising or reviewing everything. So this is more of the same, the progress and performance and common reports that are available for the students.
So sorry to interrupt. Can you finish in another 5 minutes?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So this report is a student report. And so basically, what are the NEP recommendations? The existing content portals, content needed, and multiple pedagogies are needed. I think this is the most important thing that we need to focus on today's point of view. That there is outcome-based education is needed, competency-based education is needed. When we have teaching, learning going on, the active learning is very important in the classroom, so that instant evaluation of the students is done in every lecture, whether it is online or in the classroom. And that is very critical. And for that, some platform is needed. So to summarize, I would like to say that, in the evaluation part on the top right here, GMAT and GRE have personalized learning, and that is how they conduct their exams. Similar way is needed of evaluation for our students also, so that they focus more on what they are weak at. These adaptive testing schemes automatically help tell you that, whichever things you are good at, that areas are closed for you. So this summarizes my entire presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Anyone has any questions? Sir, I have one question. How far we have adopted this pedagogy in our system, Amrita system?
We had used this at Coimbatore, for a semester extensively, and we are also using it at the skill ministry now. So basically, so all these things are extensively used by students all over India. And about 3 to 4 lakh students are using this on a regular basis in about 300 courses. And the national platform of the skill ministry, the National Skill Development Corporation, is using this platform, and there is other companies also using it.
Just a kind of observation from my own teaching. Basically, I teach 2 courses other than economics. These 2 courses are, one is business ethics and the other one is sustainability. These courses are basically, as of now, we don't have actually linked them with their professional pursuits in terms of job offer and all, as of now in the Indian context. But then when these students take these courses, they basically consider this is not so much relevant for them, because it's no way leading to the placement or from a job perspective. So always I will get a lot of, quite of what's the disappointment when I teach this course, taking a lot of pains in bringing new ideas, new thoughts, new developments and all. So how we can basically, implement, a better understanding the level of understanding the students have at the end of the course. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you need to have a long-term plan for them and say that the course that you're offering. Which courses did you say? Business ethics.
Business ethics and sustainability for the MBA program.
Right. So you need to show them that for knowing soft skills, for dealing when they become a part of a company, how these will be beneficial to them, so that you should show them as part of the the program outcome or the course outcome. So that will motivate them then, because they should feel from the beginning that, because obviously every student is wondering, what am I getting out of this, right? So why am I learning this? And will it help me get a job, or will it help me perform later in life? So that mapping to the job or to the research or to the final outcome in their profession later has to be shown to them at the outset. And, your first lecture should be a motivational talk, I think, to show them examples of the usage of, ethics and why ethics is so important, because it's all about value-based education, which Amma is propagating so much. And so when you bring that to value-based education and show that, business ethics is so critical, for a long-term senior manager, then that awareness should dawn in them that this is indeed which will help me in the long run.
Thank you so much, sir. Already we have started doing that along with the NAC process. It's already started, but anyway, it's a long way to go to get it fully realized from a real world perspective. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful session. So can we have the certificate? Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now let me conclude the whole session, thanking the organizers for giving me these opportunities to listen to the experts on this field. Thank you very much. Om Shivaya.
Sure. Thank you.
We will now have a few minutes break.
കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം അനേക പ്രകൃതി ദുരന്തങ്ങൾക്കും സംഘർഷങ്ങൾക്കും ലോകം സാക്ഷ്യം വഹിച്ചു. പ്രളയം നമുക്കൊരു താക്കീതായിരുന്നു, സന്ദേശമായിരുന്നു. സ്വാർത്ഥമായ താൽക്കാലിക ലാഭങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി പ്രകൃതി ചൂഷണം ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ട് കാലങ്ങൾ കുറേയായി. അതിൻ്റെ ദിഗ്ധഫലമാണ് നമ്മൾ കണ്ടത്. ഓരോ വൃക്ഷം വെട്ടുമ്പോഴും അത് നമുക്ക് ശവപ്പെട്ടി ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന വൃക്ഷം പോലായി തീർന്നിരിക്കുകയാണ്.
I would like to welcome back Dr. Sudha to chair the next session.
Thank you, Hari. Good evening, everyone, and thank you, speakers, for your patience. We have 3 speakers in this session. Let me begin with Dr. John P. Wilson, who teaches at the Department for Continuing Education, University of Oxford, and the Management School, University of Sheffield in the United Kingdom. He has co-authored the main text on experiential learning with Colin Baird, titled Experiential Learning, a Practical Guide for Training, Coaching, and Education, which is in its 4th edition of print by London Cogan Page. He has written and edited 10 books, including compiling an encyclopedia, and continues to write academic and practitioner articles, as well as having blogged for the Chartered Institute of Personal Development. He recently set up a not-for-profit organization and works best in team-oriented environments. He believes that the COVID pandemic has shone a sharp spotlight on student university experience and exposed fault lines between face-to-face and online delivery, resulting in an existential crisis for universities, and is concerned that today's international university rankings do not really expose what is meant by student experience. So he takes a different stance today. The title of his presentation, which is very intriguing and quite catchy, is Can We Deliver Michelin-starred University Experiences? So Dr. Wilson, I invite you to begin your presentation, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sudha Alikati. It's a pleasure to be with you, and good evening to everyone. And thank you so much to all the presenters. I've learned so much. It's been a big learning experience for me, and particularly given that we're talking about learning experiences, I'm so grateful that you invited me to share in this learning. So thank you very much, all of you, for the organizers and everyone. You've been doing a great job. And also, can I say, Happy Republic Day in India. We're not so fortunate here in the UK. We don't have a national holiday, but I hope you're enjoying that, and I hope you do get your chance when this conference is over to go and celebrate. So good luck to all of you with that. Let me just share my screen, and where are we? I'm not so familiar with, here we go, Zoom, and I was a little bit, excuse me, concerned earlier. 2 of my boys use this laptop computer, and they know their way around it much more, and put an image up
It's our world. Our kids know more than us.
I think it's quite common, isn't it? They know the way better, but I know Professor Gill, he talked about gaming. Yeah. And many of the young people are way ahead of us.
Definitely.
So, just let me bear with me 1 second. I want
to. If you could put it on slide mode, yeah.
Yes, yeah. Just 1 second. There's so many overlaying screens there. I think. Oh. Right. I'm better now. I've moved a few things around. Sure. Dr. Sudha, can you tell me if you can hear me clearly?
Yes, it's perfect. Perfect.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your help. Right. So I work at the University of Sheffield and also at the University of Oxford, and I've also I've worked in Bengaluru and in Sri Lanka, so relatively in your part of the world, for a large bank, and I greatly have learned through those experiences. And I wanted to share with you some of my thoughts around pedagogy and how that connects with learning, particularly in universities. So the route I want to take, and I'll be going through this quite quickly, is to look at the challenges, first of all, facing universities, because we're facing a lot of them. We've got fantastic opportunities as well, but there are challenges. I want to look at the commoditization of products and services and university courses. I want to look at the ranking systems for universities and how learners explore and decide on where they might go and study. And then I want to compare that, or contrast it with the Michelin star guide for cuisine and cooking and good restaurants, and see how that might relate to Amrita University, but also many other universities, and look at how we can blend ideas together. And then I want to tie it into a concept Colin Beard and I worked on, which was and is the experiential learning combination lock, which ties into many of your speakers today, you know, and I love Professor Nedum Gadi's compassion enhanced research, and Professor Bijani's digital learning ecology, and the Ample platform, and so on. I've learned a lot, and I think the elements of what I talk about will feed into and complement some of the very good discussions which you've had earlier. So if we look at the world as a whole, the World Higher Education Database has identified 19,800 institutions of higher education in the world. Given the world appears to be smaller than ever, and we're all interconnected, and for a learner, you can choose almost to study where you want. And not only can you choose universities, but you've also got the MOOCs, which are around: Coursera, FutureLearn, NovoEd, iVersity, Udacity, edX. And they are attracting thousands of students at very low cost, which is fantastic in increasing diversity and increasing access, which we've heard about earlier from some of the earlier speakers. It's important to engage as many people as possible. In addition to those universities and the MOOCs, we've also got the commercial provision very much for you. We can follow YouTube. This is being screened on YouTube, this conference. We've got TEDx, we've got Khan Academy, and we've got so many others. So, you know, I sometimes ask my students, and I was teaching in class yesterday to some postgrads. I said, you know what? You know, why do you need to get out of bed in the morning? And one of the things they did come back with was, we like to be in class, but we can, if we choose, not to attend and attend the class online instead. But they were saying, one student in particular, he's a very wealthy individual, works as a consultant and turnaround specialist for companies. He was telling me he learned more about, in the last 2 days, he had learned more about his fellow students and learned a hell of a lot in terms of social learning from them face to face than he had done online. So although we've got great opportunities using technology, the face-to-face, the engagement, the physical experience is a powerful one. So we've got this new globalization of higher education. We've got a maturing mass higher education market, international adoption, autonomy, government coming in to control education so much more. And there's just so much facing higher education. So how do you choose? Well, if I were going to choose an electronic good or a white good, I can go compare. I can look at Google Shopping. I can look at advice on Amazon and buyer comments. I can go to Confused. And what the result of all of this opportunity for sharing information and so on is that we can be pushed towards commoditization. You know, there's a convergence of ideas, of options. People pick up on ideas. The innovation which one product develops is adopted by another. The innovation which is adopted by one university is adopted by another. And so we can get this vanilla offering, this generalized offering and commoditization of education. And that there can be benefits from that, but there can also be a substantial downside to all of that. So we know we can compare electrical goods and washing machines and so on. We can also compare universities. So you've got the Times Higher Ed rankings, you've got QS World University rankings, you've got the Shanghai ranking of world universities. And these are the ones for 2022 from the THES rankings. So Oxford is up there, number 1. And then you've got California, CIT, Caltech, Harvard, Stanford, Cambridge, MIT, Princeton, Berkeley, Yale, and Chicago. And of course, many others. But what they do tend to create is a self-fulfilling prophecy. You know, because they're there, it's almost like the football teams. It's like the cricket, the Indian Premier League in the cricket. You know, the top teams attract the best players, attract the best supporters. Or, you know, the most numbers of supporters, and the same can happen with universities. So we've got to try and get away from that, particularly if you don't have that history and heritage. And interestingly, in some research I did recently, I learned that Oxford and Cambridge here in the UK were protected by the Crown for a long time, and they prevented other universities coming along because they thought they would provoke dissent and revolt. So there was a fear of education, so they kept control of Oxford and Cambridge and limited the growth of other universities. So that's ranking of universities and white goods. What about if you want to find a really good gastronomic experience? Well, the top ranking one is the Michelin Guide, where you can go online, find the best restaurants, find the best hotels. I have to say, I have a particular like of Indian cuisine, so I put that into the guide, and I found that there's a very nice restaurant in New York, if I happen to be in New York. There's also one there in Berlin, the central image there in Berlin, and the one on the right there, which looks very tasty indeed, is in London. So next time I'm in London, I can go down there, I can book a table and go and enjoy some really wonderful Indian cuisine. And it's right. So I know when I go there, I'm not going to have to worry, will I enjoy my meal? I'm pretty certain to enjoy that. But it's more than just the meal itself, it's the experience. And if you look at the inspectors' guides, they go around anonymously to the restaurants and they grade the restaurant on the quality of the products, on the mastery of the flavor and cooking techniques, the personality of the chef represented in the dining experience. And this is where I think experience is important. The harmony of the flavors and consistency between inspectors' visits. So you can't just score highly the first time or the second time and then not continue that level of quality and cuisine. So how does that relate to universities? And I've compared it to Amrita. And if you look at the quality of products, we can consider what are the products that you offer? What are the services that are offered? And this applies, as I say, this applies to all universities. You know, how is the teaching, research, and student experience qualities demonstrated? How will I know that I am getting those qualities and that high level of teaching and research, etc.? The mastery of flavor and cooking techniques. How do you demonstrate that excellence? How do you measure it? How do you communicate it? Because not all of our students and learners are fully sophisticated. They may only know our university. How can we communicate that what we're delivering is high quality and beneficial? The more they understand that, the more we communicate it, the more we influence the perception of what we deliver. And of course, number 3 there, what about the personality of the chef? What about the personality of the university? What is that vision? How do students, teachers, researchers, administrative staff engage with this vision? How do they support it? How do they drive it? And then number 4 there, the harmony of flavors. How do the subject disciplines support each other? You know, what about this cross-disciplinarity? In American universities, they talk about universities have subject disciplines, but the society has problems which cut across all those disciplines. So we need interdisciplinary research institutes. And how do we pull all that total experience for the learner and their other stakeholders into that university offering? And finally there, that number 5, we need consistency between inspectors' visits. And so we need to check that what we're doing and delivering has a high reputation, has a higher appreciation by our learners and the other stakeholders. And I think if we put all those 5 together, Michelin and its inspectors can provide us with some good strategies for thinking about how we deliver them and what is our offering as a university. And just to illustrate that, I mean, I've got my mug of tea here, and I need to sip from it from time to time. I made it with a tea bag, and a tea bag is very cheap. You know, it's well under £1. But, you know, I could go and buy a cup of tea from Greggs or from McDonald's, and I might pay £2 or something of that order. So that the price is going up. But if I want a service and go to a cafe, I might be paying £4, £4.50 even for a cup of tea. But would you pay £10 plus for a cup of tea? I'm not sure I would necessarily if it was just a cup of tea. But if it was an experience such as going to the Ritz in London, where I can not just have a cup of tea, I can have a pot of tea, I can have cakes, as you can see piled up there. You know, the beautiful surroundings, the flowers, the decoration, the lighting, the quality of the chairs and the quality of the service, they all interact to create that fabulous experience. And you know what? It isn't just £10 plus for a cup of tea. It's from £54 per person. So people are willing to pay that. People are willing to come along if you promise them and deliver for them on a consistent basis, the quality of service, the quality of products, the teas, and so on. So,
Doctor, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. So traditionally, we had traditional university and online universities, and then we differentiated. That's no longer the case. What we've learned from COVID is that we've got these blended environments for university study, university teaching, and university research. And we're living that now, aren't we, in this international conference? And it's fabulous to engage with all of you and learn more from your part of the world. So we need to innovate. Harvard talked about innovation, and innovation is about changing. So Clayton Christensen, who talked about innovation, particularly emphasized the tradition of change. We don't stand still. We heard earlier about the culture. Culture doesn't stand still. It's not fixed. We have a culture. It's constantly changing in universities, and we need to build on that to create innovation. So finally, my interpretation and what I built with Colin Beard was this idea of learner-centered experiences. So we built it into cognitive, affective, and behavioral. And if you can see, I move my cursor, we've got the learning environment. So we need to think about what is the learning environment and the wonderful stuff that you're doing at Amrita and sustainability and so on. And so you've got this external environment, and you've also got the internal environment. So I've expanded this concept of the environment. We're not just talking about the natural world, but we're talking about various aspects of the learning environment, the activities, senses, and the emotions, which we heard about from all of the other presenters, and very interestingly they were. So you can do those combinations. You can create millions of options for the students. And I think about the learning objects Dr. Ali Khatter talked about. You can use this to create learning objects and so on. So finally, we've got the goddess of learning sitting right in front of the university, your university, and there's lots of ways of encouraging that learning, and reading online about the university is doing great things. The greening of this environment is just absolutely fantastic. So my applause for you for all of that you're doing there and spreading the word. And that's it. I'm over for questions.
Thank you. Just let me get to the questions. So there's one, I have a question here for you, which is, what is your opinion in incorporating traditional pedagogies into blended learning? For example, use of theater and teaching English.
Well, I used to be a teacher of English in Sweden and in Saudi Arabia. And I think that the traditional pedagogies, which we've inherited from Aristotle and so on, are powerful. They're still with us. And we do know that the gardens of academia in ancient Greece, we still repeat that framework and that environment. And it works with our students. But I don't think we're going to lose that dynamism and that social learning, which is so hugely important. I'm utterly convinced that the students learn more from themselves and from each other than they do from me as a teacher. All I can do is create the environment, be provocative, give them some material and let them run with it. So the traditional pedagogies, I think, are still powerfully strong. And what can I say more than that? I think we just, as teachers, as facilitators, I think we need to make ourselves aware of possibilities pedagogically, continuously challenging, critique ourselves and reflect. And by that Sean's reflection and so on, we can do so much more for our students. Teachers are not going to go away. I think we're here for the long term. At least I hope so.
Yeah, we all agree. We all agree. Thank you so much, Dr. John. There are some comments saying very interesting presentation, and thank you about the analogy to the Michelin star rating. And any other questions that we have, we'll move over to the panel discussion. But we appreciate you so much for hanging in there. We started a bit late, so maybe present the certificate of appreciation, please. And
thank you so much, Dr. Sudha.
And please, you're invited to our campus anytime.
I'd love to visit one day, and I'll take you up on that offer. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye. So
Bye.
maybe have the next presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. That was a very interesting talk, and it was very insightful. And we look forward to collaborate with you.
Thank you, Dr. Manisha. You're very kind.
Sir, could you please stop sharing so I can share the certificate?
I will. Thank you. One moment. I'm going to stop.
We have more and more people commenting, very nice presentation, very informative. So we just want you to go and look at the comments. And
I'm just stopping sharing now. There we go.
Thank you, sir. There we go. In appreciation of your efforts. Very engaging. Thank you. So maybe have the next speaker, please. Our next speaker is Dr. Rimjim Agarwal, who holds a PhD in economics from Cornell University in the US and is an associate professor in the School of Sustainability at Arizona State University. Her research and teaching interests lie at the interface between sustainability science and international development. Her recent project on activating global citizenship through the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals was funded through the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. She is currently working on a National Science Foundation funded project on innovations in food, energy, and water nexus. Dr. Agarwal has previously worked as a consultant for the World Bank and the United Nations University's World Institute for Development Economics Research. In recognition of her efforts in youth-inspired research and community outreach, in 2010, she was awarded Arizona State University's President's Award for Sustainability. She is also a recipient of the Fulbright Nehru Academic and Professional Excellence Award. The title of her presentation this evening is Designing Cross-Cultural Immersive Experiences for a Transformative Pedagogy in Sustainable Development, Empowering the Next Generation of Change Makers. Professor Rimjam Agarwal, I invite you to begin your presentation, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. I want to say what a great blessing this is to be to have this opportunity to interact and share with like-minded people. This is very rare indeed. And I thank all the organizers for this wonderful opportunity and the way they have organized this conference. So thank you so much. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Perfect.
Okay. So I want the thing about joining on the last day is that, of course, the most insightful comments and learnings have already been shared. And so I thought what I would focus on, because I come from the School of Sustainability and we've been around for more than a decade, is talk a little bit, share with you about how I think sustainability is different from all other disciplines. So we've been talking here a lot about how sustainability builds on other disciplines, but we need to talk a little bit about how this building, so the whole is more than the sum of the parts, as we talk about. So the part that I will focus, the first point I want to emphasize is that sustainability is a lot about transformation. That is why I put that title in my, word in my title, which is transformative pedagogy. So transformation as opposed to change. Change, of course, is the constant. We talk about it all the time. We are always changing, but we are not fundamentally transforming. And given all the crises that we see in the world today, what we are calling for is transformation. And sustainability is about understanding transformations, both understanding and enabling transformations. And we can think about transformations at various levels. We have been talking in this symposium a lot about systems level design, so I will not talk any more about that, which it involves engaging diverse stakeholders, and we've talked about that. We've also talked about this bottom level of designers for the future, which is developing design expertise for enabling learning experiences. We've talked about that. But the part that Dr. Wilson was just alluding to is about rethinking university also. So Dr. Manisha was talking earlier about how we need to create an ecosystem. So we're not just talking about courses or even curriculum, but all of this sits within the design of a university. And we have learned that unless the design of the university itself is rethought, we are not going to be able to do all that we are talking about here. So we need to build capacity for universities. And I want to emphasize that point because we all know that of all the social institutions we have, universities are widely acknowledged as ones that are most rigid. We must acknowledge that universities are one of the most rigid institutions. They are very bureaucratic. So bringing about simple changes in universities are very different. Of course, Amrita is new, faces less of that challenge, but we need to think about what is the place of a university in society and in then enabling these transformations. So the purpose and mission, as Dr. Wilson was pointing out, and the earlier speakers also, That is very important. So I wanted to just quickly go over the purpose, the charter that our university came up with. It is a public research university, and we have emphasized a lot on who we include rather than who we exclude. Most other universities, particularly in the US, define themselves, their excellence by their selection criteria, which is who are they excluding. But I think the mission we have put for ourselves is by inclusion, about not only who we include, but how do we enable that they succeed and they thrive. So that's the first part, that our curriculum needs to be able to meet the needs of diverse learners, whether they are first generation university students, they come from native communities or very low income communities, they come to class hungry, all of that. We see that a lot in our US universities also. The second part is advancing research and discovery of public value. This is how sustainability and our university in particular is different from what we talk about when we talk about management education, which has been talked a lot about in this symposium. Of course, we want to learn from management, but we need to keep in mind that we are advancing public value. And advancing public value then implies that we assume fundamental responsibility for the change and transformation we bring about in communities. This is why I love the idea of the live-in communities, because you are not helicoptering into a particular community, which was the model of sustainable development earlier. You helicopter into a community, do something, and then go away. You are not there to be held accountable or held responsible. So I think this is very important. And then based on this charter, we have a set of design aspirations, and I will not bore you with all of them, but you will see that they match a lot of what we have been talking about here. But the point here is that not only are we talking about designing courses and curriculum, we need to be talking about designing our universities as well and having aspirations that help with that design. So given that, now I'll come to my own school of sustainability, where we've put in a lot of thought into thinking about these transformations and transitions. So here is a sort of framework we have been developing. So there is not only this understanding of complex problem constellations, which has been done in science for a long time. We've always talked about problems. But what we are looking for in sustainability is intervention points. That is central, because we are talking about transitions and transformations. And why do we intervene? Because we have a vision of society which is different from what it is currently. And that vision needs to be developed. Otherwise, if we don't intervene, we continue with our miserable state of affairs. And if we want to reach that vision, we need what we call transition strategies. And so this is the framework on which we then develop our competencies, which a number of speakers today and earlier have talked about. So by competency, again, I mean the skills, knowledge, and attitudes that enable us to complete a particular task. And in this case, problem solving is what we are looking for. So here, within that framework, we have matched competencies. So understanding complex problem constellations is about systems thinking competence. And again, we've talked a lot about that in this symposium, so I will not elaborate much on that. But given that we want to intervene, what is very important, and I've seen less emphasis on that, at least in the sessions I've been to, I'm sorry, it's very early in the morning for us here. The symposium starts at 3:30 a.m. here in Arizona, so I've not been able to attend everything. But I have seen less emphasis on visions, on envisioning, on what we call anticipatory competence. And this is how sustainability is different from many other disciplines that it builds on, because it is fundamentally about future and about imagining a different future. So the visions are very important. And given the visions, then we need a way to make those visions, to reach those visions. And that is what we call sustainability transition strategies, for which we need what we call strategic competence. You need to strategically and intentionally think about how do you get to your vision. And that is an important competence to build. And then you may have different visions. So we are talking about multiple values and cultures, and people all within a particular village also may not have the same vision. So we need to have a way of explicitly recognizing these alternative visions and bring in ethics as we choose among alternative scenarios. And that is what we call normative competencies. And then finally, bringing it all together is interpersonal competence, which is things like team building, collaboration, and so on, that we have talked a lot about in this symposium. So I go very quickly. Of course, my slides will be available. I'll go very quickly about how we have thought about these competencies, various concepts that draw on this, and you can find more in the source that is listed here. So systems thinking is about variables, indicators. These concepts like feedback loops are very important, complex cause-effect chains. We're not talking about linear systems. We are talking about nonlinear complexities. We are talking about tipping points, legacy impacts, resilience. And also fundamentally, this is also something I want to underscore, that sustainability is about multi-level and cross-scale interactions that go from local to global, from village to all the way to the nation, to the globe, and so on. And we are talking about these complex, these couple domains and so on. This we've talked about. So I'll move over to what I called anticipatory competence, which is thinking about future. And here also are concepts of time. So if you come from different cultures, there are very different concepts of time that are involved and need to be taken into account. Fundamentally, we need to talk about uncertainty, which is also fundamental to the study of sustainability. How do we deal with uncertainty? What are the concepts that we need? Then talk about things like path dependency, consistency, and plausibility of future developments. This idea of consistency and plausibility is important because we want to develop imagination and out-of-box thinking for our students. But the scenarios that we build up are not just Disney scenarios, right? We are talking about consistency and plausibility.
Professor, you have 5 minutes.
Yes. Okay. And then we need to talk about normative competency, which is about diverse values and cultures, ethical concepts. And this is where goals, targets, etc. are very important. And methods of like multi-criteria assessment methods, etc. And and then lastly, we have the strategic competency, which, as I mentioned, is about intentionality. We are not just letting things happen. We have intentions in the way we want to govern, in the way we want to steer these transitions in particular ways. And here, social movements and transition pathways, etc., are important. What are the strategies that we will use? And the methods that we will use to enable those. Now, finally, so what we have done with this is we had our mission, we have our framework, we have competencies, then we have used our curriculum to build on those competencies. And what you see here is our courses. What we do every year is to look at a set of courses and match them with these competencies. So developing what we call this DNA mapping, looking at, are we really delivering these competencies? and in which courses, where are their gaps? And finally, I will end with designing these cross-cultural immersive experiences, which are based on sustainability competencies framework. And we have, these courses are problem-based. Like I've taught several courses on food insecurity in the US. We have that as a major problem in our local area also. And we have designed courses that engage youth in next generation agriculture. And we invite experts to the class and take the students to field visits. And this is one of the examples of what the students explored various ideas, including given the fact that we are in Arizona, which is very arid, it gets very hot. We don't grow here anything in the summer. So the students worked with a local architect to come up with this idea of greenhouses and experimented with different greenhouses, different designs, and did these experiments to assess the technology, and then brought in their systems thinking into developing these different scenarios. Should the greenhouse be adopted at the individual scale or community scale? Use these idea of causal loop diagrams from systems thinking to think about what would be not only the current, but the future implications of putting this technology in place. They worked with the local community, as you see, came up with very frugal innovations, such as this misting system to take care of the lack of moisture and heat, too much heat. And we have not only focused this on our students, but expanded this idea of greenhouses and growing food to school gardens, engaging teachers academy. We have a teachers academy. We are training school teachers also in this. And so this is the way we are we are engaging with our local community, as well as we have some partnerships. I've had some partnerships with IIT and School of Planning and Architecture in Delhi, where we engage students to create these videos that contextualize their problems. And then we take up a common problem like that of waste in the rivers, which is both in India and in the US. And our most recent innovation was developing a course on virtual field trips, where we train students to create immersive virtual field trips that they share with their colleagues across in different universities. So with that, I will end. These are the main takeaways from my presentation. Thank you very much again for this opportunity to share my thoughts with you. And again, we've learned so much from this. It feels great to have a community of like-minded people. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rimjam. You're always welcome to come here with your students and start some collaborative work. In fact, the last slide which you presented was very interesting to me about virtual field trips, considering that the COVID pandemic seems to be creating such havoc time and again. So if you could speak a little bit more, because you were winding up, I could give you just a little bit more time, discretion, a minute to answer this question. What do you mean by that a little bit, to explain what virtual field trips would mean?
Thank you, Dr. Sudha. So very briefly, sustainability is, as I said, at various levels, local to global, but contextualization and place-based learning is very important. So we want to, if we are going to design these global curriculum, it's great, but it needs to incorporate place-based learning also. So what is happening in Arizona, we also have a waste problem, a water problem, but it manifests in very different ways than what it does, let's say, in Kerala. And so we want students to exchange this contextualization. So virtual field trips is a way of, it's almost like a field trip, like as you said, we can't do that during pandemic time. So how can we create what we call a 360-degree immersive experience, which is learner enabled? So we created these virtual field trips, which are interactive and immersive, They use 360-degree technology, so the learner can choose what they want to focus in. And we have a learning environment which attracts what the student, how they navigate the field trip. You know, if you're on a field trip, you may be interested in looking at a particular flower. I may be interested in looking at a particular tree or the road there or the people. And this enables students to be in an immersive virtual environment. And in fact, up to now, mostly these virtual field trips were created by professionals. So we created a course where we taught students how to do this. So thank you, Sudha.
This is fantastic. I'm going to follow up with you on this one. Thank you so much for your presentation. If we could have Professor Rimjim's certificate, and we leave any other questions for the panel. But you've got a lot of comments about how your presentation is great, and thank you for that.
Thank you again for the opportunity.
Here's your certificate of appreciation, Doctor. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
So may we have the next speaker, Dr. Tariq Rashid, who is the Vice President and Chief Technical Officer of Civilizology, LLC, a private research and development company headquartered in Wyoming, USA. Additionally, he is an adjunct professor at Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham University, an international consultant for technology and innovation with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, and a disaster risk reduction technology expert for the United Nations Development Program. Dr. Rashid has held former positions of senior research professor and director of geoinformatics at Indiana University, and several faculty positions in various capacities at the University of Redlands, University of Oklahoma, University of Southern California, New Mexico State University, and Austin Community College. The title of his presentation today is Think Platform, Best Practices in Developing Platforms for Education. Dr. Tariq, may I invite you to begin your presentation, please?
Thank you so much, Dr. Soda, and thank you very much for the conference organization committee to make me part of this very interesting symposium. And happy Republican Day for all my Indian friends. And I really very honored to be part of this symposium, giving this talk, as well as moderating the next panel. So my talk was going to be very short. I'll try to make it within 10 minutes, just for the sake of keeping up with the conference agenda, and also a kind of like transition towards the panel discussion. So I'm going to actually just share my screen, make sure that you guys can see my presentation. So as I mentioned, I'm going to actually do some background noise. Okay, perfect. So my presentation again is about Think Platform and how we can I have translation here. It's basically about platform thinking, and again, it's meant to have been seeing a lot of interesting talks and intervention during the past 2 days and today as well. And I want to basically present it in a way of how we can transition, from this discussion of how we can develop a sort of platform or technology solution that can help develop this global curriculum for sustainability envisioned by Dr. Manisha. And the way I'm going to actually cover this is about 3 points, and I'm not going to basically provide really best practice or anything, just share with you some sort of basic concept of what is platform thinking, and give a sort of tour of some platform, just looking at the different ways this basically this evolution is represented, and then just putting some sort of idea for what things need to be considered if we would develop a platform to deliver a global colloquium in sustainability, which kind of like transitioning to the panel discussion point that we'll have afterwards. So I just want to start with a story of a platform that I think almost everybody of the audience is familiar with, the evolution of Amazon.com. And it's a story of almost 27 years. It started back in 1994 as an online bookstore that is operated from the garage of Jeff Bezos, and moved forward over the year slowly into kind of like expansion on what we know right now as one of the best practice or the best example of platforms. And from this, we'd like to look at basically some of the ideas or some of lessons learned from basically the evolution of this one, because I think when we talk already about a platform that is very successful, has been delivering and has been expanding toward what we call it an ecosystem, is especially in the business area, I think Amazon.com is number one. So we can see over the years, basically starting with a very, if we try to kind of like translate the story of Amazon into a sort of like a chart for how platform evolve over time. We can see a model here from going from very, very traditional model. The traditional model, he started basically back in, in the mid 90s as just a bookstore. Internet was new at the time. So start basically selling used book on, using the internet. And very soon, basically, it developed into basically, let's go digital. So basically, instead of just basically like getting requests and people send things, that basically going to a digital platform where we can present things and basically innovating new idea of how people can do shopping and have online, cart and putting things out on the platform. And then slowly he moved to make it open. So it's not only, him operating the business, but also allowing other vendors and other people to sell and buy their products on the platform. So basically going a little bit expanding it into other things like music, clothes, and providing source of hosting services and so on. And then ultimately was, starting expanding with, beyond the digital platform or the open platform into an ecosystem, distribution centers, delivery, right now, basically like Amazon.com has its own delivery like FedEx and the UPS in the US. And starting with technology, with solutions. So developing this basically as a whole ecosystem for e-commerce that include basically, a community of sellers, buyers, and developer and innovation that cover almost every aspect of this one. So, so one thing that we can get from the story of Amazon platform is this kind of like evolution, how platform evolve over time from very, very traditional to digital to openness, and then to build the ecosystem. I've been listening to a lot of comments about the system thinking and how we develop a system thinking. So think about a digital ecosystem, a system holistic thinking of ecosystem that is not only one way from teacher to students, but also from student to teacher, from other basically, stakeholders who contribute to this kind of ecosystem and participate in this and evolve around that. So this is one thing, just give us a story of how platform evolve over time. We also can extract some sort of concept capability, how they are different from other platform is kind of like a extensively used word. And it means many things. Some people think about platform, the website and platform are the same. Portals are like on platform, warehouses at platform. But one thing distinctive about platform as a concept, it is for community building. It's to build a community of interest evolving around certain topic or center area. YouTube, for example, is a community platform for video sharing, video creation, video creators. We have now influencers, but it's all about one topic, one single topic, just how people can share and extend videos. There's no concept, basically, you can be a viewer, but you also can be a contributor, and this kind of like the merge here. So it is not like everybody has a a specific rule, but it's also all come together. Anybody can start tomorrow and can build their own TV channel, and they can start to actually share their own videos on YouTube. So it's not just one way, it is interactions about community building. Twitter is the same. People post, other people comment, but those people who comment, you also are, they can have their own tweet and they can have their own followers. So you follow and you get followed by other people, and so on for every other thing. So one thing distinctive about platform that is different from a portal or a website or thing is about community, how to build a community of interest, community that include all the stakeholders. And then once you do the community here, you build this platform, the ecosystem that facilitate this interaction between the different community around shared values. And the shared value in this case, that YouTube, for example, is different kind of like, videos for, an educational platform that will be, for example, caring about sustainability and be caring about learning about sustainability and deliver vision for sustainability. And more importantly, platform, they provide a seed for growth. So they grow over time, they evolve over time. They are not like one way and they stay static in the way. Website probably most of them static, maybe you can change the style, but again, it's delivering one thing, just you deliver information to the public one way. But for platform is always growing, and sometimes growing in a way that we cannot imagine right now. Maybe in 5 years, things evolve beyond our own capability of this one. But you have to see it in a way that basically can grow over time to support the growth. So one of the things basically platform is different, is basically, again, is about the community, about building a digital ecosystem that can serve the interest of different stakeholders, where is a kind of like silver line between contributors and audience and participant is kind of like merged together in not clear way, so everybody can play different rules. There is no one single rules, and it can grow. So one thing we learned from Amazon is evolution, the trajectory of how platform evolve over time. We can get some sort of concept and capability of what a platform means. It also tells us about platform thinking. So the platform thinking is going from this kind of like traditional way. For business, it was, for example, Amazon, it was going from the traditional way of thinking about market in terms of producers and consumers into building this basically like, how markets works, focusing on providing this ecosystem that include consumer, company, brands, competitor, even allowing the room for competitors to come and compete and sell their product. So even the concept of competition between the different vendors, is again merged here or evolving or fading, because the whole idea is about how to create value for everybody. So basically creating a value chain or a value for everybody stakeholder where they have something to get out of this. So the big question when we need to think about how we can develop a platform for education, especially to deliver education, is, are we still maintaining the same traditional relationship between a student and a teacher, where teacher is a teacher, a student is a student, or a student can play another role? The student can teach, maybe teach fellow students, or maybe add something to the teacher, and teacher learn from students. This is the thing, unless we start visiting this kind of relationship, exactly as, for example, Jeff Bezos visited the relationship between producers and consumers. Maybe we can start think about basically how, what does it mean to develop really a true, effective digital platform for education. When we look again at the evolution here, I think for most educational platform that we know of now, they kind of got stuck in the middle part here, being digital. So going from the traditional face-to-face to being digital. But in a very few cases, I have seen this digital going open, or even building this ecosystem that enables this community growth to evolve over time. So even though we have seen some sort of interesting talk today, for example, Dr. Wilson, he was mentioning something about basically in his talk about, ability for a student to learn from different university at the same time, having different modules from different university. But I think, the implementation of a platform in the way we see, for example, in the e-commerce area, when it comes to education, is still far away. So one way I wanted to do here is to give you a quick tour of 3 platforms that I am being aware of. One of them I've been part of the development of the GIS body of knowledge for geographic information science by the University Consortium of GIS. The other one is I'm familiar with, but I'm not part of it, is basically the body of knowledge and sustainability by the Association of Chemical Engineers. And then the last one is one of my favorite, which is the System Innovation Hub, which is a very, very nice platform for delivering information about system thinking and system innovation. And I will just give you a quick tour, maybe 1-minute tour in each one of these, just to see how these represent different kind of stages of evolutions, just to get an inspiration for the panel discussion that will follow. So the first one, as I mentioned, is the GIS body of knowledge. So that one is developed. Again, just the example here is providing a way of how colloquium can be developed here. So that was developed by the University Consortium of GIS, and the idea was basically very similar to what we are discussing here, how we can develop basically pedagogy or teaching material and colloquium to teaching GIS. We call it the GIS and Geographic Information Science and Technology body of knowledge. What are the topics? What are how it can be how it can be taught, and how it can be delivered. So I'm focused here on the part of the delivery part here, how it's delivered, because over since 2001 until 2021, so it has been developed over 20 years. and it came in different versions. This is the second version they have done. And the way they did, they have different kind of like areas where they have decided basically to do, basically, this is the core knowledge area for geographic information science and technology, from foundational concept to knowledge economy to computer platform. And then for each one of this, basically, knowledge area, they came with the different topics, basically, that discuss, different things: the origins of the cognitive issue, origin of the domain of geographic information science, about space line, and each one of these basically provide a sort of syllabus outline for, what is the description, who are the reference, and basically who are the author. It has been contributed to by a lot of professors and experts in the field, and provide very nice, and it's meant to provide a sort of kind of guidelines for university interested to develop a program, master or bachelor degree program, or even K-12 level education, to professional companies who would like to train their own employee on GIS and so on. But again, looking at the delivery here, it's still a very, very traditional way. It is basically one way, developed once for one and for good by different people. Just a website, you go there and you take the information. There is no way even to provide comment or feedback or anything. So it is the way it is developed in a very nice way to develop effective resources. Let's put it this, basically resource platform. But it is not really for building community here, because there is no community. It is just one-way interaction. So this is one example of a very good work that was done in the first element, which is how to build a colloquium, how to deliver this colloquium, and what is the different pedagogical way and concept and providing resources. But when it came to the delivery part, they failed in providing this basically enriching platform, just one-way website where you can so go there, learn about the information, and then basically take it and use it in your class, or if a program, use it in your program. The second example that I wanted to show you is the one that basically just looking for my presentation here, the body of knowledge and sustainability, and this was done by the Association of Chemical Engineers. And the way they did here, they went a little bit, one more step beyond what the people at the UCGIS done for their colloquium. So they did actually deliver basically a very nice body of knowledge, but they start actually providing some sort of information here. So they have webinars, they have some sort of course education, e-learning, and or webinars.
Professor, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, and then they provide some sort of like video material colloquium, but again, it is one way again, from professor teacher to the receiver, the students, or the people who are interested to do this. So a little bit providing more interactive material, again stuck in the digital space, going from traditional to digital, but still does not deliver that. The last one is my favorite one, is the is the one that by System Innovation Hub. Here they have taken it to totally a different level. So they still did like everything. They provide a full colloquium and full material for system thinking and system innovation, looking at different courses for academy courses, ebooks, paper downloads, providing tools kit for how to develop different way to build system and how to apply system thinking. And then they have the community here, and the community goes into different hubs and communities where people can post, comment, feedback. They have around communities all over the world. Basically, they have different around, I think basically they have, communities in India, in Europe, in Saudi Arabia, in Emirates, in the US. And each of them community provide basically like growing community. People contribute material, they contribute work. This material go back and feed into the different themes they have about system thinking, innovation, organization, and so on. So I think basically as we are moving toward thinking about basically the fulfilling the goal of this, symposium, thinking about basically how we can deliver, like we have been, like this is day 3, and the first day we have been focused a lot on why, basically a strategy. What is the strategy? Why we need even a global colloquium for sustainability? What is the purpose, the value, and looking at partnership and dialogue and things like that. And then yesterday we focused more on basically like, the pedagogical part and how we can deliver this one, and kind of like, basically meeting the different levels of, Bloom digital taxonomy, from understanding to deliver application. I think one to complement this, like, it's as if we think about holistic thinking, the third part is how we deliver this. What is the role of platform and platform thinking? what are the components, the processes, the kind of knowledge we need to share, how this can enrich a community and interaction, how we can make it open, and how we can involve innovations. And that is basically the goal of today's panel that will follow immediately after my talk here, is we try to basically discuss this kind of thing that I think, when we think about platform thinking, we just need to take all these things into the evolution of platform technology, what is the best practices and considerations that need to be taken into account really to develop an effective platform for a global colloquium of sustainability, the mean and specification of this one, what is basically the features and how we can make it really a true platform, interactive for community building. And then more important, what is the roadmap for doing this? What are the stages? How we can, what is the first step toward doing this? Is it basically just designing technology or doing what? So with that, I'm going to actually hold my breath and take any question if you have. Otherwise, we can move directly to the panel because I think we are under very strict time limits here. So thank you so much. Over to you, Dr. Sarah. Okay, Dr. Soda, any question? Should we move on the panel?
So we can move on to the panel.
Okay. All right. So so with that, we are going to transition to the panel here. So as I just kind of like set the stage for the panel discussion, we today is the third panel. Again, let me share my screen for the panel here. Okay, somebody's sharing the screen, so I cannot share my screen. So everybody, I'd like to welcome you for our last panel today for in the symposium, which is basically on how we can build a platform for teaching sustainable development. This is, as I mentioned, is the third of 3 series of panels that we have delivered on the past 3 days. The first day was basically focused on what to teach when it comes to sustainable sustainability. So and we had like 2 guiding questions. Mainly, one of the things basically was what is the minimum substantive and methodological module for a global colloquium and sustainable development, and how we can contextualize that. Yesterday was very, very enriching discussion, focused more on the basically the teaching part, how we can teach sustainable development, what pedagogy, how to conceptualize the global experience, and then how we can leverage technology. Today the focus is more on through what means, how this can be delivered, so how we can reach basically a global audience who can benefit from this kind of like colloquium all over the world. So so we'll be discussing today with a very, very esteemed colleagues from international panel, from all the way from Australia to the US, on how we can build a platform educational for global education in sustainability, how we can use this platform to support partnership, and how we can make it more human-centered. Before I move on, I think one of the ideas we have been entertaining, how we can bring all the outcome of this very, very rich discussion that we have had over the past 3 days into a sort of white or position paper that describe basically our position as a group from from developing a global colloquium and a technology platform for that. We're also thinking about basically translating this into a sort of special issue on one of the journals, or doing both. So basically just keep this in mind as we are discussing this, that basically we need to hopefully translate all this amazing idea into a tangible product that we can follow on after the conclusion of the symposium. So as I mentioned again, my name is Tariq Rashid, and I'm the moderator of the symposium, of the panel now. We have a very nice international team of colleagues. We have Professor Bruce Malmont from King College London at UK. We have Professor Arne Remen from Denmark, Aalborg University in Denmark, Professor for Development and Planning. We have also Professor Nava Subramanyam, Professor, Department of Accounting in Australia. I think it's almost like 1 or 2 a.m. in her time. So we thank her for staying up that late for us. Thank you so much, really appreciate it. We have Dr. Amandeep Singhal in Switzerland, International High and Health and Artificial Intelligence Research Collaborative Graduate Institute. We have already Dr. Remiam Agrawal, who's already saw here from Arizona State University as a keynote speaker from the US. We have Professor Amar Gala, UNESCO Chair on Inclusive Museum and Sustainable Heritage Development from India. And we have the one and the only Dr. Manisha Ramit from Amrita University. So I'd like to welcome all of you for participating in the panel and just quickly give you some insights from the outcome, just to be able to build and have sort of continuity in the thoughts and the idea that has been shared. So again, for day one, we have been talking about basically, you know, some sort of ideas of how we can develop a global colloquium, you know, for sustainability. And, you know, the discussion of the panel focused on two dimensions: vertical relations between different, you know, substantive knowledge area, and then horizontal one spanning across, cutting crosses across, you know, different dimensions. And there has been some sort of recommendation coming of this one that make sure that it's open source, modular, student-centered, enable understanding of social structure, of course, enabling field work as an integral part of this colloquium, and give rise or basically emphasize the importance of indigenous knowledge and enable understanding of behavioral issue, and open-minded student and empathy to understand, basically, like, you know, to just, you know, nurture being compassionate about sustainability and of our planet. The second day, yesterday, was focused on two things, basically taking this, you know, the question of why to what we should deliver in the sustainable colloquium. The colloquium itself, what should it contain? And there have been some recommendation about adapting system approach, focus on change, applying theory of change, again, focusing on how we can develop this kind of passionate idea about sustainability and our planet Earth, and integrate cross-learning and basically different kind of topics. And then the pedagogy part of it, basically, like, you know, using virtual reality, using a non-traditional way of delivering education, and make sure it's hands-on and building capacity using digital tools and so on. Today, we built about both of them, and with 3 questions that basically we are trying to do this, you know, if we would build the platform, you know, what are the components of this platform? What is the best practice that we have to adapt in this one? And then basically, you know, how we can ensure basically this platform that delivers its goals from, you know, global education platform decision toolkits. And then how we can, you know, have a roadmap for developing the technology that is basically reinforce partnership and human-centered approach. Just quickly before we start, to give a sort of housekeeping rules here, we have around 45 minutes before we have the concluding of our event here. So basically, we have around all our speakers here. So maybe the way that we'll do this is basic, you know, we can go around each one of our participants, give them a sort of like, you know, a way to give a, you know, opening statement, like for 2 minutes, and then we can just go for the 3 questions and then conclude by, you know, a food of thought again from each of our speakers. So, you know, try to make it like, you know, quickly, maybe 10 minutes, go through our participant here to their positional statement, and then we'll go over like 10 minutes for each question, and then we have like another 10 minutes to conclude. Does this make sense? All right, okay. So Bruce, I'll give you the stage here to give you your opening statement. What do you think about basically, you know, your position here, like hopefully with 2 minutes for each of us. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I'll just introduce myself. So I'm a professor of natural and environmental hazards at King's College London, and I've worked extensively with different types of engagement with different communities. I think the first thing that I'd like to start with is, should we really be aiming at a global platform, or should we be rather contextualizing in terms of case studies, which we then scale upwards? So I would be actually very uncomfortable saying, oh, let's aim for a global platform immediately, but rather learning from the past lessons. And that's the second thing that I'd like to bring in, which is there's been a lot of work already done in the peer review literature with communities and the gray literature on thinking through, first of all, what does it mean to teach sustainable development? And the second is the means by which we do it. And something I have not seen, and I looked again yesterday, was what is a good critical review of this knowledge? What is the efficacy of what is out there? And I think the first step towards building this platform is really to reviewing what is out there and looking at the lessons that have been learned. I think I will stop there and I'll bring the other things into answers for the questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. I think it would be nice also to give some example of the lesson learned from your teacher just to enrich our discussion here. So, but we'll get back to this again. I'll go for you, Nava, basically based on the screen order I have on my screen here. So thanks again for staying up late for this one. Maybe we can have just a quick 1 minute opening statement.
Thank you, Tarek. My view is that, a platform is a fantastic way of bringing knowledge and the cognitive elements, the competencies for developing cognitive elements together. But one of the palpable insights we've been getting through this over the 3 days is that the beauty of the human nature, the need for empathy, a platform, whatever way of means, communities getting together, it's difficult. So we have to address that. How do we get something like a wonderful live-in lab concept and then use the technology of platform to support that and vice versa? You would have platforms, but RimGym's virtual idea of a virtual lab, fantastic, So I can see that merger happening, but the gods of technology and AI and etc. I think we need to use them better. We could use them better. Thank you. I'll stop there and, let others have a say and join in later.
Thank you so much. Again, we'll phrase it back, basically the question of how we can manifest the empathy through the digital technology. That's a great topic to do this. So next, Arne. Would you like to have just 90 seconds opening statement, or what do you think? And then we'll go back and visit the point. So
yeah, first of all, thank you very much for arranging it. It was really interesting. Unfortunately, is in the week of our exams with the students, so I haven't had a chance to follow all of it. But it's really interesting what you are bringing up. I think, as I see it, you mentioned this with the community building. I would say this is perhaps following up on what is just said, the crucial part. How can we use these platforms also to strengthen the experiential learning, that the student actually go out and work with the communities, like in the living labs and so on, and have this specific experience. We do what we call at Aalborg University problem-based learning. And so each semester, the students spend half of their time on doing a project. So we ask them, in fact, already from the first semester, to do a kind of research project. And I think this is where the learning is really happening, because they interact with enterprises, with local communities, and are digging deep into the issues related to a problem, and also coming up. They do the problem analysis, but also coming up with the solutions, ideas for how to do improvements in specific areas. Of course, depending on, it's student-centered in the sense that they choose the topic within a frame that is for each semester. So the community building and the human-centered part, I think, is crucial, that we don't get lost in the technologies. I have seen one platform that was kind of built from the bottom, in the sense of, I think it's called Precious Plastic, that is a very NGO-driven, and people around the globe that are moving into, have an interest in how to do better reuse and recycling of plastic. So there are perhaps some learnings also by looking into this. So I agree very much with Bruce. It will be good to look into these different experiences that are already there. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So we'll talk about community building. Professor Amar Gala, so would like to give you the stage for a quick.
Thank you, Tarek. I mean, based on the framework that you set out, I've been involved in building two platforms with a global community of scholars. One is on sustainability.com. The other one is on museums.com. Both of them are very easy to access. But the main coordinating partner is the Common Ground Research Network in Urbana-Champaign. And but what I find is, I think that Bruce actually raised some important questions. It's important. What becomes really critical is case studies of experiential learning. You can have any number of research articles, whatever. So what I did was, with onsustainability.com, I started a field school in Vietnam. People could come from anywhere. First 2 days, they were allowed to be comfortable with wherever they come from with their middle-class values. By the third day, they were thrown at the deep end. And so they had 21 days collaboratively learning from Vietnamese, with whom I've worked for over 10 years by the time I started first one. And it's about transformative learning. I think someone pointed out in one of the earlier talks that it's about transformative learning. That's for life that people take away. And I'm now trying to, experiment with the same in India since I moved back to India. By the way, now I'm also Australian. So two Australians here. That's all, Tarek. Thank you.
Okay. We'll visit this concept of transformative learning, because I think it's also emphasizing, aligning very well with what we have discussed yesterday about change, and emphasizing change and the need for change and how to design for change. So, of course, that will be an important point with it later. Professor Agrawal, you'd like to have an opening statement?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tariq, for your very comprehensive presentation. It set the stage very well. I'd like to first quickly underscore some of the points made earlier. What Bruce mentioned about not reinventing the wheel and having a critical look at the literature, what it offers, the power of case studies, completely agree with that. The idea that Nava pointed out about centering the humans and feelings of empathy, I think that is the value that our platform could bring in, the human-centered part, community building, because we have learned from the development literature. I was an international development student, that what went wrong with development was that it was very one-way, top-down colonial model. We want to get away from the colonial model. We need to bring in decolonial ways of thinking, bring in indigenous values and culture. The other part I would emphasize is we've talked about innovations. What I think is important for community building is not just highlight your successes, which the Silicon Valley, for instance, does very well. Talk about your failures. We learn a lot from failures. We learn a lot from each other's. You build community by learning about each other's vulnerabilities. We connect through our vulnerabilities. I would argue we don't connect through our strengths necessarily. So if that platform could be about a compelling storytelling, and this is why I loved the idea of virtual field trips that we created, because that was about telling a compelling story that brings in the role of emotions, the affective factor that we talk about, not just logic, but empathy, emotions. All of that can be conveyed by video, and we have all the technologies to do that, but be very careful that it doesn't become only about the technology, but about the human part, which, as I said, includes failures and emotions and vulnerabilities. I'll end there.
Thank you so much. Interesting, actually, the concept of decolonizing the colloquium. I like that. This only come from, an Indian, revolutionary person. So thank you so much. Dr. Manisha, I know that you shared with us earlier a very, very long rest, and you had something going in your head when you decided to organize this symposium, and especially emphasizing the technology platform. So maybe you can share with us just, before we engage in the discussion, what is your vision of this platform? Why you even thought about the platform in the first place? What you had in mind, not only having the colloquium, but the platform to deliver this colloquium. What's your wish list? You have basically many geniuses here who can actually deliver your wish list by their thoughts. You are muted.
As I entered into this sustainable development area, one of the major things what I faced is the manpower resource. There is a less number of manpower resources who can deliver what we think as, how to teach the empathy, how to teach, show them what is the problem, what are the challenges. So I was always thinking about scalability of this one so that more people can contribute to the society. That is why the platform idea itself has creeped into my mind. So one of the major thing when the platform idea, when it comes, what I was looking is two questions which I was deliberating was, why do we need a platform and for whom we need a platform? I think that clarity we need. The second thing is there are a lot of different digital platforms are available for education. But what I don't see today's platform, at least to the level I would expect, is when you want to move from E to E through MS. That means when you want to move from engagement to empowerment through multi-stakeholders. That is lacking in the current platforms. It has not got. So where is that lack and how can we bring in? Because that is the most important thing which we have to bring in if you have to build a sustainable solution in any community, or if you have to teach or train students. And the other major thing is when it is on a platform, how do you even assess when they do something? Those were the few things, thought process in my mind.
That's great. That could be actually our starting point here. So maybe you can start with the last point, which also goes what Bruce has mentioning, and I will open the platform for everybody to engage here without any specific order. So in your opinion, what is the top barriers here? What one or the two or three top barriers that are blocking right now the vision that Dr. Manish is envisioning here? Basically, like addressing the multiple stakeholders, knowing who are our stakeholders, or blocking our way of going from E to E, from engagement to empowerment. So what are maybe either the barriers in your opinion, or the lesson learned, or the best practice to overcome these? So the floor is open.
May I start? I think that we are focusing on the technology and not asking the very basic essential question, what do you expect to get out of a particular program or study about sustainable development? So I think that that needs to be clarified in each module or a program. And then the use of the technology platform versus face-to-face, the balance of it can then be worked out. But we all know that an apple is an apple. So a platform can only do this many things really well. You can go and try to solve hunger, the problem of hunger. But when you see a child or a person who's really hungry and can't do anything, it's a whole different emotional response. So I'll stop there and give others a chance to say more things.
So basically, I think in your opinion, if I can translate this, and again, like the way I understood that one of the barrier you see that we focus more on the means, which is the technology, than on the goal, which is the sustainable goals, or eradicating hunger, or doing this. This is one of the challenges you see, that we focus more on the means.
The risk is it's like AI and a lot of the technologies, that suddenly the technology is driving what you're going to study, where you're going to study it, how you're going to study it, rather than the problem driving you to say, no, I really want to study this, and therefore I'll choose X, Y, and Z. And like Manisha said, why and who is to use the platform. But I'd also ask when and how you're going to use the platform. So you need to give certain people in the communities iPads, or they may need technological, that type of support. And I think platforms are great in the beginning, but as a student matures in sustainable development study, they need to go out there. They need to, get, and that's why I think the Living Lab, of Amrita University concept is so unique. And I can tell you right now, almost 90% of universities in the world cannot do what Amrita does. They just don't have the the higher ups, the powers to be, do not have the motivation or the expansion of Amma's vision. So you need that commitment to make Living Labs work, So it's got to be acknowledged that it's so resource driven, and higher education at the moment is going through a terrible time where resources are shrinking. So it's really got to be really smart how to use the platform.
Keep an eye on the purpose and the goal, not basically the means. So this is one lesson learned, or one of the barriers that need to be overcome. What else?
I'm going to mute myself so that, I let others.
Bruce, maybe you have some thoughts, since you have, we're talking earlier about.
So I agree very much with Manisha that we need to think about who is this being aimed at. Questions are. The issue about who this is being aimed at is quite important, because different people will have different technologies. Are they going to be using paper? Will they be using a phone? Will they be using a tablet? Will they be using a laptop? Different people learn in very different ways, and different people have different resources. The questions, I think that if you're developing a platform at this scale, you need to be specific about what the objectives are. Don't try to do everything. So don't try to build a platform that is going to teach everything about sustainable development, which then has 17 different goals with all of its different indicators, which is endless, and it's basically all of the world's problems. So focus on one or two things. The one thing that I've been thinking about a lot lately is, how do you bring in the engagement from the community? And can you build a Wikipedia sort of platform where people contribute micro modules? And that's quite possible, but then you need to bring in some sort of measurement of the quality of the material that people are putting into place. Because just because people are impassioned and they are excited about putting something into a public platform that will then be used for teaching and for knowledge transfer, doesn't mean it's good. It doesn't mean it's right. And so one of the issues I'm trying to struggle with is, how do you put in a quality control other than one that is self-controlling into a platform that is self-growing and can grow bigger, and that involves the community. And so that way people go from feeling like they are just engaging to empowerment, that they can both engage and enrich the system. And that's one that I've sort of been struggling with. I'm not sure when it comes to education, how do we bring in those quality controls with the general public? So I'll stop there and let the other people who have their hands up speak.
Okay. So, but just commenting on your point here, Bruce. So, first of all, being specific versus don't have to be very specific objective rather than addressing everything. We have seen other platforms that allow to do this. For example, the System Innovation Hub, they have system innovation thinking about everything from understanding economics to understanding, ecology, to how to, transform technology, theory of change. They even have, some of the contributors talk about the concept of love from system perspective, and how conveying all this relationship between the couple in terms of system thing. So this is one thing you can do. Actually, everything as the system grow, it starts to grow with diversity. You have diverse users with diverse interests. Sustainability is not limited to decision makers or government. Is involve everybody, and as a human we are diverse. So this is one thing, it can address everything. The other thing is The control part, Wikipedia is a good example here. So basically, like, building encyclopedia that provides factual information has proven to be working. Like, the crowd editing, just set the rules and set sort of framework and let the people do it. At the beginning, there will be some sort of, adjustment, but ultimately we have a sort of like natural editing, as you have seen in Wikipedia, that basically like, clean itself. Self-cleaning if you want to remove the information, the quality. So maybe we cannot envision that. What I'm trying to say, we don't have to see the end of the tunnel to start the trip, and we can start something, and as things evolve, the technology, the people understanding, and the maturity, the system itself will do this. So just trying to bring counter argument here, because all this fear could be done in the future. Remind, go ahead. So I see you have raising your hand, and then Arnie.
Yes, thank you. So building on Nava's point about the live-in labs, I certainly agree. That is a great example, a great asset we have, very unique. But I don't think we are talking about substituting it in the platform. That's the point. I was getting that vibe from you. I don't think we are talking about substituting it. We are thinking about enhancing and complementing it. And so there could be ways in which we could go from engagement to empowerment, answering Dr. Manisha's challenge. What I found through creation of virtual field trips is that if we can give the opportunity to community members, now you have the technology iPhone, that they create their own videos. They tell you about what it is to be hungry. It's not you looking at them. And of course, that is important. It's a tremendous learning experience for middle-class students to go there and see what hunger means. It is even more empowering for people who live in hunger every day to be able to tell how it manifests in every part of their life, in their thoughts, in their whether they have voice, how they live their lives, and so on. And so I think I know technology can't become the goal. It is a means. And if the goal is empowerment, we can think about ways in which we make this truly two-way that we were talking about, this community building, like I said, talking about failures, talking about what life in poverty actually means from people who are living it, so that it becomes two-way and it is more about community building.
Thank you so much, Arnie. I see your hand, and then Amar.
Yes. I agree very much with what was just said. I think the question is, if we think about it as a library, as a platform for gaining access to knowledge, or we more think it's more active in the sense of a platform for collaboration. And I think that is perhaps the way forward if we are going to do what has just been said, using it for both engagement and empowerment. Then it's the relations between people you get this empowerment, I think. And then I also think we need to perhaps consider about, because we have raised the competences in general during the pandemic here with COVID. We have learned to use all these platforms for collaborating. I have had several meetings with people in the other end of the country and with people around Europe and so on, just in one day. If I should have traveled, it would have completely been impossible. And our students have learned it. And also we have what has been called the digital bonds in the sense of the students that is entering to the universities. They have been used for these different iPhones and so on, and used for these type of platforms. So perhaps we also have to think the other way around. They have competences and are used for this so much that we could get them some responsibility, and I'm quite sure they will be able to come up with different types of solutions. So we can perhaps experiment with the teacher-student relations in this regards. I can tell you my 2-year-old grandson is able to find the videos he wants to see on the phone. So they will, the students that are entering universities at the moment, they are so very much competent in using this. So where perhaps the old one, the gray hair, still are a bit reluctant to these new technologies, then the situation will be completely opposite with the student. So we more need to think about how to get to this with the empowerment and engagement and like it was say, seeing at people with hunger is completely different than reading about it. Yes. Perhaps one last thing. I think the sustainable, of course, it's impossible. What Bruce was saying, it's impossible to solve all the problems at the same time. But I think what is crucial with the sustainable development goals is that you are opposite what was with Global Compact and so on, that was more about what not to do. Then this is a try to formulate some positive vision where to go. And I think in that way, it's much more engaging. And then tell young people you are not allowed to have child labor and so on and so on. That was the old discourse. And then it's important to understand that the problems are connected. And that's also the case with the solution. So we need to see much more interdisciplinary understanding and much more integrated solutions in this field. Otherwise, we can't reach. If we have to solve each problem in a sector-wise way, then we won't get there. I think this cross-disciplinary and the integrative solutions are crucial in order to fight climate change and the loss of biodiversity and so on.
Thank you.
Yes.
Amar?
Yeah, I think Arnie raised a number of critical issues. There are two comments I want to make. Number one is, based on my experience with the development of SDGs through the International Local Government Association, I'm really surprised how many people in the world think of SDGs in isolation of the context. And that's where they become pigeonholed. You know, this is SDG 1, this is SDG 5. You can't separate SDG 5 from SDG 1. There's no way you can separate it. And then the indicators. I mean, I can tell you firsthand that we all felt frustrated with indicators because they were drafted by World Bank, people, and what some of us call World Bank economic rationalists, or some of us call them economic fundamentalists. So those indicators, sort of you have to, one shouldn't get trapped by those. So, and I think that's where Bruce's thing about what exactly do we mean? He's asked some fundamental questions. So my first thing is that we need to think beyond the very watertight framework of SDGs. The second thing that I want to say is that, is there room for a platform? Of course, there's room for not one, but many platforms. And I think what Amrita does so well, sort of makes me think about what we did at University of Queensland. That's when I started the Vietnam Field School, because people started asking, because I was working in Vietnam for nearly 10 years by then, regularly spending half the year there. They said, what is it that the Vietnamese did that they were able to address MDGs and the rest of the world couldn't? What are they going to do with SDGs? So this was the kind of focus of an immersion field school. How we use technologies. I mean, at that stage, we used mainly Blackboard and a range of other associate technologies. We got people from all over the world, but they first became a digital cohort. They got to know each other. We mapped the cohort. They got to know each other. We gave them problem-solving exercises in their own communities, where they come from, whether it's from Denmark, because I had second highest number of students from Denmark, most of them working in the environment and cultural sector. And So then having done that, they shared their challenges they faced in their local community with sustainable development with the rest of the cohort. Then they came to Vietnam. Only after they actually formed the cohort. Then they came to Vietnam. They had 21 days. And first 2 days, it was like, be happy middle class in Hanoi, Ho Kim Lake, and, blah, blah, blah. But on the third day, they were taken to Halong Bay. But on the way, we stopped at a workshop. And, all very nice embroidery, carving, all the things. People were sitting there saying, Xin Chao, Cha Boi Toi, and everybody was very happy, smiling, taking pictures. And then 11:30 is lunchtime. So when the bell went, they all said, let's go and have lunch. And I organized the lunch with them because none of them had legs, because they're all babies of Agent Orange, impact. So they, the cohort actually started, some of them would start crying, but they didn't know how to cope with it. It was like a shock therapy in a way, but I was very conscious of what I was doing in collaboration with Vietnamese. After 21 days, we finished off at the Vietnamese War Remnants Museum. Why? Once again, to understand that there are 3.1 million young people in Vietnam who are severely disabled. I'm not saying disabled, severely disabled because of Agent Orange legacies. So they actually hosted the cohort in the Vietnam War Remnants Museum. And so when they left, they were slightly traumatized, emotionally exhausted, but we did the evaluation immediately after that. And then 6 months after in the evaluation, each one of them in the 11 cohorts said, it's changed them for life. Now they're repurposing what they want to do in their life. And that's what is transformative learning. If you can't get people to rethink, their lives, what kind of sustainable development education are we giving? And so I'm just sharing with you sort of, that we need to confront the realities, parachuting, which a lot of people did, especially the Peace Corps was famous for doing that, parachuting and feeling comfortable. That doesn't work. You have to confront your own feeling. But transformative learning is about, the learner's own personal learning and transformation change, but in a collaborative, in the cohort, so that they can share and learn from each other. And I think I can go on because it's very emotional when you deal more with modules like this. But thank you for giving me an opportunity to share.
Thank you, Amar. But I just want to comment on one thing when it comes to, because you mentioned basically sustainable development, don't get trapped by the sustainable development goals or the indicators. And I think I maybe disagree a little bit with this, because we need a sort of like evidence of impact. We need to make sure that we are making impact. And the indicator here are not, I know for many government and for many the stakeholders, the obsession of following the indicator and reporting this becomes so much, which actually kind of almost like basically what Nava mentioned, like the technology becomes the goal instead of being the mean, and we focus on the technology and we get trapped with what we wanted to do. But we still need to have a sort of guidelines or something that tells us we are on the right track.
I'm not saying we don't need that. I mean, I lived in Denmark for quite a long time. I'm also part Danish. And I can tell you one thing, in the Nordic countries, they take this very seriously. But the problem is, if you look at their parliaments, they allocate X amount of money. The money has to be spent by the end of the year, the donor money. And the way they report is against the indicators, because unless they report against the indicators, they don't get next year's budget. And of course, the Danes that I worked with were extremely frustrated by this kind of straitjacket. So what I'm saying is that very important framework indicators we need, but we shouldn't be, just like we shouldn't be site-centered, we shouldn't be object-centered or classroom-centered. We're talking about being community-centered. Similarly, we need to think beyond. Of course, the framework is important, Tariq. I would never disagree with that.
Okay, perfect. So we had very interesting,
Sorry to interrupt. We have 5 more minutes left. for the panel.
Yeah, we can make it a little bit 10 because we started later, so don't, I know, but we'll make it very short. So just quickly, a summary of the barrier-less learning, we need to focus on, not focus on technology as a mean, but also as a goal, focus on technology as a mean, not as a goal. Bruce basically suggesting very good point that we need to go gradual, not basically need to, basically not covering everything, maybe at the ultimate goal, but just start with being specific, allow people to contribute, not substituting basically technology for field work, but integrating them together, and enable sharing experience, and open for the diversity. This was Arnie, and of course basically having focus on the community center. So let's talk about a little bit the community building part here, or the partnership, because this is important when we build the platform. So how we can get, who are the stakeholders, and this was Dr. Manisha's point, who are the stakeholders and how we can get them on board, all of them, so there is a value for every stakeholder. So I think there's two related question here. Who are the stakeholders, and then how we can get them together basically on board on this one, so we feel that there is something there. Bruce?
Yeah, I mean, who are the stakeholders? You have kind of two different groups. One are existing students, and you could have students at primary school, middle school, secondary school, university, decide who you're aiming it at, or are you trying to aim it at everyone? In which case you can work within somewhat existing structures within countries of education. The second one, which is what I'm often much more interested in, are broader communities past the education stage, or who might not go to university. And that would be a very different approach to how you engage with them. So how do you engage? And it will be very dependent upon country to country and community to community, the ethnicities. Do you engage with them through their religious groups, through their kind of their golf membership? What is it? And I think that's where we began this, which is we need to understand who the different stakeholders are, because the different ways that they will use this platform will be very different. And just to finalize with one other point, it's probably the last time I speak, I agree very much with Amir Swar, which is that, there's two things we're trying to do. One is experiential learning, which is emotive, which is changing how we think about things. The second is knowledge, facts, information. And I don't want to necessarily separate them, but as we teach as educators, we're trying to do both at the same time. But at the university level, we're more focused on the facts and the information and the ideas, and we add in a little bit of the experiential to hopefully make a difference in how people take those on.
Important. Other thoughts about bringing stakeholders and partnership? What about technology developers? So basically, is there a rule for technology developers to enable this happen? Because you are the one, so as educators, we have the vision, but we need somebody to help us translate this vision. So, Amar, you have developed two technology platforms. Maybe you can share with us, basically, what is the ecosystem? Who are your stakeholders, in the platform that you have developed? You have donors, for example, you have technology developers, who else?
Well, just to give you an example with the sustainability, on sustainability.com, the first meeting was in Chennai in India, but the second one, we actually met in Vietnam. So what we did was follow the Vietnamese model. When people use the word stakeholders, they actually developed a stakeholder mapping methodology. Then they established a stakeholder participation framework. But in that, they disaggregated stakeholders as primary stakeholders, secondary stakeholders, and tertiary stakeholders. Primary was the immediate and local community groups and people. Secondary was the national government and NGOs and everybody else. Under tertiary was the international donors, international agencies. And then they established an ethical framework for the framework. And it's because of this, in a place like Halong Bay, in 4 years, we could create 13,600 jobs. And that's quite a lot in that area in Quang Ninh province. And 81% for women, because in Vietnam at that stage, and like in many parts of the world, women's poverty and child poverty are synonymous. So, they actually targeted women's employment. And these are not Jackie jobs. These are actually proper paid jobs, in fact, the women were getting more money than some of the government bureaucrats, which caused a certain amount of tension. And I think that once people actually participate, they identify who the stakeholders are, their first voice is articulated, it starts to work. I'm not saying it always works. It starts working because people take ownership of the transformation and change. And so the onsustainability.com framework came out of that kind of incubator, if you will, in Vietnam. And now it meets all over the world. Yeah.
This is amazing. I like the idea of the exercise of stakeholders, mapping and importance of that. So I'll pose the last question because I think, Harry is giving us hard time to finish quickly to start this, but also, maybe we can bring the last question. What is the roadmap? If we start tomorrow, what would be the first step to start this? And then how we can make sure that our effort is sustained, like the resources, all this require resources, no one, to fund. So what is the roadmap? If we start tomorrow, for example, stakeholder mapping could be one exercise we can do. What else? And then the other one, how we can bring in the resources that allow us to sustain our effort in a way that, for example, say in 2-3 years, we really have a good global platform to support sustainable, keeping in mind that we have the technology, but also we have to develop the colloquium and you have to, the materials and resources as well. So over to you.
Can I go, Tarek? I find this question actually a little confusing because I think you should really start with a benchmark of what's out there and what's working. We've got SDG Academy, the SDG Academy that has a lot of, huge amounts of resources. People have developed wonderful videos. You just go into YouTube, and so content is there. To me, I feel general content, there is heaps out there. Question is, what do you want this platform to achieve? And does it need then specialized content or specific, content that's idiosyncratic to the problem that you're looking at? I mean, if you just take a problem like climate change, there are mitigation strategies, the adaptation strategies. The approaches for those are quite different and distinct. The stakeholders will differ. And one of the things that really worries me about sustainable development, one of the things that it's hard to teach is the socio-political, tensions. It's a series of negotiation from the government up on top, the VC, the university, from top to down, all the way. It's a series of pure negotiation, and you have to follow the money. You have to follow the money all the time. By the way, Bruce, I wanted to let you know that I used to be an avid golfer. So golf and religion to me is pretty, much the same. So, but my point is that I think that so far, what we know, understand, and have been teaching as sustainable development education is still not good enough. There's still, we need to do more in terms of even the SDGs are so misrepresented. The beauty about the SDGs is not in the singularity, but it's the interconnection. So very seldom you'll find in discussions, they'll talk about climate action, but they won't talk about SDG 7, which is on energy, clean energy, right? But they are so intrinsically linked, right? And so we've got we are not capable at the moment to think deeper than individual SDGs. We need to go much more deeper in our complexity in the thinking, so that complexity in our thinking needs to be transferred to the platform that you want to build, right? Otherwise, you'll just end up putting boxes and everybody will go and tick those boxes. But the real challenge of teaching sustainable or educating in sustainable development area, I believe, in my humble opinion, is that the interconnections of 17. There could have been 21 goals. There could have been 48 goals. We just ended up with 17 for all political reasons. But even this 17, the interactions, the interlink is really, really critical. So I believe that if one thing the educational platform we're developing, if it can capture the interlinkages, even amongst, there's some studies, a number of studies that have shown how some of those SDGs systematically link together, in clusters. Even using that sort of a thinking, we could try to get the holistic aspect. So, as you can see, I'm very passionate about SDGs, but it's really about solving not just hunger, the problem of hunger or poverty, but also solving the problem of decent work and climate action at the same time.
So basically, if I can summarize this, basically we need to benchmark, we need to have a strategy, basically to know exactly what this will done and build a strategy and vision for exactly what this one, how this complement other platforms that exist. Third one, we need to look at this holistic SDG, because the interlinkage between them and creative value. So how the platform will deliver all this interlinkage, not only individual goals, but the link between them, which is the idea of system thinking. It focuses on the interrelation. So this is really important point in building a roadmap. We need to do a homework to do that. So this is one step. Next step, for example, say that we already are able to benchmark. Then, so all this theoretical one, we have not yet developed a platform. What will be the first step to develop the platform after that? Like, say that we already this, like, which comes first? Like, the egg or the chicken? We get the funding, or we get something, and then we use this to fund, or what? What you guys think about, like, again, it would be interesting for those people like Ammar who has developed a platform, or remember what you are doing in Arizona, like, how you get started with something.
I saw Rimjim's hand raised, actually.
Yeah, so I like the way you have outlined the steps, and I really like the idea of stakeholder mapping. After stakeholder mapping, once we have mapped the stakeholders, not only in terms of people who are impacted, but people who have the influence to bring change. Both sets need to be included. And then there is the third question of how we engage them. And this would differ, as Bruce mentioned, about in relation to which stakeholders you are targeting. But I think a next step would be also to think about how we learn and how are we motivated to act. We have an information overload. This is what problem I have with my students. There is so much information. We are not teaching our students how to be critical thinkers, how to learn, and how to think critically. So I think that could be the next step.
Thank you. Other final thoughts? I think
just last thought, critical thinking is so important. Thanks, Rimjim, for mentioning that. But the thing is, critical thinking can only happen when people are pushed and say, look, I don't agree with you, and how do we do that effectively, on a platform, right? So I think it's, to me, it's always it's got to be a mix of platform-based learning versus experiential learning. It's a mix. So one can, substitute the other.
Okay, so we have benchmarking. We have basically the development strategy, interlinkage SDGs, stakeholder mapping, and how we can engage them, how we can establish a sort of like critical thinking, also monitoring framework, and also evaluation evidence that the platform is working. Because if the platform is not working, nobody will use it. So basically, in business, it's easy. We build the platform. If you don't have users, then the platform is gone. So I think one good thing, one good measure to know if our platform is working well, how many people are using it, and be able to use this. Any final thoughts?
Ethics of engagement is extremely critical, Tariq.
Yeah.
If you look at the Johannesburg Summit, Rio+10, there was a code of ethics for global investment, ethical investment, which is completely forgotten. Everybody agreed to this code of ethics for ethical investment. And once the pressure came from fossil fuel companies, people conveniently forgot. So we need to revisit, we need to really focus also on the ethics of engagement, community engagement.
That is a very important point, indeed.
yeah, and sometimes things takes much longer time than we hope for, because at least now in Denmark, impact investment is coming up as the very big thing, and all the big financial institutions are signing up for this. So that there is a bit of hope in the sense we see some of the capital and the banks getting on board on this agenda at the moment. But my last comment will be to say, bring in the students. I think the way to secure that there are participants will to do this together with the students, build it up. I see them as the most important stakeholder, and a secure way to also make sure that the platform will grow. And I think it could be really interesting also to see. I sometimes ask my colleagues, why do we spend so much time in grading the students? Why don't we send them out and do presentation for different type of stakeholders and then have the feedback? We are trying to experiment a bit with this since some of the students are working really closely together with other enterprises or local communities and so on. And then we get feedback from the enterprise or the community, the NGO and so on their performance, and not just sit internally on each semester and do the same type of grading. So yeah, as I have said, I think the living labs of Amrita is a really wonderful way of interacting with the communities, and also build this empowerment and engagement. Is not something, it's not a quick fix. It's something that is built up over many years. So continuous collaboration with different communities, I think is really important.
Thank you so much. Dr. Manisha, any final thoughts before we conclude?
I think I was enjoying hearing everyone rather than my thoughts there. I think there are a lot of valid points which came in, and the way where we have to start, where are the points we have to be critical, etc. So what I feel is this is not the end of our discussions. I feel like we need to have more discussions like this so that we can come to a conclusion, where the start can be, where we should focus. Each of them has brought in, like Bruce said, that rather than starting it as full swing, you start at one topic and then move forward in whatever way it is. And also Ramching was talking about the different aspects of how you can bring in the virtual tour aspects. All others were also talking about how do you bring in engagement, how do you bring in the ethics part of it. So there are a lot more is coming. If you had time, I think there will be many more which is coming up. So it was very interesting to hear. And my thought process is always on, as I said, that from that E to E is where my brain is stuck. And how do we bring in that engagement? Because what I feel is like when you move from one culture to another culture, when in a multicultural perspective, if you want to get that platform, the level of engagement is going to differ with respect to their culture. What you put in as a strategy or a platform may not be useful in another community because the culture itself is different. They may not even engage in that. So how are you going to bring in these nuances when you think of as a platform? The second thing is, like as Arne was also asking, when the students, the evaluation of students, okay, you send them out and they do it. Where do you evaluate? What are you evaluating as an academic person? So how do you bring in that piece in that also? The third major thing also, like Ramching was talking about, the interlinkages of SDG. How do you bring that to the students? See, there is an interlinkage, and how do you bring in when it is not face to face, through a platform? If you have to bring at times, then how do you showcase that? How do you demonstrate that? Case studies is one good way, but that alone may not help us. We have to take it in different ways in that. So I feel like, more discussions, time permits, if we could have, that will help us to come up to a solid thing which we could take forward.
And indeed, that's what we plan to do. We will plan to have this white paper or position paper about everything that was discussed in the symposium here, for how, with what is why and what, and then that delivery part that will give a chance for everybody to be critical, think about it. It will be a very, actually, if we talk about engagement stakeholder, we talk about engagement of our expert and participant in this, symposium over the past 3 days. That will be an amazing document developed by, I don't know how many people, maybe we'll talk about over 50 experts in the field. And hopefully we will translate it also into a special issue, as Bruce suggested in the email communication earlier yesterday. So we have two goals here: white paper that will provide us sort of like a framework for us to move on in Amrita University in developing this global colloquium, and then the special issue. And I hope that we, keep the momentum here and start this very, very soon into kind of like online editing our own document. And we try to see how together we can put this into written format in a structured way. So thank you so much for the participation in this panel. Just one last request. I ask basically our panelists and speakers from the earlier session to turn on their videos. So I'll have a group picture, and then I'll give the mic to Dr. Manisha for finishing the concluding event of the symposium. So can just for the next 5 minutes, just 2 minutes, just turn on your camera so you can have all one group picture. I think somebody is taking the picture for us from the people behind the army here. Okay, smile, cheese, sustainability.
Thank you, Tarek.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. And Dr. Manisha, it's over for you to move on with the conclusion. I'm not sure, do we need to have a break or just move directly to the conclusion? So I'll give it to you.
I think we can directly move. I think Harichandra may be taking over, I think.
Perfect.
Thank you, ma'am. We have now reached the culmination of a successful 3-day international symposium on educational pedagogies and technologies for sustainable development, EPTS 2022, organized by Amrita's UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development and Amrita School for Sustainable Development. To commemorate the culmination of EPTS 22, we welcome each and every one of you to our valedictory event. For the last 3 years, we have witnessed elaborate and inspiring keynote speeches and panel discussions from a wide range of experts from around the world. We believe that all of you have benefited from each and every session at EPTS 2022 and have gained valuable insights from the experts hosted.
We would now
Manisha,
like to welcome.
Eric is there. Eric is online. I don't know if you noticed it. Manisha.
Yeah. Hi, Eric. Namaskaram. Good evening. Sorry to keep you so late.
That's okay.
So I think we are just starting the valedictory function.
Yeah. Dr. Manisha, can I move ahead?
Yes, Devish.
Thank you. We would now like to welcome also Dr. Vipin Nair, Dean and Professor, School of Biotechnology, and Dean, Faculty of Sciences, Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, India. Under his leadership, the School of Biotechnology has been a trailblazer in the arena for both undergraduate and postgraduate academic programs, as well as active PhD programs. Dr. Nair is also the coordinator of the Technology, Information, Forecasting and Assessment Council, Center of Relevance and Excellence in Biomedical Technology at Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham under the Mission Reach program of the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Dr. Nair also led the group that developed a prototype of an automated insulin pump, which resulted in Amrita University's first patent from the United States Patent and Trademark Office. Dr. Nair is responsible for the selection of the Amrita School of Biotechnology by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for the Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council under the Reinvent the Toilet Grand Challenge India Sanitation Award. Dr. Nair has numerous publications in national and international scientific journals. Dr. Nair is an associate editor for the international journal Current Pharmacogenomics and Personalized Medicine, and also serves on several national and international advisory committees. May I please invite Dr. Nair to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you. Thank you, Hari. So good evening, good afternoon, good morning to all attendees from around the world. As we arrive at the culmination of this very successful international symposium, Educational Pedagogies and Technologies for Sustainable Innovation and Development, EPTS 2022, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to this valedictory event. What a wonderful symposium this has been. The perfect platform to showcase thinkers, experts, and practitioners in various fields, to garner ideas, to explore technologies, to address challenges, to envision opportunities, and in doing so, to be able to refine educational pedagogies for sustainable development across multiple thematic areas. So as part of this valedictory function, it is indeed a real pleasure to have with us today Mr. Eric Falt, Regional Director and UNESCO representative for Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, the Maldives, and Sri Lanka. In his more than 30 years of experience in the field of diplomacy and international affairs, he has held various eminent positions. He has been the Assistant Director General for External Relations and Public Information, Paris, France, Director of Outreach, Department of Public Information, New York, USA, Director of Communications, Nairobi, Kenya, Director, UN Information Center, Islamabad, Pakistan, among many others. Thank you, Mr. Falt, for taking time away from your busy schedule to join us for this event today. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Nair.
It's also a great privilege to have with us for this event, Dr. Manisha Ramesh, who holds the UNESCO Chair for Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development. She also holds other eminent positions at Amrita Vishwavidyapitham. She is the Provost, Strategic Initiatives, Research and Innovation. She's the Dean, School for Sustainable Development, Dean, International Programs, and the Director of the Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications. So many hats that she wears with such seemingly effortless ease. It's very noteworthy that Dr. Manisha heads the Live in Labs program at Amrita University, which provides an opportunity for students and faculty to work extensively in over 100 Indian villages, focusing in part on ecosystem restoration and multi-hazard resilience. Through this, Dr. Manisha has been involved in developing a unique curriculum at Amrita University, which incorporates experiential learning, peer learning, project-based learning, inclusive learning, and so on. In a subject-wise analysis carried out by Stanford University in the US, Dr. Manisha Ramesh has been cited among the top 2% of scientists in the world based on domain expertise. She was also the recipient of the NABARD Award for Rural Innovation in 2012 for her research activities which benefited the rural community. She has more than 160 publications and 15 patents to her credit. Dr. Manisha will be delivering the summary of the EPTS symposium shortly. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Manisha. We also have with us Dr. Shashangan Ramanathan, Dean, Faculty of Engineering at Amrita University, and Professor in the Department of Chemical Engineering and Material Science. He brings with him over 20 years of international research, management, and leadership experience. He served as the Chief Technology Officer for a US company involved in developing cutting-edge technology for advanced semiconductor device fabrication. He has co-authored and authored over 45 publications in international journals and holds 12 international patents. A hearty welcome to you, Dr. Shashangan, to this valedictory function. So I'm sure that this symposium over the past 3 days has provided the ideal opportunity to create the framework, to aim to educate, to empower, and equip communities worldwide with sustainable solutions in alignment with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and thereby create the space to establish a foothold in this complex framework of educational pedagogies and technologies for sustainable development to ultimately bring about effective translation of sustainable innovation for communities worldwide. Once again, a very warm welcome to this valedictory event. Harichandran, I can take over from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving the welcome address. I would now like to introduce our very own Dr. Manisha Vinodini Ramesh, who holds various positions at the university as the Provost, Strategic Initiatives, Research and Innovation, UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning and Sustainable Innovation, and Dean, School of Sustainable Development. It's my utmost pleasure to invite Dr. Manisha to provide a summary of the symposium.
Thank you, Hari. Om Amriteshwari Namaha. Om Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. Harihi Om. Om Sri Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Devo Maheshwaraha Gurut Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha. Tasmai Sri Amriteshwari Namaha. Tasmai Sri Amriteshwari Namaha. My humble prostrations to one and all. Good morning, good evening to one and all, because all of you are coming from different parts of the world. My humble pranams to Mr. Eric Falt, Dr. Bipin Nair, Dr. Shashankan Ramanathan, and all keynote speakers, panelists, and participants. It was indeed a very tight schedule, but at the same time, very motivating and inspiring 3 days which we have gone through. Having so much ideas running around, so much discussions happening in different perspectives, it was heartening to see the way the whole world, the different communities, the different faculty groups are working together to attain the same goal of building communities which can be tomorrow called as sustainable developed communities. And today, I am very delighted to present the summary of the International Symposium on Educational Pedagogies and Technologies for Sustainable Development, conducted from 24th January to 26th January 2022. The symposium, spanning across 3 days, gave us the opportunity to explore various pedagogical approaches and technologies in the area of education for sustainable development. The symposium showcased 49 eminent international speakers from various international universities, governmental and non-governmental organizations. The keynote speakers included representatives from a total of 13 countries. Some of the key universities that participated are University of Manchester, University of Trento, Tel Aviv University, the University of Auckland, the Indian Institute of Science, University at Buffalo, USA, TU Delft, Netherlands, NTNU, Norway, RMIT University, Australian National University, Arizona State University, Graduate Institute, Geneva, and King's College, London. The symposium also provided a platform for interaction among 10 UNESCO chairs from across the world. The prominent UNESCO chairs that participated are the Chair on Community Sustainability, Brock University, the Chair on Open Education Resources, Athabasca University, the Chair on Experiential Learning, Work, Education, and Community Engagement, Mahatma Gandhi National Council of Rural Education, the Chair on ICT in Education and Sustainable Development, University of Greece, Chair on Food, Biodiversity and Sustainability Studies, Wilfrid Laurier University, Ontario, the Chair on Inclusive Museums and Sustainable Heritage Development, Anant National University, the UNESCO Chair in Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality, and also the Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development at Amrita Vishwavidyapetham. These 3 days, actually, the symposium drew more than 1,200 participants globally from 20 countries. So the symposium unveiled various pedagogical approaches, innovative technologies, and a redefined approach to education through knowledge sharing that will ultimately help in devising different pathways for translating sustainable innovation and development to communities around the world. I will now provide a summary of the symposium. Day 1 showcased 5 international speakers and focused on areas such as human-centered design, its challenges and opportunities, and different approaches that can be adopted for effective implementations, lessons learned from SDG-related curriculum design with active co-creation and student participation, project-based learning with community involvement and local development impact with a special focus on participatory co-design approach. The session focused on the importance of reconnecting students with nature, learning centeredness, different online learning methodologies, and its contribution to the overall sustainable development process in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. 7 keynote addresses were presented on day 2. The sessions made us delve deeper into the areas such as institutional social responsibility, the need to upgrade the curriculum, the policies and frameworks involved in education for sustainable justice, along with the different methodologies and approaches to reconstruct curriculum for higher education. The talks also focused on various pedagogical strategies, the relationship between teaching and learning, laboratory experiences with constrained environment, virtual lab disciplines, diffusion and dissemination of courses, topics such as achieving SDGs with student partnerships, sustainable futures, and change revolving around achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals were also looked into. The session also saw detailed views on sustainable food systems, community education and pedagogies, climate change, environmental education, content development, ecosystem monitoring, environmental literacy, and related areas. Day 3 showcased 10 keynote addresses. The talks were centered around how the curriculum should revolve around compassion with a focus on benefit to humanity and the need for integrating SDGs and addressing it concurrently. The need for cognitive, socio-emotional, and behavioral learning objectives to learning SDGs were discussed in depth. The keynote also provided an overview on how digital technologies can be implemented in the areas of education and health, and the need to have new digital commons for development, especially at that time of the pandemic. The digital learning ecology framework, mobile solution to adapt to the learner's specific context, digital learning ecology, cognitive principle, and related areas were also explored. The need for globalization of higher education, design for future, mapping competencies to integrate problem-solving framework along with systems thinking competency were discussed. Evaluation of platforms through various stages such as traditional, digital, and open, followed by ecosystem platforms from concept and capability point of view was also spoken about in detail. The symposium has also put in dedicated efforts to bring in panel discussion on all 3 days to discuss, ideate, and brainstorm on the development of a global curriculum for experiential learning, and the design and development of educational platforms to provide sustainable solutions to communities. The first panel on day 1 was based on field experiences and insights from implementing experiential learning programs. The second panel revolved around the discussions on approaches to the global sustainability curriculum. The session focused on the objective of having a global curriculum that includes the need to educate future generations to embrace the mutual sharing of experiences and knowledge. The need for the proposed dynamic curriculum to revolve around the common denominators of community-specific participatory approaches, including field visits, co-design, and other aspects of community engagement was acknowledged. The need to incorporate a multidisciplinary approach based on micro-credits to make education scalable and accessible by adoption to local needs was also emphasized. The panelists provided their views that such a curriculum should be open source and modular and should be based on microcredits. By developing a student-centered curriculum, learners will have the flexibility to use different pathways of learning by adopting the universal values of sustainability and nurturing open-mindedness and empathy. Hybrid education, the need to have open educational resources, a peer-based learning approach, stakeholders' involvement in decision planning were identified as fundamental in this regard. The panel discussion on day 2 deliberated on how to impart the knowledge of sustainability to students, adopting a systems approach to the curriculum by bridging the gap between the knowledge, attitude, values, and action was emphasized upon. Along with this, a focus on nurturing empathy among the students was identified to be a key aspect, as it will naturally lead to multidisciplinarity, intergenerational, and cross-cultural learning, along with frugal design thinking by understanding societal attitudes. Importance of capacity building using digital tools and gamification were also acknowledged by the panel members. Giving equal value to indigenous and local knowledge over scientific knowledge was recognized to foster empathy among students, which will thereby enable multidisciplinary learning, knowledge sharing between generations, and develop practical intelligence. It was also stressed upon during the discussion that the learners need to have the outlook to developing or design thinking things based on locally available materials and resources. It was also acknowledged that there needs to be a close interrelationship between school and community. Along with this, a robust body of knowledge needs to be developed with a focus on integrating a pedagogy that is contextualized based on the existing knowledge gaps, based on the existing realities with a vision of the future. The panel discussion on day 3 explored how to build an educational platform for teaching sustainable development. Discussions were centered around exploring case studies backed up by literature, touching upon how the platform should be able to convey a compelling story by building empathy. The session also deliberated on how to translate the benefits of having a platform to deliver the right knowledge, starting from engagement to empowerment. The importance of having interconnected solutions and approaches to solving connected problems rooted on interdisciplinarity was identified as a critical need. Along with this, the need to root the platform on existing knowledge and research was discussed. A transformative learning approach was identified as the key need towards this. The discussion also highlighted the importance of community building and human-centered design as crucial elements for sustainable development. The panel stressed that the sustainable development journey should highlight successes, failures, and vulnerabilities, and how technology should be considered a tool towards sustainability and not the goal itself. Finally, stakeholder mapping, benchmarking, interlinkages of SDGs monitoring, and ethical engagement were agreed upon to be critical components for developing the platform. As an outcome of the panel discussion spanning across 3 days, we will also develop the key points into a white paper or a position paper that can be submitted on a special issue in an academic journal as well as to UNESCO. EPTS 2022 thus provided a platform for interaction and knowledge sharing between academia, industry, government, and non-government sectors, ideate and brainstorm on the importance of developing a curriculum based on experiential learning with active student and community participation. Along with this, different dimensions of imparting such a unique curriculum-based approach, along with the key aspects of building an educational platform to accelerate sustainable development, was discussed in great depth. The symposium has broadened our horizons and opened doors to new avenues in the areas of pedagogical approaches and technologies that can be effectively utilized for curriculum development and education to bring in sustainable development at a global scale. This, coupled with the adoption of cutting-edge resources and technology, will make our journey towards a sustainable tomorrow a much fast-paced one. Thank you to one and all for joining the symposium, and we hope that this will be an impetus for bringing sustainable development empowered by education on a global scale by touching the diverse and multifaceted sections of society. Let's make sure that the inspiration that we have garnered from the symposium will be one for the future generation to cherish. Let us try to see that we continue this collaboration and build a strong program, and also at the same time come up with a really good document which will detail what are the key points for an experiential learning platform, what are the key points, what are the key modules needed for building a global curriculum, and also how do you bring in the engagement so that we will be able to finally provide the empowerment of the community. We hope to continue this connection and collaboration with each one of you and develop this theme in such a manner that we will be able to give a final outcome which is useful to the whole society, and thus the dream of sustainable development in each and every community, let it happen as per God's wish. Thank you everybody for cooperating and joining in the whole program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the detailed summary. It's always an empowering and auspicious experience to hear from you. We now have with us our guest of honor, Mr. Erike Fall, who is the Regional Director and UNESCO representative for Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, the Maldives, and Sri Lanka. Mr. Fall has more than 30 years of experience in the field of diplomacy and international affairs. His area of focus was initially on communications and later moved to political affairs and management. In his long and distinguished career with the United Nations, starting from 1992, he has held various eminent positions such as Assistant Director General for External Relations and Public Information at Paris in France, Director of Outreach, Department of Public Information in New York in USA, Director of Communications at Nairobi in Kenya, Director UN Information Center Islamabad, Pakistan, among many others. It is with great honor that I invite our guest of honor, Mr. Eric Fall, to deliver the keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Namaskaram. And allow me to begin my remarks by wishing everyone a very happy Republic Day. On this 73rd Republic Day, we at UNESCO heartily congratulate the people of India for the history, culture, and achievements of its people. And our office has actually been here just about as achievements of India. And I'm very pleased to join you tonight for this valedictory ceremony of the 2022 International Symposium on Educational Pedagogies and Technologies for Sustainable Development. And I wish to thank in particular Dr. Manisha Ramesh, Amrita University's Provost of Strategic Initiatives, Research and Innovation, and of course, UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development, who graciously invited me. Dr. Ramesh, on behalf of UNESCO, I really want to applaud your dedication in applying, in particular, education and technology to find innovative solutions in the service of others. I think it was most appropriate that this international symposium began on Monday, 24 January, which was the International Day of Education. It's still a relatively new day in the UN calendar, but every year it is an invitation to for the global community to reaffirm the key role of education in building peace and sustainable development. Quite clearly, the subjects, topics, and proposed solutions that have been discussed throughout the symposium were a very useful way to explore the challenges and opportunities to reimagine new educational pedagogies for sustainable development and to redesign the landscape of quality education. It's very much in line, actually, with the discussions that we're having globally at UNESCO. And here I want to point out to our new global report on the futures of education, entitled Reimagining Our Futures Together, a New Social Contract for Education. This is a report that was very recently published, only a couple of months ago. And if you haven't had a chance to look at it, please do so. It's, of course, accessible online. And we really view it as I would say, a once-in-a-generation initiative to rethink how knowledge and learning can shape the future of humanity on the planet. It is really one of these rare reports, and it examines how to transform education and to guarantee its relevance for everyone around the world. Of course, as we have all been made painfully aware, the current COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated social, economic, and digital inequalities. And in fact, its impact is even more severe than we previously predicted. It's important to stress this particular point, because despite the swift reaction of many, if not all, central governments around the world in offering alternative solutions to ensure continuity of curriculum-based study and learning for all, we have seen that at least 1/3 of the world's students have not been able to access remote learning. And I should point out also that as a result of long schools closures and, well, the relative ineffectiveness of home-based distance learning, as many as 70% of children in low and middle income countries risk falling back in what we call learning poverty, which is the inability of students to read and understand simple text by the age of 10. And that's why I think quite clearly redefining our relationship with technology must begin with ensuring that digital tools will benefit all and are at the service of all, starting with the most marginalized. It is a challenge, And it goes without saying that any step towards digital transformation must be steered by inclusion and quality. These are two very important elements. We're in India, and of course, I want to stress that when it comes to technological progress, India is actually uniquely positioned to offer solutions for the benefit of its own people, its own students, but also for the whole world. An example I often share is India's national school education platform, Diksha, the digital infrastructure for knowledge sharing, which runs on an open source technology called Sunbird, and has recently been recognized as a digital public good to be used by anyone in finding solutions in diverse domains such as health, education, and lifelong learning. Speaking tonight, I'm reminded of the great value of a university education. It is along the hallowed halls of Amrita and many other universities that young women and men are given a free rein to dream bigger, reach farther, live larger. And since we're focusing on these issues today, I think it's in no other educational field is this more true than those related to science and technology. As we reimagine, rethink, and transform education, pedagogies, and technology for sustainable development, I also want to stress tonight that the issue of gender equality, including girls' and women's education, must remain at the core of any discussion. The entire learning process can enhance or compromise girls' experience of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, so-called STEM studies. We know, for instance, in India that women represent 46% of enrolled undergraduate students in STEM fields, but in fact that very few continue to pursue STEM careers despite promising beginnings. We also know that many are forced to exit the workforce early. So this is an important issue for us at UNESCO. In our research, we have seen and found that teachers, their subject specializations, their pedagogical competences and teaching approaches are some of the strong deciding factors in influencing not only a girl's performance in STEM, but also their choice of future STEM studies and careers. As we discuss how to formulate and reimagine new pedagogies, I think it's crucial, therefore, that we look at it as a means to an end, with the final aim of having more girls and women in STEM fields. That's why, to give an updated picture of the state of affairs on this issue, our UNESCO New Delhi office is currently producing a report on women in science, which will examine the many known, existing, and remaining challenges facing Indian women pursuing a career in the sciences. This is a report which will also propose potential solutions rooted in the contextual realities of women in India. This report is going to be published on or around 8 March, International Women's Day. It's co-authored with several senior researchers from University, which I want to mention here, collaboration of these scientists in unpacking such an important and complex issue. While on the topic of technological innovations, it is only fitting, of course, there is tremendous potential transforming almost every socio-economic and political sector. This year, our State of the Union report critical policy issues at the intersection of AI and education, especially those related to ethical and human-centered use of AI. So we really look forward to working with some of you in the audience tonight in developing this important publication. We hope that it will actually serve as a strategic policy tool for the government of India and the education sector at large. I need to conclude, and at this point, I really want to congratulate the entire Amrita family of institutes across India for leading various projects in sustainable development with a view to accelerating our journey towards the 2030 agenda. It has really been a pleasure to be with you tonight, and I hope that together, one way or the other, we can successfully reimagine educational pedagogies and technologies to move closer to the goals of the 2030 agenda and truly ensure the relevance of education in providing service to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eric Falt, for your emphasis on the importance of reimagining new pedagogical designs and gender equality for sustainable development education. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome Professor Shashangan, Dean of Engineering and Professor in Department of Chemical Engineering and Material Science. Professor Shashangan holds a PhD in Chemical Engineering from Clarkson University, USA. He is well recognized by leading semiconductor device manufacturers like Samsung, Fujitsu, and Toshiba. He has been an active member in defining semiconductor technology roadmap and driving new product development. He was also involved in developing novel catalytic materials aimed at reducing the emission of ozone-depleting toxic gases. He brings with him over 20 years of research and management leadership experience. He represents the university's commitment to excellence in teaching, learning, research, and positive contribution to society. We invite you, sir, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the distinguished speakers and attendees from around the world. On the occasion of the UN International Day of Education, it is indeed a great pleasure to host so many experts to discuss on very important and key topics as part of the International Symposium on Educational Pedagogies and Technologies for Sustainable Innovation and Development, jointly organized by Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham's UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development and the Amrita School for Sustainable Development. As we are all aware, sustainable development is of paramount importance for our future generations to live in a peaceful and harmonious world. For this, it is critical that we empower our rural communities and enable them to come to the forefront of modern society, to integrate themselves into the mainstream sustainable development initiatives. Now, in order to achieve this, the current education system needs to incorporate the necessary elements that would help identify methods and accelerate efforts to transform the youth into change makers. The purpose of this symposium was just that. Now, the intense 3-day symposium witnessed the attendance of over 1,200 participants from across the globe. In fact, in essence, they are the real facilitators of change in achieving sustainable development goals. So a big thank you to each and every participant in the symposium. Now, the symposium played host to about 49 experts from 13 countries, which included 9 UNESCO chairs in the fields of sustainability, education, and other related areas. In addition, there were participants and members of several distinguished universities and leading industries. Now, multiple panel discussions showcasing 19 panelists were held on topics such as insights from implementing experiential learning programs, approaches to a global sustainable curriculum, how to teach sustainability, It was an important topic and was discussed quite a bit. Building an educational platform for teaching sustainable development. Now, these discussions have addressed and contributed to the understanding of methods to design, develop, and implement innovative and interdisciplinary global curricula, which will enable capacity building of faculty, students, and institutions to gear up the next generation of students in utilizing technology for sustainable development. It provided a perfect platform for building partnership and knowledge sharing between members of academia, government sectors, and industries globally. Now, I would want to start by thanking Dr. Bipin Nair, Dean School of Life Sciences and School of Biotechnology, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, for delivering the welcome address for this valedictory function. Next, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Manisha Ramesh, UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development. And also she is the Provost for Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham for delivering that fantastic summary on EPTS 2022 Symposium. We're indeed very thankful to Eric Holt, who is the Regional Director and UNESCO representative for Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, the Maldives, and Sri Lanka. Your 30 plus years of in the field of diplomacy and international affairs is extremely commendable. And your emphasis today on knowledge and digital transformation, gender equality, and other strategic points resonates well with us, sir. Thank you very much for joining us today. In spite of being online with all odd timings, day, afternoon, evenings, and nights, participants from Europe, the US, Canada, and Australia, I'm sure all of us were able to participate in the sessions and come out with a renewed sense of purpose and an emphasis on the urgency of the issue that plagues us. We are now more committed to being change makers and meeting the objectives of the UN Decade of Action. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the senior members of Amrita University, Swami Amrita Swarupanandapuri, who is the president, Dr. Venkat Rangan, the vice chancellor, Professor Manisha Ramesh, provost, and Professor Bipin Nair, Professor Raghuraman, who is the Dean of School of Business and Center for Accreditation and Rankings, for their relentless support throughout the event. I would also like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the advisory committee consisting of Dr. Sidney Strauss, Professor Emeritus, Tel Aviv University, Israel, Dr. Tariq Rashid, Vice President of Civilizology, International Consultant with UNDP and FAO, Dr. Karthik Sankaranarayanan, Associate Professor, Ontario Tech University, Canada, Dr. Joost Monks, Lecturer, University of Geneva, Switzerland, Professor Gopal Krishnan, Founding Director of Syntegral Systems and Solutions Private Limited, Dr. Alexander Muir, Lead CX Researcher, TSB Bank UK, for guiding the coordination team and providing valuable suggestions to strategize the program execution. Additionally, I would like to thank the chairs of the keynote sessions, Dr. Sudha Arlikati, Professor, Amrita School of Sustainable Development, Dr. Vishwanathan, Professor, Department of Management, Dr. B. Soundararajan, Associate Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Special congratulations and thanks to the faculty and students of the Amrita School for Sustainable Development for hosting a successful symposium. Thank you to the staff at the Amrita Center for International Programs for their diligent execution of the numerous tasks required to put together such a fantastic symposium. A very special thanks to the Information and Communication Services team at Amrita, who helped with the technical management of this event to ensure the smooth functioning of the online program. Above all, I would like to humbly thank our Chancellor and the world-renowned humanitarian leader, Srimata Amritanandamayi Devi, for her continuous guidance, support, and inspiration to lead such activities. Thank you, everyone. Thank you once again. Thank you, one and all. Om Namah Shivaya. I now hand over the session to Hari Chandana.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much for the heartfelt vote of thanks. With that, we at Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham now wish to thank everybody, all the speakers, participants, the attendees from the bottom of our hearts for helping us make this International Symposium on Educational Pedagogies and Technologies for Sustainable Development, EPTS 2022, a grand success. Hope to see you all soon for our future events as well. Once again, thank you very much and congratulations. Om Amriteshwariya Namaha. Om Namah Shivaya.
Thank you, everybody. Special thanks to Eric. Very happy to see you and hope to continue the collaboration. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Bipin, Dr. Shashankan. Thank you, each and every participant who has joined and made it a success. Thank you.